seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
seed will be fought over by Fongbu Buffalo, Flash Wolves, and Team Liquid.
之前的闪电狼都是有进到4强，而且成绩都蛮不错的。那对我们来说，闪电狼打到 MSI， 然后进4强就好像是一定要完成的。再加上今年呢是在台北比赛，然后我是真的很想要回去在台上，然后看台下的观众为我们欢呼。
Here's Impact trying to go in. It's Impact showing up there. He's finding the initiation of Team Liquid's able to find so many kills.
It's really important for us to pick up one of these wins. I still intend on keeping my promise to Peter to make it out of groups.
Với tư cách là đội chủ nhà thì hôm nay tụi mình có 2 trận đấu và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng cống hiến như là đã từng đấu với IG và chiến thắng Jitu.
Crazy intense stakes as Fongbu Buffalo could make the last-minute wild run.
Teddy's already able to find himself a kill, meaning this is popping off for SKT. Going into those bigger games, people can continue to have that faith.
4강은 확정돼 있는 상태지만 남은 경기도 좋은 경기력으로 이기는 게 지금 목표고요. 2연승을 하게 되면은 기세 좋게 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Today we want to make sure we secure the top 2 positions and make sure IG cannot choose us.
Now Jackie Love turns attention to first. Jackie Love is ripping apart G2.
最后一天小组赛的话，就是有可能会看到一个比较放松的你，但是也有可能会看到一个比较专注。因为我们现在8-0，所以我们就是会想全胜。
What on earth is it going to take this team down?
LEC, LCK, and the LPL all have secured their spot in the knockout stage. See which of the 3 remaining teams joins the top 4 as we conclude the group stage here in Hanoi. Hello, everyone, and welcome to MSI Countdown, where we share some poetry and call out the MVPs of the group stage until the timer reaches 0 and we jump into Champions Select. It all comes down to this: 6 more games for those 3 teams to jockey for position. Invictus Gaming, though, they aim to continue their win streak coming into the final day of groups, while G2 and SKT battle it out for that number 2 seed, leaving Fongbu Buffalo, Team Liquid, and the Flash Wolves in the quest for 4th. Meaning most of today's games have potential implications for the next stage of MSI in Taipei. The day kicks off with SKT versus Team Liquid. Then Fongbu Buffalo aims to make the home crowd proud by taking down G2 once more in Game 2, with 4 more matches until the second round robin is complete, and any additional tiebreakers will be played later today. As I mentioned, there are 2 races going down on the final day of groups. The first is between G2 and SKT in the quest for 2nd.
And obviously 2nd's super important because it means IG cannot pick you. Normally you would think, oh, well, the number 1 seed will always pick the 4th seed. But we've seen IG has a little bit different mentality than some other previous number 1 seeds.
Yeah, and I especially think SKT are in danger of that if they are not 2nd, because we've already heard that Worlds did not feel the same without beating Faker. And I think they meant in a best of 5, to be completely frank. And I think that Rookie will want his shot at the historically best player of all time.
Coach Kim Karam is the grown man in the room. He's not going to let that happen. Take the 4th seed.
Look, we have seen teams win Worlds and win MSI, but we've yet to see a team win Worlds, go to MSI, and then choose the 3rd seed, only to beat him and move on and play perhaps the 2nd seed. It would be a real statement if IG, our defending world champions, were to do it. Now, when we talk about that race for 2nd, though, and we hone in on G2 and SKT, I think we have to take into consideration the schedules they have ahead of them. For G2, PVB, and TL, much easier than SKT.
Yeah, that would be what it would look like on paper. However, the last time G2 played Fongbu Buffalo, they did stumble in the matchup. They're going to come out hungry, try and right that wrong. I expect a very quick game here. And as you mentioned, like, everything is just lining up for G2 to be able to secure this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Though they did drop that game to PVB, on paper, you know, both teams are playing TL. You would much rather have to play PVB than IG, the best team in the tournament, who hasn't dropped a game yet. So I think SKT has a much tougher time trying to, you know, secure that position, especially since the head-to-head record is in G2's favor.
You talk about having to come back from something. While G2 may have dropped a game to Fangwu Buffalo, SKT suffered the fastest loss in history when it comes to Riot International events against IG in their first bout. They got to go back at him again today.
Yeah, it's easy to be grim about SKT's performances, but I know we've been hearing a lot of drafting discussions when it comes to G2. Well, I mean, look, Coach Zephyr has been putting SKT in some bad situations in game one when they went up against G2, and the last one when you already referenced the Invictus Gaming matchup. I think that SKT have only been ramping up. We've started to seeing Teddy in particular starting to have like great early game performances they've been picking for him.
And if ever there is a team that has ramped up over a course of a tournament, it was SKT 2016 MSI. They started the tournament honestly floundering. By the end of it, we're as dominant as ever. You don't want to get this team as they are going towards the end, and there is something personal there. No one likes to be 16-minute gamed. Faker and the SKT lineup would not like to be 16-minute gamed, and I think that last match could be for nothing, but there is so much more behind the scenes going on there.
I mean, that, to circle back to the point at the beginning, is why it's interesting about who gets the second seed, because SKT ramping up over the course of the tournament, that's when IG will want to beat them.
Yes.
And if you put G2 versus SKT, you might not ever see them.
I mean, we are definitely poised for an exciting final match to the day there. There's the all-important race for fourth, though, that we also have to discuss, because G2, SKT, they're locked into the knockouts, but we have 3 teams still fighting for the fourth and final spot.
So starting out with Flash Rolls, like for me, it's like Flash Rolls, Team Liquid and Fangwu Buffalo, and Flash Rolls have been really ramping up in this tournament. At the very beginning, it didn't seem like they had any strength. Like they came into this tournament being seen as a team fighting squad that can get into the late portions of the game, but then Badio was just left to the wolves far too frequently, and now he's really becoming a strength because Boogie's been given the early game champions like the Xin Zhao, and he's been able to light it up.
And I think, we were talking about the race for second. Probably not going to happen just with how the tiebreakers break out as well. This is actually extremely likely. I think, they only have to pick up one win. They have, PVB that they can probably grab that against, and then you're probably heading to a tiebreaker versus TL. So I think it's actually super likely that we see that rematch between Team Liquid and Flash Wolves.
It's a very familiar position for TL to be in. They do have control over their own destiny here. However, they face SKT and G2, 2 very tough opponents. But if they can pick up wins, they can just make that tiebreaker a non-factor.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is that I think we saw an interview with Steve where he came out and he said that TL just need to play their own meta. And I think across the course of this tournament, that's something they're starting to fall back on, dropping the solo lanes picks towards the second phase of the draft, not really buying into all of these flexes. I think that they're starting to feel their way through what we learned at last year's Worlds, and that is you have to play your best form of League of Legends to beat these international teams. You can't subscribe to the way that they play the game.
It's interesting, too, because Impact is still playing the newer champions, like Nico on the top side. That's not really seen for him particularly, but we're also just seeing Team Liquid once again finding themselves in team fights. When they went up against Invictus Gaming, they were team fighting well, grouping well, matching Invictus Gaming when they needed to.
And that's what I was going to say, Raz. He's playing the new top laners, but they're all about the team fight.
Yes.
And this team is built around Doublelift and Core JJ getting into the, the 25 to 30-minute portion of the game and being able to clean up the team fight. So I don't care what Impact plays, as long as it is a 5v5 champion that revolves around the bottom lane.
SKT, G2, both tough opponents. Which of those upsets would be more likely for TL?
Surprisingly, this might shock some people. I actually think G2 is a little bit better of a matchup for Team Liquid, because I think SKT and Team Liquid are very, very similar, and I will always favor the better team anytime it's a not volatile style. Both them play slow. Both them strengths are in their bot lane. SKT is just better. So I don't really see how you get an easy upset there. Whereas G2, they are very aggressive. I think they're better than SKT, but in their aggression, they can make some mistakes. Caps leads the mid laners in death, so maybe he has an off game. And that's where you are actually more likely to find an upset, in my opinion.
See, I kind of disagree, because G2 beat you at so many different points of the game, early, mid, and late, whereas I feel like SKT, when they fell behind, they stayed behind, and they have also fallen into the trap somewhat of what TL's been trying to do. They've been trying to speed it up. They're going back towards things like mid lane Aurelia. I think this team, when they play new things, are prone to make mistakes. We saw it with Asona Taric. All we need is one more overreach in a drafting phase and a poor early game, and TL can take it for me.
Flash Wolves, TL, the 2 most likely to end up in that 4th position, but we have to talk about the Fangwu Buffaloes, who do have that outside chance of making it.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're in front of the home crowd potentially for the last time at an international tournament. This is a big thing for this team. They beat G2, and they said that 6th man of the Hanoi crowd was instrumental in the victory. This is a lineup that at Worlds last year, they didn't get out of groups, but they certainly decided it. Took down G2, took down Flash Wolves. They've done one. I think it's time to do the other. I'm really hot on Fangwu coming into the last day.
Listening to the fans just be that electric was just a sensational moment. I know when it happened, when they took down G2, like saw it all on social media. Everyone that was in Vietnam in that stadium was also just feeling that electricity. I want to see the team do it again. I think while it is unlikely, Meliodas and Pallet are really just a dynamic duo. The fact that Meliodas is back in action is something we need to look towards.
And I mean, they decided Group A at Worlds last year, which also had Flash Wolves and G2 in it, so they can potentially do it again here if they pick up a couple upset wins.
And this is one of my favorite things about sport, when as a TL fan, you become a Fongvu fan for the team that they play. I just love when this stuff happens because, TL's going to have played their game, Fongvu versus Flash Wolves, second last game of the day, and everyone in North America is going to be rooting for the hometown team.
Let's go on A, throw your weight behind Fongvu Buffalo. This is a preview of a couple of those races we have in the standings going into the final day of groups. But sometimes the analysts can be viewed as these stats-driven robots who can't express themselves. But what a lot of people don't know is that we've got some extremely skilled poets on this desk. So I'm having them show off their skills by providing a haiku that best summarizes the group stage, starting with Raz.
All right. Run it down early. Still win in late game team fights. Just a happy game.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Run it down early.
Do I snap for my own poem?
You absolutely. If you're feeling it, man, if you're feeling yourself in your own poetry, then you go with it. Give me that second line again. Just refresh me on that second line.
Okay. Still win in late game team fight.
Ooh, run it down early. Still win in late game team fights. I like that. I like that. It's the real push and pull, the emotions of a high-intensity game there, League of Legends.
And I think that poetry really speaks about the person that wrote it. And you can just see Raz's fondness of the LPL region, like all throughout this, turning what is normally a very negative situation of running it down early into, the success that IG's had so far.
We saw that.
Happy team, happy players.
We saw that. 07 Kennen in the top lane still comes away with a victory.
It's inevitable.
It is. It's inevitable when you come from the LPL. Spawn, we're moving on to you. Hit us with that haiku.
Okay, so mine was IG Wrath was swift. Silas is not good blind. Fourth, paid by Steve.
I just want to point out. Okay, well,
you gotta get it out of the way. You gotta get it out of the way.
I want to point out, Spawn, that was not 575 in syllables.
Was it?
I don't think so.
Fourth was paid by Steve, maybe?
Fourth
was paid by Steve.
Fourth was paid by Steve.
You got the was. You stuck the was in there. Okay.
I thought the delivery could have been a little better. No offense, but just a little.
You know what? Compassion.
I was new to this. This idea came up yesterday. I was
like, I don't want to do this.
But what did you think of the middle line, Mark?
I thought the writing was genius. I thought the writing was top notch. Just a little performance, pull it out a little bit more.
Right, okay.
And now I'm going to go shoot
old
myself in
dog
the foot.
still got
Yeah, right, yeah, you did it. You said all that before you have to go. IG Wrath was swift. Silas not good blind. Fourth, paid by Steve. So is that a prediction? Did you hit a prediction in your haiku for the day?
Yeah, see, this is the thing is, when I wrote this haiku, I was really on the TL hype train, and then we're going to see some predictions later, where the artist versus the analyst to me is really struggling with this.
Artist versus analyst, the constant struggle here.
The second line is about Mark, for those that didn't pick it up, because you put Silas very high on the tier list, and it has been destroyed a couple of times in the solo lane, so maybe not as good blind.
It's also destroyed a couple people.
It has done that as well. Mark, hit us with your haiku, please.
All right, for me, I did, the game has changed. Play fast, play loose, play stupid. IG are so goddamn good. They are awesome to watch.
All right.
G2 is dope too. I hope the rest of the world catches on, but it makes me wonder if Korea has fallen all the way to the third region in the world.
See, Spawn, if you're going to break convention, that's how you do it. Cross the line by 1,000,000 miles.
Everybody?
Yeah.
That was beautiful, Mark.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. See, that to
Can
me...
you just say the last line again for me? Prompted, do not scroll back.
Do not scroll back.
IG are so goddamn fun to watch. G2 are dope too. I hope the rest of the world catches on, and it makes me wonder if Korea has fallen to the third region. Or
I
like that.
can't believe they got so much information into 7 syllables.
It
really
that was
shows what an artist
incredible,
can do.
yeah.
That's masterful.
Yeah, and I can, to me, I felt like Mark was sitting at the writer's desk, right? And in his brain, he knew 7 syllables, but the muscles just kept moving. And it was one of those, body over mind kind of situations.
I subverted your expectations. I am a great writer.
You did that, absolutely. Well, if you want to send in your MSI Groups haiku, make sure to tweet to @LOLesports with the hashtag MSI2019, and we'll share some of our favorites later in the day. While you write your haikus, I'll leave you with mine. Liquidity Steve, drowning wolves and buffaloes. Fight current, sure death. Welcome back to MSI Countdown, where the teams are preparing for Hanoi's final day of play. Earlier, we heard your thoughts on groups as a whole, gentlemen, but now I want to hear which individual you would call your MSI Group's MVP. Raz, we'll go down the line.
All right. For anybody that didn't see my top 5 yesterday, number 1 was Clid. Clid continued to perform. Every MVP that SKT had, it started with the man. And he started the game with insane proactive ganks, ended the game with insane kicks. Now, the Vi made it that much more sweet. The guy has creativity, and I love it.
I think it's pretty obvious based off the number of player games he's picked up how good Clid really is and how much of a spark plug he is for the SKT lineup. So I can definitely understand going for that. I think he's probably the favorite for that award.
And not only that, he is exactly what SKT needs at this tournament. They need some early game power. They need someone to get them into the state of the game where the control kicks in. Mata has not been able to perform that role where he normally has been able to. So all responsibility has fallen to Clid, and I think that certainly instrumental in how he's gone so far.
Yeah, one of the best performing junglers in the tournament so far, if not the best, and of course being crucial to SKT's success, in some ways the definition of an MVP. But Spawn, I want to hear from you. Who's at the top of your list?
So I actually went with Jackie Love from Invictus Gaming, and one of the players that is not often celebrated in this lineup, because when you have a look at people like Ning, as well as The Shy and Rookie, Jackie Love certainly gets forgotten, but I feel like this tournament in particular, the reason that IG have looked so dominant is that the bottom lane has taken over in certain regards. And you look at how good the guy's stats are, and he's not just doing it on late game carries. He's starting very early, and he's having less Jackie Love moments, Raz.
Yeah, you're right.
Not
He hasn't had it yet.
Jackie Love moments, but certainly less.
For me, I'm going to go with another IG member, and no surprise given that there's a lot of people, they're 8-0. So I picked Rookie, actually. And I think Rookie might be a little bit more contentious. He has had some mistakes, but he is so good, and so many teams rely on their mid laners to be a center point for their teams. And he's better than Faker, he's better than Caps. He has had some worse performances, but he still is mostly in the lead statistically for mid laners, as well as the fact that, he is a step ahead of all these guys. And while he can make these mistakes, when you look at the rest of the field, where it's like maybe Clid has had the best jungle performance by far, I also don't think that many of the junglers are superstars beside Ning.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you Ning. But outside that, Jankos and Smith, you're more control-y type junglers, whereas I think so many people rely on their mid laners, and Rookie is head and shoulders better than all of them.
Interesting. I think right there, the fact that we have 2 IG members on the list is a testament to the quality of that team, but also, to the conversation around an MVP. When you have that many good players on a team, it's almost hard to pick one off of that squad that is crucial to the success.
Yeah, because you start taking votes off each other, right? When you've got players that are in their role, like nearly the 5 best, maybe with the exception of Clid at this tournament. I mean, not only does it show how dominant it is, but it starts to lend weight to, if it was from someone from G2, like who are you looking towards? Is it Wonder because of his standout performances, although disappointing in others? I think it's a very interesting conversation. Who is the linchpin of these teams right now?
Well, we do have 6 more games to play. Maybe someone will make some big moves today to convince us otherwise. When a perfect run at MSI, though, is on the line, sometimes you need teammates who treat the group stage like a speed run. And then there are the times where world champs exercise a modicum of patience just to say, I'm helping. Presented by State Farm. Huge comeback play from Invictus Gaming, despite the pressure of playing on the big stage. Good guy Jackie Love waits until Ning respawns to secure the Baron for optimal buff distribution.
And now with the Baron spawning, they're going to convert it into a massive objective.
Yeah, they should get themselves the Baron, they should get themselves the Elder Dragon, and I think IG are enjoying the game that much, Quickshot, that they'll just stick around for a little bit longer. Would have been a task to push. You can see that already members of G2 are spawning, so they'll take the objectives and look for another fight. And a pretty crucial distribution of Baron, because normally with a jungler, you don't really care. He's hanging out with a 3, but in this game in particular, Invictus Gaming sent Ning down into that bottom lane and were able to apply the full court press with this particular matchup.
That's been an IG style. Whenever they get that first Baron and start rolling with it, I mean, it's always Ning, like when there's Lee Sin game, finding himself on side lane and continuing that pressure.
Without a doubt. Finally, though, we're prepping for an LCS mainstay, a quiz show of sorts that I'm sure you've all been waiting for. We finally call it... Wait, that doesn't say Jets. That's, I can't even... It's so ugly.
That is right. That is right. It is quick stats, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that a thing?
I just wanted to spruce in a little bit of LEC here, because I've seen Jat's stats, and truthfully, he's not passionate enough because
well, I'm with you on that.
my passion. So let's explain the rules. They're simple. I'm going to pose a question to you guys at home and the analyst desk. I'm going to give you 4 or more potential answers, and all you have to do is pick the right one.
Hey,
Mark, are you keeping up with me? I know it's a bit difficult over there. Right, let's start this one off, okay? North America has not made the knockout stage at MSI in the average lifespan of which animal?
What?
That's right, that's right. Let me give you the animals. A queen ant, a Roborovsky dwarf hamster, a hermit crab, or a short-tailed opossum.
I feel like you're making this one step more complicated
Okay, well, look. North America haven't made the MSI playoffs in 1,093 days.
Right.
How many animals is the average?
As an Australian, I'm more curious to what an opossum is.
That's more than 3, or just under 3.
Can we stay on target, analysts? The question
I think the concern here is I feel like now we're testing our animal kingdom now.
Right. Which of these last
League of
3 years? I don't know.
Okay,
a hamster.
I'm going to go with the hamster. I'm going to say average 3-year lifespan.
I want to crap with a house.
And final answer is a Roborovsky hamster.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, quick stats are so much better than that.
Did you know know, Dash and analysts, that the Roborovsky hamsters are both the fastest and smallest of all hamsters, much like North America as a major region. They are the fastest to be eliminated with the smallest amount of accomplishments. And 1,093 days, 3 years ago, is when North America last made the MSI playoff. Let's move on to question 2 here in quick stats. Something that I'm extremely fond of is dragon-based statistics, okay? I'm a fan. I love my drakes. I've provided some additional artwork while I paint a picture for you.
I wasn't sure what a dragon was.
Close your
until just now.
eyes. Pretend you're a newly born dragon hitting Summoner's Rift. It's a new world. There are ducks and fish and frogs swimming in the river. Which MSI group stage team do you want the most in your game as you look forward to project life as an elder dragon growing up?
Isn't that a Malphite?
Which team? It is a mountain dragon. Keep up. Which team do you want and why? Think about this. If you're a dragon, you're looking forward.
Who do I want?
You want to grow up.
It's someone who doesn't take many dragons.
Okay.
Is he any dragon?
Very good.
Any dragon.
Oh,
does the element matter?
Yeah, does the element matter? Is it only mountain dragons? I would go
The
PvP. They don't care about mountain dragons.
Which team do we want?
PvP, their last time. They got the lead.
Let's find
That'll
out.
be our answer.
You are wrong. What? The correct answer is Flash Wolves, with an average first dragon time of 11 minutes and 9 seconds. They live almost a minute and a half longer than average, meaning you get to
I think that question was worded
the
very
river,
poorly.
meaning you get to grow up. Many LEC fans know that I have founded an organization to protect dragons' lives, and the Flash Wolves, they agree with this. The organization is called StuCod, Stop the Unnecessary Killing of Dragons, and I, for one, am happy to see the Flash Wolves are similarly like-minded. So I do have a few more questions for you, and we are going to look just a little bit deeper.
Hold on, I gotta jump in here. I'm sorry, I can't let this go on any longer. Quick shot, this is an international tournament, and I expect more out of these kinds of segments. Say what you will about Jad or even that robot, but at least it guaranteed or generated something of value.
That is just not fair. That is just not fair. Something of value.
point.
I have just told you how long it has been since North America played. I've told you some stats. Maybe they're not easy enough like the Jet stats you're used to, but you know what? Fine. This has been the fastest international tournament by far, 31 minutes and 19 seconds. SKT has secured the fastest first blood at 39 seconds and fell victim to the latest first blood, as well as having the quickest international game in Riot Games history. This is the first international event that Vi has won a game since the 2013 Worlds. Dash, I know you like Vi, but you suck on Vi. It's been that long since it's won.
Unnecessary.
On average, Impact is the player that hits the fastest level 6 in the entirety of the group stage, averaging 5.53 minutes. Rise is the lowest win rate flex pick at 34%, but you know what? It doesn't matter because Jat stats are all simple and easy. I'm out of here. I'm done. You're not getting any more of my stats.
For the record, I knew all that. I'm just going to throw that out.
I disagree with the second last one as well. Rise is a great flex.
I can
win rates only tell half the
I
story.
can only maintain one fact at a time. So like after the first, just start falling out.
Is he gonna
I
be
don't know
okay?
what he said.
Is he good? Yeah. Oh, maybe somebody should go check on him. Look, I regret everything. I need a break. When we return, we look at that first matchup of the day, SKT versus Team Liquid. We'll see you here in just a bit. What a freaking man. Oh my God. Welcome back to the MSI Countdown, where we're about 5 minutes away from that SKT versus Team Liquid game to kick off the day. And North America goes into day 5 of groups with that all too familiar position. Team Liquid needs a win to control their fate when it comes to the knockouts.
Yeah, the bad news is, though, your opponents are SKT and G2, who have kind of manhandled you the last couple times you played them. And it's those are the 2 and 3 positions most likely. So, outside of having IG in there, this is a very tough road to try and keep Destiny in your own control.
In saying that, after going 0-4 across a couple of days, they came into yesterday's matches and they looked better. They were able to take team fights over Invictus Gaming. They picked up a win as well. This is a lineup that I think is starting to wrestle control of that meta back into their terms, and I'm excited to see whether they can take that next jump and, maybe challenge one of these teams.
And it certainly stinks that they're, always making these crucial errors in day 1s and day 2s. They've addressed that in a lot of these interviews, especially the one where Doublelift comes out and addresses that point of confidence. So I love that. Going into today, not only are they getting better, there's just those uncharacteristic mistakes that they see in domestic, that you don't see in domestic play, are finally getting cleaned up.
Because you can see they're even confused themselves in the interview. He's like, well, you can't call it nerves. We're all veterans. Like, this is a situation that we've all been in before. This is straight underperformance to their standard, self-admittedly. And, I think that the first step is getting that back on track and as a team trying to attack it. And yesterday, once again, I was impressed by how they did that.
Meanwhile, SKT, they're aiming to pull off an SKT Classic by ramping up just as the group stage concludes.
Yeah, so that's going to be tough for us. It's going to be tough for Team Liquid. SKT coming into the tournament kind of cooled down the nerves for everybody. Not only was their drafting poor, but at times Mata was actually just, not even at times, Mata consistently during the group stage has been underperforming.
Yep.
But then you're starting to see not only Clid being armed with strong gankable lanes across the board. Khan's been playing better. Faker's just been consistent throughout. A lot of people say that's silence, but a lot of the times if you look at the stats, he's just been consistently winning out the laning phase. So finally we're starting to see the early games working out for them, and Clid has been paying more attention to that mid lane.
And I was going to say, I love the mid lane on Aurelia. I mean, they had a great game with the Vi and Azir making a lot of plays happen, but I want to see, mid lanes and top lanes, when Clid makes a play, it's not just stabilizing the lane, it's running away from it, hopefully. And I don't want to see him babying lanes and getting them through their laning phases against some of the more aggressive teams. Against Team Liquid, I think that might be fine, but just generally for SKT, I like seeing them on more proactive laners to make use of Clid's great jungling.
Yeah, and a core difference from that G2 game when the SKT went up against them, when they went up against Flash Wolves, it was just clean. They had the early game lead, and the vision control had been solid, completely solid. Lockdown Baron control, they didn't have to start rushing it. It made it super difficult for Flash Wolves because they felt claustrophobic on that side of the map. That's the SKT that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I just want to mention that whilst I've given a lot of compliments to TL for, fixing a lot of the issues, I think SKT are very much on the same track. And individually, they are a class above a lot of the players that they're going to be facing across Summoner's Rift. And that's one of the best ways to, go into a game. Playing a similar style with better players on the track to be ramping up. Whilst we have been incredibly, I guess, we're trying to rate this team against a higher medal because they have won MSIs in the past. They're still in contention for second place, and this is a team that will get scarier as the tournament goes on. I think they have this game.
And in that ramp-up discussion and with the context of this game ahead of them, they are also looking at IG to close out their group stage. Again, suffering a historic defeat against them. I don't expect SKT to fall down like that again. While they might lose the game, I guarantee it'll be a competitive one.
Yeah, and I think that that's where the ramp-up comes from. And this is the game where if you have a strategy, maybe you give it a little bit more of a test before you run Sona Taric. So there could be some funkiness in the draft, which is what I was alluding to before. But SKT are going to want to crush TL, send a message going into the last game of the day.
I mean, the last thing you'd want to do is, have a mistake on the final day when you're trying to get all that confidence. We're talking about G2 likely being able to secure the number 2 seed. If you do go up against IG, you want to have as much momentum as you can.
Without a doubt. For TL, again, the idea of the destiny being in their own hands, we do know that it's an uphill battle or an unlikely thing that they'll take a win off of SKT or G2, but they've got 2 cracks at it to make sure that Flash Wolves isn't even there for a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think for playstyle-wise, heading into this game, I really want Team Liquid to attack the bottom lane, and in specifics, Mata. We've seen Teddy have some great performances on early game 80 carries. Get rid of the Kalista, get something like Varus, Tahm, Kench, and look to set yourself up for success through Core JJ and Doublelift.
That's where they went the first time around. Of course, a little bit of overreaching in the bot lane could spell disaster. So that measured aggression, find those early advantages for TL so that they can perhaps outmaneuver SKT in the late game. To get the final day of groups underway, though, it's time to hand it over to Draco, Zale, and Papa Smithy for Game 1.
Thank you, Dash, and welcome to SKT versus Team Liquid. My name is Jano Dracos, and me and my co-casters Chris Papa Smithy Smith and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley will be doing our poetry reading at the Fat Cat Lounge on Melrose later tonight if anyone wants to experience the magic. But speaking of magic, we are into the magic of picks and bans already. The Rek'Sai taken off the board, Silas no surprises, and SKT not looking to see Sonateric anytime soon.
Does feel like that will end up being a blue side or red side ban for them wherever they go, especially if IG are involved. That one's going to be off the table. The Rek'Sai ban, given that it's a potential first pick, is an intriguing one when it comes to the flex picks that have kind of defined this meta and this MSI 2019. Does feel like SKT can actually flex them across 2 roles, but something like the Akali, which for them was a 1-role special on TL, going to be banned out.
And I think these are pretty intelligent bans actually here from SKT. Rek'Sai was used by TL against IG yesterday, a game that a lot of people were relatively pleased with their performance in. I do think J4 is another one of those top early game physical damage options for Smithy. People seem to have less faith in his Lee Sin. Certainly Clid is incredible at that. So, this is trying to push Smithy away, I think, from some of those early game junglers where he can have a larger impact.
And look, something had to give when no flex picks are banned by SKT. So Ryze would be the conventional expectation, both for SKT and in general with where the meta is at. Something like a Galio could be super high priority for SKT, given their penchant for Galio Lucian and more aggressive lanes, but passing up on Ryze, tricky for SKT, even though it's not a TL staple.
Yeah, and the question for me becomes, is Smithy willing to take the Lee Sin here now? I feel if you do not, then Clid will take it in the following rounds, and I think that is a scenario that T1 is trying to set up here. They are confident against Smithy's Lee Sin, and also very happy to take it themselves if it is left available, since it is Clid's most played champion, one that he is absolutely incredible at. Certainly, TL do have the option of skipping over that and going for something like the Varus as well as Tahm Kench or Varus Braum. That is their bread and butter, but you are then giving jungle priority or feeling over to Clid.
Difficult position to be sure. They have opted to set up that bottom lane for success with a strong lane in the Varus Tahm Kench. I wonder if SKT will respond with some early game picks of their own. Teddy's been loving the Lucian. He's been loving the Kalista.
So traditionally, they've liked the Kalista into the Tahm Kench lanes because you can just pump in the Ren stacks and not actually press Ren until after Grey health comes down. But if they want Kalista, they'd have to take it first round, and it would likely be in lieu of one of these jungle picks. However, they could drop their support, take Lee Sin now. They're kind of caught between 2 options. They just prefer the entire power of the Kalista Galio lane we alluded to.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. If you are really trying to get this Kalista in, I do think you need to be able to play it alongside an aggressive, engaged type support. If they did grab Lee Sin here and they took the Kalista, you could certainly see things like the Galio and maybe even the Thresh being targeted out by TL in bans. But again, TL, they have to kind of make their decision. Are you going to take your jungler here? Instead, it is going to be the Kennen, and they have seemed happy in a couple of these games now to take the Kennen into the Ryze. Yes, it is considered, a losing matchup, but Impact is generally more about pushing side lanes and grouping for the team fight regardless, so I think, that is not going to be the way that TL would win the game anyway, in an extended side lane 1v1.
And Kennen has been a comfortable pick for Impact. He's been able to consistently, make a mark on those team fights, use the ultimate to good success. It hasn't looked like the liability he was kind of expected to be heading into this tournament.
It's one of those decisions that if this was the first day of the tournament, you'd be in there being like, ooh, don't know about this, the matchup doesn't work. But we've seen all the working out. They've worked out their kinks on the MSI stage, and coming into day 5, it does feel like it lines up with what, for example, Liquid Steve was talking about of knowing your own style. He will go into the Proto Belt, he probably won't go into Gunblade, and he'll just itemize into the team fights that TL feel like separates them from victories and defeats.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's about playing your own style, and this Lissandra ban is very interesting to me. This tells me that SKT is looking towards something along the lines of LeBlanc. They may be trying to, kind of trick TL a little bit and see if they can actually draw that sort of a ban. Instead, TL with the Olaf ban here tells me they're trying to set up for that potential Lee Sin pick, take away the last of those kind of high priority physical damage junglers with their first pick in the second round. That being said, we have seen some Xin Zhao from some teams, Boogie notably, playing it quite a lot. So there are still those other options.
But I kind of agree with your first point, Azale, of it doesn't really make sense to not ban the Lee Sin here if you don't want to pick it, because Clid has shown such a level of mastery over the pick that he can reinvent himself whatever the matchup. Notice the Skarner ban actually comes to SKT, a TL special when it came to kind of around the playoff stages. If you want that Lee Sin, Either pick it now or show us you have another strategy to subvert it.
Skarner banned away. Still something we have not seen from TL yet on this stage. SKT giving it the respect, though, after you mentioned fantastic playoffs with that pick. But you can tell TL taking their time, debating on what they want to go for, and it will be the Hecarim now locked in.
Yeah, and this is a potential flex, but very unlikely that we would see that. We have seen at times Kennen move to mid in very specific matchups, but definitely expecting this to be a Smithy jungler. Very likely he will be going up against the Lee Sin. As I said, when you saw Lissandra banned out, you are expecting that to be LeBlanc, and TL certainly should be expecting this. This is, I think, a very obvious set of picks coming through from SKT. It is going to give them an incredibly strong jungle mid 2v2. TL again will be on the back foot in the early stages. We have seen how much they have struggled against these top 3 teams at the tournament when playing the farm to 6 style junglers.
And with the Ghost, you can see that it's definitely going to be the jungle Hecarim like you would have first expected. And on a simple level, Lee Sin can often fall back into the playstyle of farm to 6, then impact the map. It feels like in the last year or so, that was more the strategy rather than just level 3 taking over the game. However, we saw Ning rewrite a game with his smite on a caster minion gank into the mid lane just a couple of days ago. And the fact that Clid has this excellence on it means that you can never pigeonhole him into scaling alongside something like the Hecarim.
And so many incredibly easy to gank lanes for the Lee Sin. LeBlanc, Ryze, the Kalista, Galio combo. So much easy setup in those lanes. Have to, I feel like, keep your eyes on Xmithie to try and match some of this early pressure.
Yeah, and that's going to be very difficult because you likely won't win those 2v2s or 3v3s either. It's going to be so much about tracking and avoiding that Lee Sin, I think, for these lanes, because there's gank assists all across the map, and Clid can take over.
It's almost a priority versus potential to me, because while Ryze will get into a good spot against Kennen, in the early levels you can definitely get started on the side of TL. However, the potential of all that lockdown CC, those gankable lanes, could be big for SKT.
And of course, big stakes for both of these teams heading into the day. SKT looking to secure second. It'll rely on G2 falling short a game, but they need to get the 2-0 if they want to make it there. On the opposite side, Team Liquid fighting for their lives, fighting for the final spot in that bracket stage, in those playoffs, in that best of 5. And for North America to fall flat here would be a massive disappointment to the LCS player base. We've seen how TL have performed under pressure thus far. They are going to have to take it to another level in our first game of the day if they want to match. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, SKT facing down Team Liquid. 1 spot remaining in that bracket stage. SKT have already secured theirs. Will Team Liquid secure theirs here? So many questions in an early game that is set to be explosive.
4 days of play down, 1 day to go, and every team still has a goal of making playoffs. No one is eliminated at the start of this game, so all the action, we're going to have to track it, we're going to have to watch the standings. This is what it's all about in an elimination League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm very excited for today, and already some things worth mentioning here. The fact that Doublelift is not running the TP because it is this aggressive lane. They have elected to go heal on the Varus, cleanse on the Tahm Kench. This is to help. If you do get double taunted up, you can still cleanse and devour that Varus and try to keep him safe, because TL's bottom lane has been punished in multiple games in the early stages, and to me that is where TL has mostly been falling short against these top teams.
And TL's level 1s, I think, have also been very, very defensive. They haven't had the level 1 plans to split maps or necessarily find big leads to begin. And SKT, there's quite a lot going on here in the level 1 to discuss. One thing I want to point out is that Khan has gone after Shock Ryze. It's in a lot more of Comet and Phase Rush. This to me says he might be left on an island and potentially just have to subvert ganks 1v2.
And already seeing some aggressive trading in the mid lane. Both mid laners content trading stacks of Corrupting Potion just to lay down a bit of damage, just to threaten. Could potentially see a level 2, but feels unlikely at this point as Lee Sin is already pathing towards the bottom side.
Starting top side and probably going to be avoiding action until at least level 3. We've seen some very creative stuff when Faker's on LeBlanc and Clid is on Lee Sin. For example, in the LCK playoffs and during the regular season, there were level 2 ganks in the mid lane where Faker started W, took the chain, and then just went for a quick gank. In terms of pathing here, it seems like big buff into big buff is the path here, as vertical jungling enacted by Clid.
And we saw how well Clid and Faker were pairing up yesterday, particularly in the Vi and Azir game. Their coordination there was absolutely on point, and they were able to abuse mid lane very consistently. So looking for more of that from the SKT mid-jungle duo.
And let's talk about the wins that you get with vertical jungling, because right now we already mentioned Aftershock Rise. We noted that, we were a bit surprised by it. We talked about how Khan might have to fight 1v2. Certainly, he doesn't have any jungle priority on the top side. Clid has been jungling bot side, allows Kalista Galio to push up. If you notice, Jensen playing towards his jungler.
But the chain is going to connect, has to be careful. Clid is going to move in. Jensen all but set to fall here. Flash over the wall. Clid does not hesitate to follow up. That's going to be first blood. Clid going to grab it with one more auto, taking down Jensen in the mid lane.
Yeah, making it look way too easy there. Jensen not able to play this correctly, not far enough to that top side of the map. The chains do land. He doesn't elect to actually early flash it. He isn't able to land a Scatter of the Week on the Lee Sin either. Nothing really going well there for Jensen, and he's going to go down.
On a simple level, yes, he was closer to the side of the map his jungler was on, but his jungler was going for a 4-camp clear, and it was only 3 camps into gank by the Lee Sin. That means that, as you notice, yes, Hecarim is on the top side, as is Jensen, but it's not in position to counter gank, so this path doesn't actually allow Jensen to push up halfway down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you know, really to be able to get out of a play like that, you have to be on point with your Scatter of the Week, knocking back the Lee Sin out of the queue, trying to utilize that to actually survive. And, you know, this is a couple times now that Jensen has given up those easy first bloods, you know, against Lee Sin, and this is something that we were worried about going into it.
Absolutely. When we look at Team Liquid against the top teams, they played this slow early game, and while they have been playing slow, their opponents have not been afraid to generate massive leads, to go for aggressive plays, and you can see how heavily it has costed them.
And it was just a very technical level. See the flash bot lane.
He's going to move in, double it, burning down, though, inside the Tahm Kench. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Will manage to survive in the end, but inches away from death.
And remember, this is not teleport Varus, so you know he's going to have to take the long walk back to lane. He will be missing out on quite a lot, and Clid now heading up to the top side. Rune Prison gives an easy setup for this gang.
Empowered Rune Prison. Sonic Wave is going to come out. He's going to immediately follow, but gets a bit closer just to finish it off. Clid grabbing yet another kill.
He was actually anticipating the flash, so actually shorted the Q with just a W, not to take extra turret shots there. Very technical gank play from the Lee Sin, and it was always going to guarantee a kill. Best Impact can say is he holds on to his Summoner Flash.
Things are going from bad to worse, though, in this early game for TL. While bot lane did not die, every other lane has already been impacted by Clid. Eyes are on Xmithie. He's been able to build up a very small CS advantage. Jensen now helping him take the Raptors, but they're going to need more from their jungler if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, they certainly are, and for Xmithie, it's going to be about, again, surviving those early stages, getting to the point where you can have that relevance. But if Clid is cashing in on all these kills in the early game, you won't really ever get to that point where you can match up against the Lee Sin. And you know, if your lanes are too far behind when you're hitting that 6, it's so devastating. And Clid, again, just like last time, is going to take this early lead and turn it into an early dragon.
And that Infernal Drake start is going to be so big for this team, as is so evidently clear from the champions on the side of SKT. I like that when we did see Xmithie and Jensen the most recent time, they were making a 2-man rotation to get something. Yes, only Raptors compared to the kills and potentially Infernal Drake. They'll be finished now. But what we saw from that first gank was Faker and Clid on the same page, Xmithie and Jensen not, and now Faker and Clid back on that page.
Yeah, and Doublelift is very low. I think this is going to be a pretty easy kill for SKT. They're behind him.
Forcing out the Devour. Tahm Kench now has to flash out to safety, spits him right back out. Double flash to flash for his life. Core JJ may just be the sacrificial catfish here. Taunt connects, and he will now go down. The thick scan buys a bit of time, but it is not enough as SKT find yet another kill.
Yeah, no way out of that for Doublelift and Core JJ. They played it about as well as they could to escape, but you would have had to back off earlier, and now not only is it the kill, it's a second turret play going the way of SKT, and they are moving their mid and jungle advantage around the map.
And it just felt like we could call out the SKT champion picks before they were locked in, and it went exactly as we expected. So your question for TL always is, okay, clearly you expected this as well. How will you subvert that? Unfortunately, the desync between Hecarim and LeBlanc, how much is that snowballed further, given that Clid has been everywhere once again?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has. And as you say, if we are expecting this, TL has to be expecting this. And that is where it becomes a question of, okay, what is the game plan? What is the answer you had prepared for this? And so far, it looks like there wasn't one. TL certainly has not been able to match the early pressure that SKT is putting out, and again, they are heavily on the back foot here, as they have been every game against these top 3 teams.
And once again, Xmithie has that farm lead, but how much is that going to mean when every single one of his lanes is starting to lose in pressure? Syndra for now going even, but it's only getting harder, and you can see that Clid has been absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and it's about the gold, though, right? You know, Clid, sure, he is a little bit behind in the farm, but he's still up in gold. He has had that early pressure, and it's not like the experience advantage here for Xmithie is so monumental that he can now take over the game. He does have the earlier 6, so for now, certainly in a little bit of a position of power, but SKT are well aware of where he is, and it will be up to him to try to make some sort of creative plays, or for TL to try to stabilize and look to get into a better position in the mid game, but SKT is likely going to look to 1-3-1.
And now May just looks to engage on the bottom side. You can see how much damage Doublelift is taking just from the combo between the Kalista and the Galio before they commit even any major cooldowns. Difficult spot to be in. It's only going to get harder. Level 6s, yes, strong for the Varus. Good to have on the Hecarim as well, but Kalista, the power to throw that Galio into the midst of an already vulnerable bot lane is only going to make things more difficult if the dive comes through again.
And the CS numbers in bot lane being plus 18 to the Kalista is a flow-on effect of Clid unlocking the map in all 3 lanes, and the turret dives they pulled off in the bot side. It means that even the sturdy Varus Tahm Kench that almost always does what it suggests and wins lane, its only kind of downfall is this level of aggression, and they're not going to relent.
Xmithie has to be careful. Sonic Wave not going to connect. He now knows that Lee Sin is on the bottom side.
Oh.
Quick kick flash coming in from Clid, and Xmithie now has to run for his life. But no, Jensen going to get the shutdown immediately. Good kill coming through. Teddy, though, looking for the follow-up. Xmithie now set to go down. Faker going to try to pick up the kill. CoreJJ has saved the day for now, but Jensen will go down in the exchange. 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, the 1-for-1 trade not too bad there. Xmithie, it looked like he was electing to try to hit the ultimate on Clid instead of just going straight over the wall for the escape. They do get the shutdown, and that is a decent trade, but they will lose their blue buff. They are still getting pressured very, very heavily.
But what I want TL fans to appreciate is that is a sign of why they took this approach to the draft. They were actually in position for the counter gang because topside Impact. I don't think he has the kill pressure to take down Khan. You have to be ahead of the play and read the aggression as if it's predictable if you're TL. So the first few ganks, that didn't work, but this time, notice that Jensen is rotating early.
Exactly, and that's why Xmithie does drop the ultimate aggressively instead of using it in retreat. That was not a failed ult over the wall, but it is Jensen getting collapsed on. SKT's bottom lane certainly has priority. They are able to make that rotation faster and still get the kill back as well as the buff for them.
And things are only getting harder. While it is nice to get that shutdown gold, while Jensen will be a bit more comfortable in his lane, once again, the pressure is still very heavily in favor of SKT. The good news is Impact's doing a little bit better on the top side. Was able to bully Rise out of lane for now, so maybe they can find some avenue to come back.
And you can see Impact is actually roaming down to the bottom lane. He has flash and ultimate. If SKT goes aggressive, they may not be expecting this sort of a lane play. So this is an opportunity for them to go in with the Tahm Kench ultimate, and they're going to look for it.
Team Liquid looking to break the playbook, something that SKT probably did not expect, for the Galio now coming in, maybe just be delivering himself into death. Mata now flashing back. They're trying to peel Impact away. The Kennen might be the first to go down here. CoreJJ going to try to save him. Buys a bit of time. The Callisto Spears are there, but Teddy is not close enough, and the play just breaks.
Yeah, the set-piece play, the all-in attempt. Unfortunately, Summoner's up on Teddy, and his ability to just jump away means no kill actually enacted there. Going to have a pause to slow down the action. I like to see the set-piece play coming through from TL. Clearly with it one they had prepared earlier, but this time not successful.
Yeah, not successful, but I do like that they are trying to make these sort of moves. You can't afford in the Kennen versus Rise to just sit in the side lane and 1v1 the whole time. So Impact knows his teleport is shortly coming up. This is a well-timed out play. His TP was not quite up, but he's going to roam down to the bot. He gets flash out of both the bot laners from SKT. He will now go back to base and have his teleport to answer Rise on the top side.
And one thing I think we should appreciate as well is that the actual champion matchup of Rise versus Kennen, when Rise doesn't see the Kennen for a while, he does say, okay, Kennen's taking a while, but he just tries to freeze and tries to actually get lane control that he didn't have in the first 7 levels. So this is one of the few times where Khan is sitting there thinking, okay, this is good. Yep, I'm going to get this freeze up the top. I'm going to get this freeze up top. And that's he's not actually incentivized to push because he hasn't been able to control the lane previously. So there actually hasn't been, until maybe just as the pause comes in, a lot of threat on the turret plates. That's going to be a lot more recent.
A short pause, of course, we'll be getting back into game shortly. But good that you point that out. Maybe not costing as much as it could have. Rise, of course, probably going to get a few tower plates on the top side as he is pushed in for now. But Impact will have that TP up shortly, can return to the top lane, and I like that Impact is playing for his other lanes, and that Team Liquid is willing to play for Doublelift, who's been put into a disadvantaged state on the bot side.
And Impact, to me, has been the best player for TL throughout MSI. I think he has actually been strong, throughout all of the games here. Certainly not without question. He hasn't had a perfect play, but he has been very solid, and he has been matching up to some of the most impressive top laners in the world here. And the TP, or rather play, does end up costing him a couple turret plates, but certainly he is going to be there to at least pick up most of the farm. And this does perhaps set up Smithy to try to make a play on the bottom side now that both Teddy and Mata do not have their flashes. And that is what's going to tell me if this play was worth it or not, because you have to cash in on those lost summoners, or you just gave over that gold to Rise for free.
Yeah, but for now, unfortunately, no pressure on the bottom side means that the Team Liquid bottom lane does not want to move up and try to contest. They don't have the vision there either, and they're giving respect to the all-in potential from that Lee Sin. Cloud Drake going over. SKT will not be contested there. Smithy does spot it out, but chooses to back away.
Now we fall into a bit more normal, seeing the levels start to come through. Always a treat to watch Faker in full flight. Has got a couple of kills already to his name. We'll see where the game starts to transition. I imagine the next Infernal Drake spawn is when the teleport flank from Impact is going to be much closely watched on both ends. But for now, Jensen pushes out, and we wonder where the next flare point will be in this first game of the day.
And I think one of the tough things here for TL, is that, yes, great, you got those summoners off of Teddy and Mata, but now Khan has TP advantage. And you can see he's actually walking back to lane, so SKT can play very heavily around that. Even if Smithy were to look bot, Khan could easily answer that and look to try to turn that sort of play around. And SKT even do have a couple lane wards that even if in the 2v2 they're pushing up too far, they could be heavily punished by Khan.
But I want to show you that TL have already anticipated that and left the bot lane that looked like it was going to be standing gold. It's a good look from them, so they're going to have to ult away.
Forced to ult away. Impact, though, now needs to run. Has to be careful. Realm Warp is coming forward. Two members right on top of him. He's going to use the ulti, but just gets immediately deleted. Faker now on a killing spree.
Yeah, Faker, well done by him. Another move up to the top side of the map. He collected that blue buff and just goes straight up there, but TL seemingly unequal to the play. And Impact is going to go down pretty easily once again. Smithy also having to use the ultimate, which is another pretty costly cooldown there. And that means SKT are going to continue to stack up these neutral objectives very easily.
Oh, Faker. Poor JJ trying to save the day there, but when SKT have this lead, when they push their vision forward like this, it feels so impossible to enter your own jungle, to even survive in your own territory.
Yeah, the deep ward prepared earlier means that any defensive setup around the Rift Herald is so easily answered, and of course getting a pick before it started made it trivial. SKT is moving their battlefield, and even though TL are making nice counter rotations to try to stem the bleeding, SKT staying 1 foot ahead.
Yeah, and here is this play one more time. Faker up to the top side, already forcing out the ult from Smithy, as he know he would have gone down there. And Impact did not have his flash from that bot lane play, so no real way out for him once the Realm Warp came in. But to check in on kind of what we were talking a lot about yesterday, Papa Smithy, for SKT, they certainly are checking those boxes here again against TL for having a more impressive early game. And you can see days 1 to 3 certainly playing much more slowly. Day 4, yes, it was a lower level of opponent, but they really picked up the pace of the game.
Faker has to be careful there. We'll survive in the end, but this has been an interesting trend, seeing SKT ramp up, and now we might see TL try to make a play of their own. Khan taken out. Good use of the Tahm Kench ultimate to move into that top side and stop the Rise, but it will just be a tower trade in the end as the Rift Herald crashes bot lane.
And this tempo of the push, the speed at which the Rift Herald charge is going to actually amplify SKT, makes it hard for TL to answer this push. They're trying something top side. Faker goes in mid.
Not going to connect though on the chain, so we'll back off on the play, but does force Jensen back. Gets that health bar low enough and that mana bar as well that he can't feel comfortable staying in lane.
Yeah, I mean, SKT are just so far ahead on this play, though. That is 2 easy turrets for them. TL still has not even knocked down the first, and Doublelift is going to have to go back to base, not knowing where anyone is. So that is 2 turrets to 0, and this is closing in on a 5,000 gold lead just past 14 minutes. SKT so far ahead in this game, and it's setting them up incredibly well for this second Infernal that you had talked about earlier. Such an important part of the game, and TL, trying to build up enough items, enough gold to really compete there, doesn't feel like they're going to be able to do it.
SKT trying to reach for that 6,800 average gold difference of 15 they had yesterday. That was against PvB and Flash Rolls and expected victories, while they come in again, favorites against TL, channeling and grasping towards that sort of pace can only serve them that up well, even though all the fans around the world are waiting to see whether they can recreate that level against IG later today.
And it's important because, of course, SKT are not out of the battle for second. They do still desperately want to find that. They want to avoid facing IG in the first round of the bracket stage. Obviously tied with G2, 0-2 in the head-to-head, so they need to have more wins. If it's a tie, G2 will get that second place by default. They need to find a way to pull ahead, and it starts with a win here.
Exactly. I mean, all you can control is whether you win your 2 games. If they 2-0 today, they get some help from G2's opponents, they drop a game, then all of a sudden you do lock in that second place and avoid IG, which really is looking like a death sentence in the semifinals.
One thing to remember is when we had the graphic up before, the kills didn't change a lot between days. I think the turret plate marker that showed 9 turret plates in the early game here, it kind of flows into this expectation of what is aggression in the meta. People have been pointing out the game time not that long, but SKT being called kind of a slower paced team. 9 turret plates is the sign of a team always pushing forward for every aggressive advantage, and that's the SKT we want to see.
And SKT incredibly rewarded by the current meta for drafting a lot of these early game picks. As you said, so much standing gold in the tower plates, but there's a timer. If you're not active and aggressive before that 14-minute mark, you're not going to be getting any of that standing gold.
Yeah, you're definitely not, and TL definitely not in a position to even challenge for that second Infernal, so the advantage is just continually stacking up here for SKT. I mean, Faker's even chipping away at that inhibitor turret 16 minutes in, and yes, it is answered by impact, but you can see how far behind the ball TL really are looking.
Faker coming over the wall, chunking out Jensen. Jensen potentially with enough wave clear here to try to threaten, but Faker just comes right back over. They want to get down a little bit of damage on the tower, but SKT not looking to overcommit. Double Lift, though, going to throw out the ultimate. Perfectly timed there, but Khan with the Aftershock. All but untouchable in that exchange. Clit on the way up as well. Double Lift realizes he's not quite in the situation he wanted to be. Clit going to get him kicked back. Guaranteed follow-up Q. Double Lift taken out.
No way out of that one. Clid keeps his wits around him, doesn't even have to flash to make the play happen. The Aftershock negates those all-in plays in the side lanes. Usually, no Seraphs, no chance for the Rise, but the Aftershock negates it. And now Hecarim, he's already out.
Faker? They get baited out. They thought he was going for one target. He's going for the other, but Impact's going to step forward. He wants a kill of his own, trying to lock up the entire team. CoreJJ moving forward. Jensen, though, on the front lines, also going to be in trouble. SKT will back off for now, sending that Galio back and out to safety.
Yeah, just another great pick there from Faker, and they have the complete run of the map. TL not able to get anything back anywhere. Smithy going down in the mid lane. They're barely able to hold on to this turret, and Jensen low on mana means he's likely going to have to go back home here pretty shortly. So SKT can just continue this pressure constantly.
It just feels like SKT have no fear of any reaction to the proactive plays they're making. Faker has been just distorting under turret to poke people out. There's no counterplay expected, and when the AD carry is split pushing and taken out, you know that the structure of any turnaround play isn't going to be there till after a full reset. No resets being granted by SKT unless TL goes super defensive.
Yeah, and I really do like the way that SKT, even in their builds, is trying to actually push the pace of the game. You can see the Glacial Shroud on Rise, meaning this is kind of that LPL-style build of the Righteous Glory. That is going to allow him alongside that Aftershock to be playing more of a pseudo frontline role. It is more engage and catch in the sidelines as well. And this is Smithy again, getting chunked very low. This was him barely surviving just before Faker was able to double distort in and get that pick on his recall.
The lane ward looks like it's in turret range. It's so deep, but it's what allows Faker to make actually a pretty controlled play on a dive like that. Speaking of Faker, every time we snap out of a replay, he's at least half health someone on TN.
Yeah, and forcing the barrier out from Jensen, it's only going to get harder and harder to survive up against Faker at this point in the game, and SKT are just in such a commanding position. We've seen TL in even games be able to play it out cleanly, be able to play across the map, but right now, there's just really no options for them to make plays on the map.
And I honestly feel like with the dragons that are spawning, there's no hope even of outscaling your opponents, because this is a third Infernal coming up now for SKT. That is such a monumental advantage on top of their gold lead that it really starts to get hard to think of any sort of way in which TL could claw their way back in. So I am expecting TL to challenge at this next Dragon, and I think that has to be where you make your stand and just pray for some sort of a team fight victory.
And again, and with a comp like TL have with Syndra Varus, you need to prep your vision and set up for a team fight you can't re-invade. And actually, if you look at the minimap, TL actually don't control any quadrant of the map currently. That has to change before an objective spawn.
Which makes it even more terrifying, because if it does come down to that last team fight, this is also the battle for fourth. TL need to win games if they want to lock that spot. difficult situation for them to be in if they start to fall behind. 1 game up on Flash Wolves, 2 games up on PvP. Do not want to go into a tiebreaker at the end of the day. We don't even want to talk about the records historically. We saw what happened last year versus Fnatic.
Well, we can talk about them. It's a 0% win rate for North America.
Terrifying spot. Interestingly enough, Mata may have overstayed, and overstepped. Now Teddy is going to pull him right back, though. Has that insurance policy. Teddy happy to pull him out of danger.
And that's one of the few avenues where TL can chase for something is down a lane where the vision is not as important, which we already mentioned they haven't laid. Khan looking in, doesn't know Impact's here.
Goes coming out. Impact, though, just going to Splinter Cell his way out of that one. Does not want anything to do with that fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way they can actually take him down, even in that 2v1. With the Aftershock and the Seraph available, there was always going to be an SKT response, so Impact taking the smarter play there will back off, and TL may try to look for something again. It is so much down, I feel, to this next Infernal Dragon. It's going to be up in nearly 30 seconds, and TL have not been able to establish vision control in that area, as you said.
And they just try to chase, but they have so little vision, and they're spotted more often than not. We saw the SKT had a ward just around that torch near the mid lane. They're pushing in further. His Faker.
Throwing down a little bit of damage. Now the taunt is coming in as well. Teddy keeping his eyes set on the tower. They will manage to break down mid lane. TL grouped up under that tower, holding onto that tier for now. They will clear the way, but things only get scary. Look at that vision. They concede absolutely nothing on this map.
And you just have to love the way that SKT are playing this out. They're harassing from multiple sides of the lanes. You have Faker poking from the left side, Clid on the right side, threatening a dive, and that is just pushing TL off of the towers. And TL now are in a position where even if they try to contest for this, the Dragon is already gone, so there's nothing they're really able to respond to, and you have to give so much credit to SKT and the way that they actually manufactured this 3rd Dragon take.
Ooh. No vision on the side, though, but they anticipate the flank coming. Core JJ going to do what he can to save his teammates, but he himself may be in the line of fire. Faker, though, overstaying his welcome, but will manage to make it out. Arrow not going to connect either. Team Liquid trying to get something back, but they have found nothing yet. Mata has to be careful. Impact looking for the flank. This could be his moment, but the flank is warded out as well. Now the Galio is going to move into the fight. Xmithy goes golden, but it may just be a death sentence for him as he does get caught out. Khan going to grab the kill in the end. Teddy and Khan so incredibly low. Double F trying to get something back. Khan will drop in the end. SKT, though, going to continue to look for the dive. Stepping forward. Faker into the midst of the team. Impact trying to find the disengage, but gets juked out by the distortion and gets nothing in return.
SKT with the Aftershock Rise can actually make this fight happen. Poking for more, stopping the backs, keeping up the pressure. They're just never done. Their foot is so jammed on the accelerator. Here's Clid.
Oh, Jensen has a Tomkinch there to save the day. Clid would have taken that one otherwise.
Yeah, not going to be able to get that kill, but they are going to be able to get everything else. I mean, when you have a LeBlanc that's this fed, on top of Triple Infernal, one of the things I always like to talk about with Assassins is hitting certain damage thresholds. And when you have that damage threshold where you can threaten 100-0 with your combo, the map becomes your playground, and Faker is certainly at this point, and look how tanky this Rise is. Aftershock, plus the armor and health on that Righteous Glory, as well as the Seraphs, means he can tank up and make these aggressive plays.
He feels strong enough to walk up in a guaranteed 4v5 because he knows his mid laner is on a back timing, the sort of thing that really hurt them in previous series. But right now, because it's a lot more calculated, they know their strength, and they know that TL are so far behind.
And now we're seeing SKT do to TL what TL have done to so many teams. We saw them do it to PvB in the play-ins. Once they have a lead, they choke you out, they push you out of the game, and it must be so infuriating for Team Liquid right now to know that there's so much pressure on them and they have so little agency in this game.
And I honestly feel like anytime you are playing a game, despite the Gold League, when you look up and see 3 Infernals, you're feeling doomed, right? And SKT, I think, is giving no options for TL in this game. They are playing it so cleanly. And with this lead, and with the Kalista, I think there's really nothing stopping SKT from playing it out however they want. You can go to the Baron, force a fight there, look for a turn. You can also play this out in a clean 1-3-1 game, avoiding fights. There's not really any hope for TL besides a miracle team fight or a lot of picks in a row that are really pre-set up by SKT's mistakes.
So with that inevitability you're alluding to, Azael, we get to actually see how SKT chooses to play it out and try to determine what that means with future opposition. It's very likely their future games from here are IG in the last best of 1 into a best of 5 against G2 if results go as expected. So does SKT grind out TL, or do they just try to blow them up?
Difficult to be certain, but keeping our eyes for now, they have grouped up. They are trying to get a little bit more control in the jungle. Impact now forced to run. That constant threat, you said it already, Azael, that 100-0 from Faker just looming anytime anyone steps forward. For now, the game is about vision. We'll see where they want to put their lane assignments. Let's move a little bit further forward. No eyes on the Baron quite yet. Jensen Just getting that Banshee's pop. Faker just poking constantly at the armor, trying to find a weakness.
If you look at the inventory, so only a single control ward in the inventory from Khan means that actually contesting the red side jungle vision from TL is not possible right now for SKT. It's one of the few times where actually SKT are going to be forced into some backs, be forced into some reactive play, and TL have actually been able to set up a defensive perimeter that allows Syndra and Varus, admittedly with less items, to walk up and contest.
Yeah, and TL are really trying to hang on to this area. I mean, it's so much about this top jungle quadrant when you are talking about Baron takes. This really is what gives you access in towards checking the Baron pit. If you lose control of this area, you no longer even have the ability to ward out the Baron, to even know if they were attempting it. And that really is the last bastion of hope for TL, trying to prevent the Baron or perhaps stop SKT on a take.
Oh, Sleeper can spawn, but it might be too little too late. Blastcone takes impact to safety. Chains aren't going to connect an inch. Within an inch of death, rather, as that play fizzles out.
Often the Nexus can be an Alamo, but it's the last defense point.
They're going to find the three-man taunt. Now backing off, though, immediately. Jensen is going to get taken down. Faker now unstoppable. SKT, though, hold back. They are not interested in overstepping. They'll take that control of the Baron, and they may just start it up.
Yeah, I think they very easily can just start this up with Teddy. Start stacking up those spears if they want, but they see TL coming in, and they will look for the turn.
Or Core JJ is going to need to save double if he doesn't even have the time. He has to back away. Core JJ is next on the list. Smithy desperately just trying to get some farm off to the side, but it might be too little too late for the entire TL team. Clid grabbing the kill onto Core JJ, and SKT in absolute control. Impact, though, waiting on the flank, has a bit of vision, could try to make a play here to save this game for TL.
He does have Smite, so that is your kind of 1 in a million shot here with the Spellbook Smite, but he's warded out, and there's no way it's going to happen now.
No flash either. Has to be careful. Maybe we'll try to go for the desperation play anyway. It's just instead going to go into the mid lane, of course, with a Kalista and a Lee Sin. Very difficult to contest already. But now Team Liquid will back off, choosing not to contest that one in the end, and Baron will go into the hands of SKT.
It's nice to see the little things. It's nice to see the tracking. Of course, the global notification of the Smite take would have been something that had put Mata on high alert. Impact just smites a minion and moves away. We talked about how this was the Alamo for TL, the last place they had to fight. If they lose control of this, it feels like they're in some ways given up the game. They try to walk up, but the moment Jensen is down, the Realm Warp play is a lot more academic than hopeful because it's a 5v4.
Yeah, exactly. SKT, there's no reason for them to take the 50-50, so they look for the turn, they get the picks, they know they have incredible Baron secure with Kalista and the Lee Sin, so just wipe TL off the map, secure another neutral objective here. That'll be the 5th Dragon for SKT this game, as they have been in complete control start to finish.
Absolute dominance, but Faker overstaying, will still manage to make it out to safety, though that's a heartbreaker for TL. Desperately wanted that shutdown.
The weight of items, guys. Unfortunately, the levels on the items means that the breakpoints aren't there for the counter kill for TL. Faker can back away, TP onto a ward. Now they're looking to break the base on their first Baron buff.
And at 28 minutes, when you have a 12K gold lead, it feels like miracles are the only way the enemy team manages to make it back, and it feels a shame to count Team Liquid out at this point in the game, but feels nigh impossible to find a comeback.
Yeah, certainly so. With how SKT is playing this out with triple Infernal, 12,000 gold lead, you really see no avenue for TL to get back in, and SKT is going to be able to crack the base so easily. Clid and Faker knocking down one inhibitor, Khan uncontested on the top side. This should be a triple inhib. SKT looking to close this one out quickly.
And Team Liquid just seem defeated in the way they're playing. They do not know where to pick. You said the Alamo already happened, and you can see it in the way that they play. They're backing off now, but SKT still going to look to close out with confidence. Teddy going to grab a kill. Galio into the back line, powered up by the Lee Sin. Double lift immediately deleted. It is an absolute slaughter in the base of TL. The triple for Teddy going to look to make it a quadra, pulling through in the end. SKT from start to finish have dominated this game.
Another Kalista game, another no-death game for Teddy. SKT put TL into the ground. They even realm warped some minions to watch it front row seat.
And SKT played this one out to perfection. They had the early aggression. They had the control in the mid game, stacking neutral objectives, a clean Baron take to boot. They really gave TL absolutely no hope in this one. And this is the kind of SKT you want to see to start to believe that they can challenge against that top 2.
And while the game timer might not have been in the mid-25 minutes, what we could see was the turret plates go down and the amount of aggression around snowballing objectives like SKT showed. Like you say, SKT did everything they could against PVB, against Flash Wolves, and against TL to give their fans hope of future opponents, but hope rings eternal until they actually sit in the chair and have to face those 2 big contenders.
Terrifying position to be in, but the good news for SKT is they are currently 1 game up over G2. If G2 loses again to Fongbu Buffalo, they'll be comfortably in the lead, and that's an idealistic situation, but you know the VCS fans are looking forward to it. EU has to be feeling uncomfortable because with SKT looking this dominant, what happens when it is going to come down to that best of 5 has to be on people's nerves.
Yeah, it always is. And I mean, for TL, they now have only 1 more chance to get a win here. They're hoping that people are going to do them a favor and clean up against Flash Wolves to avoid a potential tiebreaker.
It's only hope, though, guys. At this point, that we talked about how they had their fate in their own hands. Now, a lot less so.
And difficult when you're losing games to those opponents that you go up, that you are fighting for that 4th place spot in. But for more on how SKT absolutely dominated Team Liquid, let's hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. You can absolutely say that again. Dominance out of SKT over TL this time around. Not going to inspire a ton of confidence moving forward for TL, again, to grab one of those victories here in their scheduled games to maybe finish 4th.
No, I mean, we were kind of anticipating. I think most of us would have said 0-2 on the day for Team Liquid, but you still want to see a little bit more out of the games as an NA
Where's
fan.
the fight?
Yeah, I mean, they made like 1 or 2 proactive plays. They often came up kind of short, and that's what I think ultimately hurt the most was like some of the ideas weren't bad around the Tom Kench ulting people in and stuff, but they just felt like they're a step slow behind a lot of the other top teams.
There's just waves of information for anybody that's out there that wants to like dig deep and VOD review. This is the game to do it because SKT did a layer of things. The first one was literally splitting the sides of the map, so Hecarim had no way to actually play towards what was their only strong side. Literally the only lane that was going to be good for Team Liquid, nowhere the Hecarim's going to be there. Then he goes mid lane, so it really was just a game about Clid because Faker set him up well for that gank.
Yeah, and I just think that when you have a look at how this game started, this is a full chain landing without flash, without distortion. Faker literally walks at Jensen, sets up Clid, and then Clid visits every single lane and just pays that forward.
Yeah, go ahead, you go for it.
I was going to say, this is why we were saying, or at least I was saying, I want more proactivity out of their lanes to set kills up for Clid, because when you have that setup in a really aggressive, smart jungler, you start to be able to turn all these plays.
And this continues on, and it really does feel like a snowball. The mid lane one, for me, just is the most powerful because Faker had set up that wave for such a long time. And the matchup is, we've seen that one so often. Like LeBlanc versus Syndra is a tried and true tested matchup where it's like, okay, if the lane is tough for the Syndra, then you need to be hovering for the map. Hecarim was nowhere near him, and that was just an easy game for him.
A kill mid, a kill top, a kill bot. It's easy to look at that and say, well, Clid just won them the game there, but that's not the only way to quantify the advantages that he actually garnered for the team.
Because off the back end of the ganks, he picks them up a couple of dragons, and he's able to take down 9 turret plates with the help of the team. He takes Rift Herald as well and starts to open up the map bottom lane. And because of the control he's had already, there's no counterattack for Team Liquid. They didn't have the vision to even be able to push for their first turret. This was really a jungling clinic on not only aggression, but then control and holding it for such a long duration. You know, first 14 minutes of the game just looked like SKT's domain.
Add a CSD of 40 there for Teddy on top of all of that. And it just, I mean, there's just no way TL can come back from that. And that's where I want to come to you, Mark, because we've got that Hecarim jungle again. We talk about looking for early plays, protecting those lanes, or set up for ganks, and Smithy was an absolute non-factor in this one.
Smithy was an absolute non-factor, but you also have to look at your solo laners and like what they're able to play into. Like giving up Ryze versus whether it's IG, G2, or now SKT, giving that up and having Kennen be your answer is a tough position to be in because you're also banning out the other 3 flex picks, so you're not even like trading the Ryze for something else. Everyone knows you don't play Ryze, and when you start looking at like what does Team Liquid actually do with their bans on red side, I don't know if there's a way out of it. And from that position, you can't get good matchups in the top lane, you struggle to get good matchups in the mid lane. you end up in very difficult positions.
When there are 5 good flex picks and you ban 3 of them phase 1 and then you ban another flex pick in phase 2, but you still give over Rise, like what's the point of banning the flex picks at this point? There's 5 of them. You know that they're going to get their hands on whichever one they want. They're not playing the game your way. I would have much preferred, like, play towards your strengths. Give them a good solo lane. You need a good matchup bottom lane. You give Teddy his best champion. Yep. And that game, just through bottom, was going to be difficult for TL.
I mean, at that point, I'd almost prefer that you remove just more of the junglers. Take every single early game jungler out of the equation for Clid, and then just make it more about the lanes.
So, like, the strategy and then the execution. For me,
absolutely.
Like, the execution, SKT recognized what was going to be the skill matchup in the mid lane, the strong point for TL in the bottom side of the map. So, the level 1s of, you know, trading, pushing Hecarim to the top side of the map, suddenly, you know what, Team Liquid doesn't have a lane that they can play through anymore. And then you're thinking about mid lane, Hecarim's not hovering over the lane. So, like, what was Team Liquid's early game strategy when they pushed away from the strength and never fought back?
Well, the problem is that there is nothing they can do. You have, even at level 1, 5 champions are just not as good as the enemy champion. So you have to play level 1 on the back foot. And then early game, Hecarim's not going to be able to contest Lee Sin on first clear. No one can contest Lee Sin, apart from maybe Xin Zhao that we see a lot on the first clear. So you have to play the avoidance strategy. This is where I don't think it's Smithy's fault. If you're being put on control junglers, your lanes need to do better. That's pure and simple. If you're Jensen, you get hit by that chain, you need to burn your flash because there is no way back into the game for you if you hold on to it. Flash late, and then still die. This is something we've seen out of Liquid so often. They're burning summoner spells whilst dead. Jensen used both of his, and that's just so hard to play back into.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately the case for me. Like, I don't think Smithy's playing great, don't get me wrong, but when the draft is that difficult because you're not playing the flex picks the way the other top people are, and then they're not even playing well with the picks you do give them, it's so hard to play from that position.
And that's taking nothing away from SKT, because you still have to be able to execute on the early game and how active they were. We keep saying this team falls into the slow bucket, that they can't go with G2 and, you know, IG in the pace of the game. This game shows the complete opposite of that. They're picking LeBlanc, they're picking Kalista. This is an all-out early game comp, and they smashed TL in the early game.
And to Papa Smithy's point about this team being a chameleon, because they really can play to the early game, and they're showcasing that, you know, it's relevant in this tournament. So that whole question about SKT versus Invictus Gaming certainly is flaring, and that's going to be our last.
Yes. I cannot wait to see that matchup later in the day after this performance from SKT. When we return, though, G2 Esports aim to get revenge against Fongbu Buffalo in Game 2. See if the LAC team can deliver after the break.
Jensen all but set to fall. Your flash over the wall. Clid does not hesitate to follow up. That's going to be first blood. Clid going to grab it with one more auto. And Sonic Wave is going to come out. He's going to immediately follow, but gets a bit closer just to finish it off. Core JJ may just be the sacrificial catfish here. Taunt connects, and he will now go down. The thick scan buys a bit of time. But Smithy now has to run for his life. But no, Jensen going to get the shutdown immediately. Impact, though, now needs to run. Has to be careful. Rumorp is coming forward. 2 members right on top of him. He's going to use the ulti, but just gets immediately deleted. Now the Galio is going to move into the fight. Smithy goes golden, but it may just be a death sentence for him as he does get caught out. 3-man taunt. Now backing off, though, immediately. Jensen is going to get taken down. Faker now unstoppable.
They will look for the turn.
Or Core JJ is going to need to save double lift. He doesn't even have the time. Teddy going to grab a kill. Galio into the backline, powered up by the Lee Sin. Double lift immediately deleted. It is an absolute slaughter in the base of TL.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You wanna go? You wanna go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount.
Woo!
You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
On to MSI 2019, where we are still in the last day of the group stage. But SKT, they kicked off their day with a win over Team Liquid. So I'm here to talk to Teddy. Teddy, congratulations on the win. After a slow start, SKT seemed to have really been picking up the pace and winning so many games very convincingly. What would you say changed for the team coming into these most recent games?
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드리고요. SKT가 조금씩 천천히 시작을 했지만 원래 페이스에 돌아와서 조금 확실한 승들을 많이 가져가고 있습니다. 어떤 게 좀 변했을까요?
일단은 저희 좀 실수 나오던 게 너무 피드백이 잘 돼가지고 저희가 실수 안 하려고 최대한 노력하고 있고, 그리고 픽도 대해서 저희가 좀 처음에 뭔가 좀 잘 못 뽑았지만 지금은 좀 그래도 좀 잘 뽑고 좀 괜찮게 뽑고 있는 것 같아서 경기력이 좀 올라오는 것 같아요.
So first of all, we were making a lot of mistakes, so we did our best to get rid of those mistakes. And also, we had some bad drafts in the beginning of the tournament, so we are coming back with some of the better draft and competitions.
Yeah, this definitely was a very strong draft in your last game. We've also been very hyped to see Teddy finally on the international stage after your performance in the LCK. How have you been enjoying your first MSI so far, and how well do you think you've been playing?
네, 그리고 많은 팬분들이 이제 테디 선수를 LCK에서 본 후로 이제 첫 국제전에 나오는 걸 정말 기다렸고 기대를 많이 했는데 그럼 첫 MSI 지금 어떤지 좀 잘 즐기고 계시는지 경험이 궁금합니다.
일단은 기대만큼은 아직 보여드린 게 없는 것 같아가지고 좀 죄송하고요. 일단은 그래서 남은 경기 그래도 좀 많이 남아 있는데 남은 경기에 좀 기대를 채워드릴 만큼 실력을 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다.
So I feel like I am not playing up to my full expectations, so I'll just do my best to come up with better performance to play up to my expectations around me.
Okay, final question. Now that you've played the Flash Wolves and the Team Liquid already 2 times and they are fighting for the 4th place together with Fangfu, who do you think will get the 4th place and head into the knockout round?
네, 그럼 이제 플래시 울브즈, 그다음에 팀 리퀴드 다 상대해 봤고 그 두 팀이 아마도 가장 강력하게 4위 싸움을 할 것 같은데 그러면 본인의 예상은 어떻게 될 것 같나요?
일단은 T랑 FW 중에 솔직히 누가 올라올지 모르겠고요. 일단은 누가 올라올지 모르겠는데 네, 만나면 잘해야 될 것 같아요. 네.
So between Team Liquid and Flash Wolves, I don't really know, but either one we might have to be facing them, so I'll just do my best.
Okay, keeping all the fans happy. I like it. Thank you very much, Teddy. Congratulations. Thank you, Ji-sun, as well. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks, and welcome back to Hanoi, where the hometown heroes, Fangfu Buffalo, are aiming to keep their knockout dreams alive opposite G2 Esports. And really, when we look at it, a win here isn't really out of the realm of possibility, given that the people that have beaten G2 Esports before are, in fact, none other than Fangfu Buffalo.
That means they are in very elite company alongside Invictus Gaming. So given that, PvB, if they can get things going, and man, it was a level 1 to remember. The last time these two teams faced, the Karthus jungle probably going to be on the sidelines this time from G2.
Unless you want to go for the salty run back.
Oh,
you know, you gotta prove it.
And look,
prove it'll work.
As an LEC caster, G2 are not above the salty run back, but we'll hold on to that idea until we actually see it come through. For now, you see the Galio banned away. Obviously, one of Palet's, I think, most impactful picks across the tournament, and just generally quite strong.
Definitely the case. Rek'Sai going to be taken away by G2. No surprise there. Meliodas was a monster on it last time, absolutely running over the aforementioned Karthus jungle. Went legendary on the pick. This was his first game back with the team after his absence due to illness, and he was so impressive. Certainly the strongest game that he has shown yet at MSI, and we'll see if he can recreate some of that magic for the hometown crowd.
22 KDA when these two teams faced on Rek'Sai. That one on the bench, the Rise, a perennial first pick for G2. Will that be the final ban from PvB?
Interesting to see as well. If they first pick the Rise, it will give Meliodas options to pick up the Jarvan, which has been just probably his strongest pick over the course of both the play-ins and the main stage. Obviously stepped away for the first part of groups, but was an absolute terror on it. So incredibly active in the early game, but when it comes to flex picks, it feels like G2 know exactly what they want.
Rise or Silas? That was kind of the question, but it feels like Rise outclasses, and I would be right up there saying that I believe that G2 are the best users of Rise around the world. They're so creative. They're a team that thrives off mid to late game shot calling and rotational play, and the Realm Warp's just another tool, and it can bring plenty of friends along.
And as you know, the best thing for G2 with these picks is that both Wonder and Caps are monsters on the champion. There's not that one guy that you're saying, yeah, sure, it's a flex pick, but it probably is him. And I do think that gives them so much power in these drafts. Zyra Khan, certainly a very powerful bottom lane for G2. I would say one of their best duos that they have shown. Mickey X, I think, has been such a difference maker across this entire year for G2. And putting him on the Rakan, giving him the ability to choose those places to engage and to have that impact throughout the game, I think really means a lot for this G2 squad.
And while I have enjoyed watching Mickey on Tahm Kench, he has had some fantastic games. Rakan is his bread and butter. He is the guy known to make these big engages, and it's a similar story for Palet on the opposite side. And now with the Morgana locked in, we might be wondering, do PvB have some flex picks of their own, or is this just going to go straight into the hands of Palet?
And while some teams would consider Morgana a power pick at this point in the draft, what I love here is the flexibility it provides, because if you think back to North America, and what the answer was to Zaya Rakan the last time that meta was around last year, Caitlyn Morgana, and the fact that you could use the Black Shield to repel a lot of the CC threat that comes in from the Rakan, and also it could just be a blind mid lane pick, and it's one of the safest overall.
Certainly possible. Morgana Varus also was another one of those more recent duos that was used as an answer to Zaya Rakan. You know, not only do you answer very well with the Black Shield, but when you're going for that grand entrance on the Rakan, you set yourself so easily up for a Dark Binding, into a trap, or into a Varus ultimate in these sorts of plays. We'll see if PvB wants to go for that sort of strategy.
Kai'Sa still open and available. Could be a secondary ban here from G2. Not necessarily for the laning phase, but for the comfort of Big Koro, who has defaulted to it many, many a time.
And it feels like Big Koro plays on another level when he does have picks like the Kai'Sa or the Varus available. But G2 clearly focused on getting their bot lane a comfortable matchup as the Draven Morgana combo has been taken off the board. Now the Caitlyn Morgana that you mentioned earlier eliminated as well. But it does mean that that Varus is up for Big Koro if he wants it.
Yeah, and this has been the most recent answer to this duo in North America. Certainly, you know, has seen quite a lot of success, especially post 6. It's very difficult for Zaya Rakan to actually match up with this. Morgana ultimate follows through with that tether on the Zaya ultimate. That does not break that whatsoever. So certainly you do have the ability to look for these very aggressive all-ins. Flash, Morgana ultimate, followed up when you land into that by a binding, by the Varus ultimate. There's a tremendous amount of potential for that all-in if they can execute well.
A lot of pressure on them to execute well, but now we're going to see what the jungle option will be for the side of G2. Camille locked in. We wanted to know how aggressive this game was going to be. I think that pick tells you everything you need to know.
I mean, this game tells you that if you don't know where Jankos is starting, you have to be so scared in lanes. Look at the gank assist he has. Just like we saw in game number 1 of the day, similar levels of gank assist come through. I wonder if the LeBlanc pick into ostensibly Morgana or a blind pick in the mid lane was try to draw Morgana into mid to remove the Black Shield there in the duo lane and make the Varus even more prey. But if the Black Shield's down, or if it's another lane, Camille feasts on champions, not the monsters.
Absolutely, but on the side of PvP, we see so many comfort picks. We've talked a lot in this tournament about playing your way. Meliodas on the Jarvan, he's been incredibly successful. The Varus Morgana for the bot lane. Now going back to Lissandra, a nerfed champion, but one that he is so incredibly proficient at.
And that's why we have to track, you know, the execution here for G2, because they need these precise, well-coordinated engages. If you are sloppy at all with that engage, there is so much CC on the side of PvP that they have the ability to take down very quickly someone like a Camille who is a couple steps ahead of her team.
And while we might see G2 feast on the members of PvP and get the Camille going, do know a lot of smart things done by PvP in the drop. The Lee Sin banned early, the Rek'Sai banned as well, and they threw in a Hecarim ban. So they banned a lot of physical damage junglers. There weren't many left over, and the only one to not make it a 3 AP top side of the map kind of was the Camille. So they were kind of forced into a pick that could still be their undoing.
See how that affects a very critical game. G2 in the race for second. SKT currently 1 win up in PvP. They are not out of bracket stage contention yet with Liquid's loss in our first game. The dream is still alive for the VCS and for PvB. A ton of pressure on these guys as they head into the game, and for G2, it is revenge. Five games remaining in the MSI 2019 group stage. Here is your second game of the day. It will, of course, be G2 Esports going toe-to-toe with Fongvu Buffalo, a rematch that people may not have expected to go Fongvu Buffalo's way the first time around. G2 clearly here to play.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, G2 has been the kind of clear second so far at the tournament in many people's minds, unless SKT can upset that expectation. So certainly seeing PvP pick up that win was a surprise, and G2 rocking triple IG skins. We'll see if they can channel a little bit of that IG magic here against the Fongvu Buffalo.
So many cheeky little nods with those skin choices. Again, what we're focusing on at level 1 is, can PvP find any strategy to make Jankos predictable? We already saw the IG Camille skin be used by the man himself in Ning to dominate the early game against SK Telecom T1. But now, at least, very shallow defenses from both sides.
And early game domination was the story for PvB the last time these two teams met, and it's no more, or not obvious anywhere more than it is in that jungle matchup. You can see 1K+8 versus 8. Meliodas was a monster. Now he doesn't have the Rek'Sai this time around, but the Jarvan can be just as lethal.
And with no deep wards, notice that even though Camille's jungle clear is not something that's prized, you really don't want to give her a leash because you don't want to reveal what side of the map you're starting on. So Camille will go with the solo start, and then from there, we will watch Jankos' pathing with great interest.
We certainly will, and the biggest difference here for me is not that the J4 cannot compete with that early game of the Rek'Sai we saw from Meliodas in game number 1. It's that Jankos will have more ability to match and answer those ganks and to be the aggressor on his own.
Of course, Camille, very good at those single target camps, so we will see the red buff to blue buff from the side of Jankos trying to split top to bot side jungling. Now interested to see when he's going to go for an early gank here. Not clear if he was spotted out on that ward, but PBB may know. Meliodas not going to opt to go for the counter jungle, instead setting his sights on the mid lane. Lots of gank assist here, but Caps giving Null the respect he deserves.
I think PvP was pretty good against SKT yesterday at predicting some of the pathing of the enemy jungler and some pretty straightforward setups. I think they have here as well. Zeros brawling with Wander on the top side.
And already a bit of aggressive trading on the bot side. Interesting, the Black Shield start level 1 from Powit. So once again, a lot of respect given over for both sides. Just making sure that none of these crazy plays come through. Jankos is on the bottom side. Of course, PvP do know this. The Jarvan is here as well if G2 try to force something.
And I think that's pretty smart, especially when you take into consideration the fact that they didn't know where Jankos was starting, right? If that is a level 2 Camille gank, E-flash in, flash recon engage, and you don't have the Black Shield, you are likely doomed. So that was just giving that respect over to the fact, we don't have the information, let's play it safe.
But damn does it feel bad. No lane presence at all. Going for Black Shield, it's like a Tahm Kench starting Devour. You almost never see it, but given that extra wrinkle of Camille jungle, that real Feast or Famine jungler, I tend to agree.
And now we can see Jankos did try to go for that first gank in mid lane. Ring of Frost, of course, stopping him in his tracks before he could connect on the stun. So Null playing well around the Camille jungle so far, and it does feel like there's a certain degree of pressure for Jankos to find an early game impact on a champion who doesn't necessarily keep up with other junglers in terms of how quickly he can farm the jungle.
But zooming out and understanding how this game is likely to play out going forward, it's actually 1-3-1 on both sides, and PvP have kind of struggled to play out 1-3-1s. Team Liquid, of course, we've talked about their struggles there. The mid lane, PvP won't find anything, but there is a lot of overlap in styles here. This is not the team fight versus 1-3-1 styles clash we've seen in a lot of G2 games.
Certainly one of the concerns, though, you have is not even just the 1-3-1, but the ability for the Ryze and LeBlanc to pair up in a side lane, for a Realm Warp to come in, or a LeBlanc out of Fog, and to utilize those two solo laners to pick off one of these errant solo laners from PvP.
And terrifying, too, when Mickey is on the recon. If Perkz is ever able to solo maintain lane pressure, Mickey will be roaming right into that mid lane. For now, he's got his sights set on Powit. A good binding will stop the play from going any further, but Mickey's still fearless, throwing out autos and getting the Ignite traded back, the heal as well from Big Koro.
Love to see him pumping out the damage with the auto attacks there to make it a one-sided trade between G2 and PvP. I actually looked down all 10 champions, and actually all 10 champions have pick CC. So what this tells me, what this probably means is, given the overlapping comps and the amount of pick CC, the game victor will probably be a sum of wards. Whoever has the vision lead has so much pick CC to guarantee anyone trying to face it.
For now, not a ton of vision, but we are going to see the Black Shield used. Immediately, they turn to the other target for the side of the G2 bot lane. Big Koro getting hit again and again, but the mana bars are running low, so it will be hard for G2 Perkz and Mickey to keep this pressure up.
Yeah, certainly the case, and I think G2 are doing a great job in this 2v2, keeping the pressure on, and it is certainly what you want to do, because as I talked about earlier, post 6 is really where the Morgana of Varus can threaten an all-in, especially if you are bringing Meliodas down and you have that Cataclysm to boot. That is a terrifying all-in, and even 3v3 that they can certainly look to win.
And they're not even looking to wait for the level 6. You see the Lissandra and the J4 immediately moving down to the bottom side, ready to threaten if Perkz and Mickey overstay their welcome here in the bot lane.
It should be mentioned that the lane state in bot goes against what this lane is expected to play out as on paper. You expect the Varus Morg, like the Kate Morg we discussed earlier, to push in, have lane control and grow. It's a small CS lead, so Zion Rakan actually pushing away is the safest lane state for them, as Jankos can't go under turret.
Hookshot wall dive, but will not flash to extend there. Null only level 5, maybe trying to capitalize on the window before the ultimate comes available. But Meliodas here to cover as well, just in case Caps wants to go for the all-in, of course. Cleanse for the LeBlanc, not the Ignite, so not nearly as much kill pressure here, but the level 6 is now there for Null.
Yeah, and thankfully for Null, despite that bad trade, he does have TP available. So even if he is pushed back, he will be able to get back out on the map pretty quickly. And you really will want to try to regain this lane control, shove out, and look to be making plays around the map. You don't really want to just be sitting here. You want to be making aggressive plays alongside that Jarvan, whether it's in your lane or elsewhere on the map.
Jankos now waiting in the darkness. Want to back off. Meliodas there as well. Is he going to try to go for the play here? Mickey, of course, roaming up. A lot of mobility on the Rakan. Could look to commit, but both sides just posturing around the Dragon. I feel like this might be a game where we just see an arena set around that first Drake, and both teams try to commit for a big fight.
No first blood at 7 minutes in a Camille jungle game. Not ideal, but has been able to go CS for CS, so definitely no farm lead generated by the Jarvan just yet. Of course, a lot less build flexibility for a Camille who has to go into damage rather than the Jarvan, who can happily just take the back seat, go Cinderhulk, and be a frontliner.
Yeah, certainly the case, but I do think G2 are going to be still very confident in their position in this game. We know how adept they are at playing out the 1-3-1, something you had talked about earlier. PvP has certainly struggled in the slower game, so despite, draft and champion, kind of strengths and weaknesses here when you're thinking, yes, on the Camille you want to get aggressive, at the same time, I feel unless PvP is really picking up the pace, G2 are just such a superior team at playing out the map, at creating vision and setting up picks in the mid and late game.
And we talked about how the mid game is kind of that point where G2 very frequently come online. Now, after the first game, we may have expected, admittedly, a bit more bloodshed here on the map. But for now, both teams content to scale up. The level 6 is starting to come through. Meliodas getting his. Jankos very shortly going to get the Hextech ultimatum for Camille. And I feel like this is where we will really start to see plays being made.
Stealing away the blue buff, like we saw from G2, adds more pressure onto this Varus and Morgana that have never been able to push over the halfway point in the mid lane. Doesn't feel like PvP have the same answer on the respawn of the G2 blue buff, so will be a double blue buff scenario most likely. And if you keep up that pressure around bot side blue, the turret dives are certainly on the mid.
Ultimate now whiff, though. They're going to move in for it, but they don't expect the Jarvan to be there. TP being committed as well. Perkz has to be careful. Will flash forward. Unsure why that was the call. First blood now coming out. Mickey next on the menu. 2 quick kills for PvP.
And that just had to be a misclick, I think, from Perkz flashing forward there. Didn't look like he was actually able to get any counter kill. No one low enough to look for that. So G2, despite the fantastic laning they did have throughout this game, does make a mistake and get punished. You saw the level 6 come in for Varus, and it was a well-orchestrated play here from the Feng Vu Buffalo down on the bottom side of the map.
I'll have to see the replay to see if he tried to flash blow someone up with the Feather Storm and then just was never able to cast it, but given the order, yes, all we can do is conspicuous. 2 kills go down. PvP do make their play on the bot side, and the Ocean Drake is going to be a nice laning tool to join as well.
Yeah, and that ultimate did actually whiff there from Big Koro, so they do step forward, but the Black Shield was on point, and let's track Perkz here. Yeah, that's just a failed flash forward into the edge of the Cataclysm, didn't even get out. You have to think that is simply just a misclick there from Perkz, and to cast a critical eye towards G2, Perkz and Mickey X have been playing very well, but at times certainly are getting picked off and punished. It is these, mental errors and small mistakes that are costing G2 in some of their games.
Definitely the case, and for Perkz, you have to wonder maybe trying to throw the Feather Storm one way and flash the other, but either way, it turns against him. But still, they're able to maintain pressure here on the bottom side for now, so not all is lost for G2. The Ocean Drake, though, while it may not affect the bot side too much, will be difficult for the top side. Wonder and Cap's going to be a little bit miserable that they have much less kill pressure than they once did in these slower lanes.
And remember that lane priority benefits one person the most. That's Jankos on this Camille, who wants to continue hook-shotting in with a lot of space, not being spotted, and finding kills. Hasn't happened so far, but the more priority you can create means you respond first, you can piggyback off of the hook shot and find some kills.
And I want to see Feng Vu Buffalo just head back to that bottom lane, continue to look for these plays. You have flash on both of your bot laners. Ultimates are available for both of them as well. Neither of the G2 bot laners have their flash available, and that should set up for a very easy all-in when Jarvan is down alongside you. Flash in with the Morgana, set up that ultimate. Guaranteed Soul Shackle means an easy Flag and Dragon, an easy Varus ultimate to follow up.
And an important interaction to remember, you cannot Feather Storm through the Jarvan ultimate, so the flash being down.
Janko's going to move in, though, extending the Hextech ultimatum, not going to interact with Black Shield whatsoever, so that's going to be an easy kill pickup. Pallet potentially next. We'll be able to back off for now. 1 kill going over to Jankos there on the bottom side. Now don't look for a second, though. The stun does come through. That's going to be the double daggers. Pull back on the feathers here, but also Caps on the top side. LeBlanc leaping in, Perks tanking the tower for now, but immediately the ulti comes out, the Cataclysm can't make it out, but may not need to. Instantly the play is turned. Meliodas taken down. Null maybe next. Jankos staying next to the wall, ready to keep the play going, but the Aftershock will keep Null healthy.
And this was just such a great play from Jankos, getting down to the bottom side, preempting any potential gank from Meliodas. Had the J4 been there, it could have been disastrous for G2, but they're able to execute very, very well on it with the hookshot flash, and they get those kills and take away any potential for PvP to pull off the all-in themselves.
And it's such a pleasure to watch G2 in full flight in moments like
Shot, wall dive, Null, where's he going to go? Immediately the binding comes off to the side, Null buying a bit of time. Caps may have bit off more than he can chew, but the cleanse is there. Null now looking to look for the retreat. Pallet on the front line, but Mickey is here. Jankos is here. Null gonna get taken down. Pallet is next. The Soul Shackles trying to run desperately for his life. The double kill coming in for Caps. Big Koro wants to get something back, but he does not have the mobility to chase all of these champions. Mickey trying to buy time, trying to look for those cooldowns, will not get it. A kill does come through in the end. Big Koro gonna grab that one.
Still a trade up overall, and what you have to say is it just feels like G2 plays skirmishes with mobile champions at 1.5 times speed. Reminds me of the lectures, where I would watch the lectures in 1.5 times speed to get through them faster. Some of those slow talkers out there, I should know. But this is just G2 style. Watch the replay here. You were already mentioning it, come bot lane, gank this again. Jankos is there first, and from here, they trade up way more often than they've done.
They certainly do, and preempting that play was so good, and Big Koro now gonna die again.
Big Koro absolutely deleted. Caps now on a rampage. We were waiting. It was a slower game. 10 minutes, nobody dying. Instantly, we see an explosion of aggression all across the map.
They're sniffing blood. They're going where we told PvP to go in the reverse scenario, and that just means that bot lane is a bit all over.
Wonder has to be careful though, running for his life, will flash out to safety, the phase rush speeding him away, but Zeros getting down a good bit of kill pressure here on the top side with the power of that Proto Belt.
Yeah, and there's no CP available for Wonder, so he's not even going to be able to actually come back to lane. Zeros trying to check for any sort of lazy recalls, won't be able to stop Wonder, but you know, G2 across the map have been just faster on setting up the play, so that is the biggest thing here for me. The fact that they recognize the weakness down on the bottom side, they recognize their vulnerability, and they preempt any potential plays from PvP by getting aggressive. And here's Mickey X just being annoying as possible, spotted him with the sweeper, so he'll delay the recall at the last possible moment.
And now PvP know that the lane swap is coming out. Zeros will see what his next move is for now, but things are only getting harder for Null in the mid lane. While he has been a good contributor to the team's kill in that bottom side, hasn't been able to get anything else since then, and Perks and Mickey are only continuing to look stronger and stronger with those first item completions coming through.
And with the Cloud Drake spawning, they're happy to give up bot side control to take the Rift Herald in as bloodless a fashion as possible. Does also mean that Zeros no longer can overextend away, so I love the map rotation here, given the cost is just going to be a Rift Scuttler and a Cloud Drake, or first access to a Cloud Drake on the bottom side of the map.
Bad news is, of course, that the Morgana and the Varus are able to get first access there to the bottom side tower. They've taken 3 plates quite quickly. The last 2, of course, are going to fall down much slower overall. But Perks now uncontested on the top side, getting free farm and getting solo XP as well.
Yeah, with the turret plating post 14 minutes, that armor reduction is going to be gone. They're going to be able to knock that down very easily. So they do get first turret. You know, G2 will be able to respond on the other side of the map, but again, this is them playing away from that 2v2 that is advantageous to the Fengbu Buffalo, and G2 certainly showing a very high level of understanding of where they are strongest, how to actually manipulate the lane assignments to avoid these disadvantageous matchups.
A lot of people on this map who want to manipulate the lane assignment away from the LeBlanc. 4-0-0 already. Caps popping off in the early games already has quite a lot of control, and it means that even in a usual kind of denial matchup for the Lissandra, Noel has to watch himself, and if the Aftershock is never procced, if you're never actually in range of the Ring of Frost, could just be solo killed instead.
And while it looks like the gold is quite close, Caps, of course, individually pretty substantial lead with those 4 kills in the mid lane. And we are now approaching that point that we've already talked about, the mid game, where G2 do come online, where they start to be able to use that map mobility, those quick reactions, that 1.5 times speed you were talking about, Papa, to make some incredible aggressive plays. But it looks like PvP may be looking to make a play of their own. Meliodas now stepping forward, the flash, instant cleanse, Caps looking for the Cap Jack compression, now trying to juke him out, walking away. Mickey X is there to body block, but Mickey X might be the one to go down in the end, does get taken out on the backside by Big Koro.
Yeah, PvP tired of being ran around the map, so they group up, they go for the engage, they don't catch Caps, but they do get Mickey X, and now Wonder!
Locked up, thought he'd be able to make it out to safety, but now he's next on the list. He's gonna get taken down. One more auto, Null's gonna get it in the end, and G2 overstepping.
Yeah, G2 getting a little bit sloppy on the rotations. They're looking for the dive.
Drag forward, Meliodas now gonna be in trouble, but not locked up under tower. Zeros is here as well. Whose ult is he gonna take? Gotta keep eyes on the Silas. Where's he going to go? Jankos does just barely manage to make it out. Flashes over the wall. Perk trying to lock down with a bit of CC. Caps here as well, but PvP in total control in the mid lane for now. Mickey now returning. G2 will try to hold on. The wave clear is going to be enough, and Caps continues to threaten forward, but has to be careful as well. Null not going to take the claw there. Zeros now on the retreat. Mickey, though, constantly threatening. So incredibly squishy, but still so unafraid.
And turn it into an objective for PvP. You have to admit, caught G2 napping. Wonder particularly not playing around an area where they had any priority. 2 control wards, spotting his rotation up, interrupted, taken down. Nice moment for PvP.
Caps now running though as the binding does connect. And all here in the mid lane as well. High enough level now, has enough wave clear to just delete the wave, but now wants to step forward. Caps on the backside though, just deletes Big Koro! No, looking forward, but Caps immediately dives his backline.
It's just unfair. The man is too good. That was so sick, finding the kill onto Big Koro there, who without the Morgana around and no magic resistance is easy prey for Caps.
And you gotta love some of the symmetry of 500 gold, 5-0 and 0. He has the 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Caps popping off, does it more often than not.
And this is the point where you are scared as PvP. I love the play they made in the mid lane where they come back to contest G2, but Caps being online, Caps being 5-0 is frightening for any team, and especially Fongbu Buffalo. If they do not focus, Big Koro is going to get picked off every single fight.
Yeah, and Pallet essentially needs to be glued to Big Koro. This has to be a buddy system game. You need the Guardian, you need the Black Shield to be able to keep him alive, because he cannot afford to actually delay his build path and pick up something like a Hex Drinker this early on in the game.
Absolutely not. And Caps just gets scarier and scarier because, well, even through the Black Shield, it looks like he's approaching that one-shot threat. We saw it last game with Faker. We're seeing it here now with Caps as well. Once you can 100-0 somebody, never again will PvP enter the fog of war comfortably. Zeros, though, potentially the exception to that. Has a bit of magic resist, has the shielding and the Silas kit as well.
The 1v1's actually pretty bad for Silas against LeBlanc. Steal of the ulti doesn't provide much. LeBlanc can burst him in 2 rotations more often than not. So it's not ideal lane assignment, but it's all they have left. G2, we get to see the replay there. The fadeaway chain. 2-chain play, beautiful to see. And Caps just walks around and feels like G2 just group up in whichever lane he's in, and that's where they find their advantage.
Yeah, I'm really of the opinion that when you have someone that's this strong in the game, they become the shot caller. You do whatever allows them to be in a position to succeed. Caps is in such a monstrously strong spot that whatever lane is best for him, you're going to give him. Whatever wards he needs, you're going to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Caps.
There you go. Just hop in the backpack, Papa Smithy. We're all along for the ride.
See what the rest of the team can do to set him up for success. You mentioned Vision, Mickey clearing that out on the top side, making sure that Caps has that highway to move between lanes uncontested and unafraid. Of course, a binding could still spell death, but he has the cleanse up and available, so in a position to just continue to dominate.
And it's going to be about the layered CC for the Fongbu Buffalo against Caps. And, you know, that is where it gets difficult because LeBlanc is so evasive. Yes, you may be able to hit that binding. If the cleanse is there, you have to be lightning fast on a Root or a Varus ultimate or a Lissandra ultimate. It has to be one, then another immediately after the cleanse comes through.
But something PvP should realize, you look at G2's comp, kind of sucks at taking Baron. They have no one tanky on the lineup to tank it up. They have a good amount of damage, sure, but LeBlanc's can do many things, blowing up Baron, not one of them. So picks around the map first. What's important, Meliodas steals away the red buff. This game is so much about being caught in transition rather than the actual arrival. It's the journey, not the destination.
And you can see Mickey giving that the respect with the choice of the QSS, but for now, G2 just threatening the play. They see the Infernal Drake. They're not interested in giving this one up. They are ready to commit to a full 5v5 if necessary. Zeros on the top side.
Yeah, he has his teleport, but he's got to get down here soon. And PvP taking control of the area. Zeros now TPing in.
TP coming through. Now Mickey X is going to try to interrupt the engagement. Null's in the middle of the team, already doing so much damage on Lissandra. Wonder running through, but Caps going to delete Big Koro. The 80 carry already gone. Traded on the opposite side. For now, PvP in control. 2 for 1 in their favor thus far. Pallet stepping forward with the Soul Shackles. They're going to lock up Mickey X. He QSs and tries to make it out to safety. The dash, the leap away, but it may not be enough. Jarvan chasing him down. He'll use Caps to make it out to safety. The second dash taking him away, Wonder on the backside, but PvB take the fight.
They take the fight, but they need to get back to this dragon and secure it. You don't want to be over chasing and wasting too much time. You want to see them grabbing that Infernal. That is the big prize to take after a fight like this, and G2 will have to be careful now. QSS and Cleanse both used during that fight, so another one would be dangerous, and Zeros is looking.
Stepping forward, has to go back though. Luckily gets the reactivation there on the stolen distortion to make it out to safety.
Very tricky, but in the Pandemonium, the Infernal Drake is picked up like commanded for Azale. That time PvP were able to outskirmish. When you see the replay here, they're able to make it into a scenario where G2 will lose a lot of their cooldowns defensively, and after the TP, Jankos is in 2 minds.
And look at Perks going very far forward into this fight. He had no flash from earlier, so posturing that aggressively as Mickey X is on the other side of the fight, he does not have much protection, and he is going to go down quite easily. And then after the QSS and Cleanse are used, Mickey X and Caps are able to make the escape here, but just narrowly, as one more bit of crowd control and either one would have meant their death.
And Palace single-handedly burning both forms of Cleanse on the opposite side. You can see in this last team fight how much damage the Lysandre is actually able to do in these group fights, and how the Camille just ultimately was not a part of that fight, locked up and taken out before Jankos could actually have any impact.
I mean, more and more members are going to have to start paying that QSS tax. You are seeing how devastating that crowd control can be from the Fengvu Buffalo. That is what happened to Jankos there. You get Lysandre ultimated up, you get burst down. Perks has now picked up a QSS. Mickey X has one. And other members of G2 may have to consider investing into it.
Caps now stepping back, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. The flash out to safety, no Cleanse, as you mentioned. Caps desperately trying to escape. Redemption coming through, and they see him burning. They want to chase, but the Q not going to connect. Caps just barely making it out.
They're actually going to give up on the chase here. We talked about how this game with the overlapping comps was likely to be a sum of the vision line. Vision line for PvP is definitely much more on point than what G2 have. They have one deep ward behind the Baron Pit. Otherwise, G2 have not been able to actually get control wards on multiple members and start to attack the vision line. And like we mentioned with Pick CC, that needs you to bring a friend or two as well.
And I feel like we have to give Fengvu Buffalo so much credit. Normally when we see a 6-0 LeBlanc, it's a nightmare to play against, but they've been so smart and so patient about how they move into the G2 jungle as a team.
Yeah, this is back-to-back games now that the Fengvu Buffalo are challenging G2, who has been such a standout team at this tournament. And they are 3 dragons to none. They are slightly ahead in the gold, and they have a composition that can fight head-to-head here with G2. They have the ability to answer side waves. They certainly have shown they have the ability to straight up 5v5, so we'll see if G2 can find the picks, can spread the map, and perhaps pull PvB into a game that they don't really want to play.
Ocean Drake unlikely to force one of those picks, so right now you're kind of staring at the map, zooming in and trying to understand where will that next piece of action take place. Now, the Baron is, of course, a very obvious answer there, and the vision control around both sides is going to be important. As long as Big Koro is escorted, you feel like PvP can set up just fine around predictable objectives. With only one on the map, it's very, very predictable.
Now both teams posturing around that Baron, as mentioned. A brief pause in the action. PvB, of course, fishing for that engagement. PvB, the Miracle Run, the dream is not dead for the VCS lineup. Of course, needs wins, needs other teams to win as well. It is a bit out of their hands, but it does start with them beating G2 and beating Flash Wolves. And an even game at 23 minutes is a good start.
And even after all that, they would need to actually pick up a tiebreaker win as well. So certainly it would be the true miracle run for PvB to be able to get out. But I think even just performing well in these games is something to be very proud of for the VCS. We saw them be able to take down G2 at Worlds last year. We have seen them taking down G2 already once, and they have definitively proven, I would say, that they are the strongest emerging region, over these last couple of years.
One of their home fans, they want to find something. Do notice they've lost control of vision around Baron to make this push mid.
Now it doesn't look like G2 are even interested in contesting, but no, Caps on the backside may just try to find a pick. Could get a fight started off that G2 want. And while we talked about 1-3-1 coming through for G2, they just haven't been able to execute it yet. PvP grouping and forcing so many plays.
Yeah, they certainly are, but you are seeing the inklings kind of begin to kind of shape for G2 as Wonder was staying down on that bottom side, and it is now Zeros who has to go respond. You can see the pushing top wave as well that, again, PvB will have to respond to, and Caps is sitting on this pink ward there just out of vision because he's looking to set up a pick
Pallet, so much damage coming through for Caps. He's gonna try to retreat. Caps now backing off, has to be careful. Perks is here. Out comes the ultimate, trolling back. The shutdown though, going through a beautiful arrow, and Perks is now in trouble. He's already burned the QSS. Meliodas going to commit to the play. The rest of G2 is here, but it's Null on the backside, ready to keep this one going. Mickey's still alive, Perks still alive. Now it's Wonder though, dishing out so much damage on the backside. Null buying time, but Zeros is here right on top of Perks. He's gonna grab the kill. The Lysandra passive, gonna do more damage, gonna force the GA out of Yankos, but Null gonna get taken down. The triple kill coming through from Wonder. He may look to clean it up. He may just look for the Penta. Wonder going to get 4. Now going to look for the 5th. Can he get it? Wonder. Will he find the Penta kill here? The Quadra. The Penta for Wonder.
The absolute pop-off from Wonder here. Pentakill in what was such a close game. Wonder on the rise, taking over.
The fight starts out of nowhere. It's just a pick onto the Morgana, but everyone joins. Summoner's up, ready to fight. Tails up, and Wonder's the one who's just too good. The replay starts ages ago, it feels like, as Pallet could have just been popped. The defensive flash comes after the attempt to re-engage, and when Caps goes down, PvP says, this is our time to fight.
And that was a great ultimate from Big Koro. Flashes over the wall, finishes off Caps with that piercing arrow, but then Big Koro is quite far out of the fight. You can see at the top side of your screen, he's not able to rejoin, and they have to wait for Zeros to come in.
And that's why G2 pick up multiple kills. Big Koro out of the fight, Silas late to join. But when Silas rejoins and Big Koro is free hitting, you wonder if this is the moment. But as he channels his Q, he actually does no damage, and Wonder is under no threat to clean up the Penta.
And just a fantastic team fight overall, and you can see Perks, he got picked off, but more than happy to sit back and watch his top laner find the Penta in the kill, or Penta in that one. And from 0-1-0 to 5-1-0 has to be a good feeling, but now Null is the one who's in trouble, not gonna be forced to use the ultimate. Caps though continues to get scarier and scarier as we move forward.
And this is actually the point where the comps are starting to come unglued from PvPs. If you play 1-3-1, now no one can answer the items of LeBlanc and Ryze. The Ryze is out of nowhere, commanded both a pick build with the Spellbinder to catch up and the Void Staff to complete, and we already knew that LeBlanc was huge in this game, so to find 2 people to answer these 2, best of luck.
Absolutely, and you can see the entire team running. No, the CC is going to connect onto Wonder. Zeros is going to step forward as well, getting the fight kicked off. Now going to steal the Rakan's ultimate. The quickness coming through. They're trying to turn it back. Zeros has taken out Mickey X. PvB still alive, still unscathed. May look to continue to extend the play. Have to be careful though. A lot of burst on the side of G2, but a lot of low health bars as well. Caps just dissuading the engage.
That Rakan ultimate was gorgeous from Zeros there. It looked like it was going to be a poor engage, that he was going a bit too far. Instead, he's able to find this beautiful ult through so many of the members of G2.
One of those times where Silas ends up being the better Rakan. Doesn't happen all the time. That's sometimes re-engage.
Trying again. Perks now in trouble. The cleanse comes out. Caps though firing shots back at Meliodas. May look to pick up another kill here. Jumps back. Wonders on the front line. We could see a triple kill scenario. Yankos on the backside. Caps still uncontested, but Zeros grabs another one. Shut down onto Wonder. Steals the ulti away. Dashes to the side. Beautiful footwork, and now it's Yankos in trouble. Big Koro uncontested. Null moving forward, and G2 are falling apart.
G2 are just getting knocked down one after the other. This could be PvP looking to take a significant advantage in this game. They're heading towards the Baron. Assists are being pinged, but there's not a jungler on either side, and Caps is still alive. We have seen him pull off some magic in this tournament around the Baron.
That was definitely a Mammoth Koro moment. He was able to free DPS so strong. He's on the Baron now, but Mickey X comes to check.
He wants to check it. They know that it's been started. Caps needs to find a way into the pit, but the health bar is low. Absolute disaster potential here for G2 if they cannot contest it, if they cannot stop this Baron. 4K and dropping. It's getting lower and lower, and Big Koro is unafraid. He's not afraid to step forward to do damage where it's necessary. Caps may try to get it. Null goes over the wall. Caps, can he get it? He's buying time. It's getting lower and lower, though. Meliodas there on the backside. Nothing left. PvP will grab the Baron. They will pick up 2, and they are in absolute control.
Massive set of plays there for PvP. They pick up every shutdown from G2, and it's all off the back of this. Caps looking to poke forward here, but Meliodas, Pallet, Big Koro grouped up. Zeros comes in from behind, and Perks has no ultimate. The QSS, not enough to keep him alive.
Zeros, the most headstrong Silas we've seen in a long while, but then Big Koro upgrades to Mammoth Koro. He can frontline with the Black Shield on him, able to take a secondary kill, and they get the exit kill on Yankos as well.
The Black Shield goes up, he stands and fires, and he is wiping G2 off the map. Look at the damage coming through here from Big Koro. Absolutely monumental, and he is at such a strong point in the game now, ahead of Perks, and has so many items. The GA has even been picked up.
The on-hit build maybe never gets stronger. He went into Wit's End that allowed him the confidence to walk up, and then you have the Rage, but it's kind of like a death cap for the on-hits given the Phantom hit every second auto. So the moment a fight starts and Varus warms himself up, gets his Kinsu Rage Blade stacks, Black Shield later, oh boy.
And another pick. Mickey now caught out once again. Null on a killing spree. That last fight, Null wasn't even there. He's looking to make up for lost time, but Perks now gonna be not in the fight. It's Caps actually trying to find the takeout. We'll just continue forward. PvB in absolute control, set up to take down this tier 2 mid.
Yeah, I mean, with Mickey X down, you have to call Wonder back up. Wonder making the move back to the side, but Zero's looking for a dive.
Line. Perks has to be careful. Zero's locked up, but he's going to steal a Xayah ult of his own and just walk away. Zero's absolutely popping off these exchanges. Tanks an extra tower shot. Now they're looking at the inhibitor line. PvB ready to push in, ready to grab more here. They're going to break the inhibitor. You can hear Vietnam and Hanoi going wild for the hometown team, and rightfully so. It's a 6K gold lead. It is absolute control for PvB.
And they have the side lane waves already set up. As you can see, they're going to join up to this top lane wave. Supers will start to spawn in that mid lane. And PvB are looking to press in on G2 here. They want to up the pace.
And with all the advantages on the solo lanes, they can't make them, but here we go.
Mickey now fishing. Null not even going to take it. They don't bite off more than they can chew. PvB slow and controlled. Immediately turn that engage around.
And the crowd control was perfect from PvB. They wait till the QSS is out, and then Big Koro nails the Varus ult. PvB looking to crack a second inhibitor and close out this game potentially.
Caps locked up, looking for the 1v1 off to the side. Oh! Allen with the predict. Ignited, and goodbye to Caps. Goodbye to G2's hopes in this game. The dream is alive and well. Perks holding on for dear life. Yanko's coming in as well, but the base is set to break. Null's TP coming home. PvB have the backup in the base that they need. They have the fans behind them. And G2, after that first loss, they wanted revenge, but PvP say, not today. We will find our place on this stage.
And found it they have. The crowd erupts as the hometown heroes here, the Fongbu Buffalo, knock down G2.
We walked on to cast these games and we said it feels like there are a couple more left turns before group stages are over. They get to hold their heads up high in front of their Hanoi crowd. They're only 2 victories over G2, one of the favorites for this tournament. Fantastic execution by them. They were just straight up the better team.
And not just Big Koro this time around. The entire team coming together for this win. And Zeros in the play-ins, we expected so much from him, and we never got to see it. But in this game, in those team fights, the Silas was an absolute monster.
That was no hesitation. The amount of times he found Perks with the chains and then just problem solved himself away with whether it was a Xayah ultimate or a Khan ultimate. His playmaking was top tier.
It was absolutely incredible to watch, and while you can certainly write off the first loss that G2 had as this jungle matchup, it's just Meliodas taking over. This one was a full team effort, and this was well and truly PvB outplaying G2 in the team fights, out skirmishing one of the very best teams in the entire world.
And incredible, because now it means that the PvP dream is alive. Yes, it requires other teams to win in certain situations, but also for SKT, they are that much closer second. They now have a game lead. So much is happening here on the final day of MSI, but the State Farm Analyst Desk is ready to give us their thoughts on that Fongbu victory.
Thank you, Dracos. Fongbu Buffalo. What? 2 wins over G2 now here in the group stage at MSI. What a performance out of them. We did call, or at least you did, Spawn, for a victory out of this squad today. But it wasn't against this team.
Yeah, maybe not the team I expected to pick it against. I thought they were going to take down Flash Wolves, but this is why the team is so exciting to watch, because they just don't take a step backwards. This game looked like it was getting out of control, but then they just continue with the pace of it. They look so at home in these bloody games.
Yes.
They run over the top of G2.
They're just a growing team, right? When Meliodas came back yesterday, we thought they were going to be much better than today. Didn't think it would be this much better, but man, I love the fact that they just keep grouping up, keep skirmishing, keep fighting, and this mechanically, they've just gotten so much better.
They're disgusting, especially Pallet. Like, the amount of bindings he was landing and, like, the foresight of knowing where to shoot them and stuff was so good to see.
And it wasn't just a win from start to finish, where maybe they got a few kills early on. This was gold being picked up by both sides of the Rift. And in particular, it all came from this bot lane.
Yeah, I was ready to start this one off by saying, you know what, Jankos and Caps are back at it again. Just making Pallet and Big Koro's life a living hell, because they stuck to the bottom side of the map for a good while.
Yeah, they certainly did, and this dive in particular just shows individually, the skill level of the G2 lineup, juggling turret aggro, getting everyone else, reading the rotational play coming through from Fongvu Buffalo. And at this stage, I was the same. I was getting ready to, continue to celebrate Caps and the growth of this European mid laner, but I mean, the resistance and the ability to come back from a deficit was well and truly on display.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely one of those beginnings to a game that felt pretty good. There was one misplay before that replay that rolled where Big Koro misses ultimate and then G2 gets a little over aggressive. But like, it felt like everything was going well for them, and especially with Caps, who I think started 5-0. It felt like, okay, well, the best player on their team is now fed as hell, so this is probably going to be a pretty good game for them. And it was the fact that so many fights were breaking out in other places. It wasn't just like these big 5v5s all the time. It was like skirmish here, 3v3, then a 3v3, and then 2v2 over here. Made it so that, like, it wasn't like Caps could kill them all at once.
Yeah, I think ultimately we saw a problem with G2 that SKT were able to completely fill, right? Remember when SKT went up against G2, like SKT was losing their advantage, but since that point they've been able to retain it with strong vision control and being able to hit their composition. G2 had a pretty good 1-3-1. But they just got caught up in Fongvu Buffalo style, and LeBlanc left the side lane. Rise picked up these fights, and sure, he got a pentakill out of it, and he was feeling pretty good. But don't play towards the VCS team's play style here.
No, don't do that. Well, or do it for the pentakill, but then get back out into the side lane. I want to get into the meat of this game. Those skirmishes all throughout the mid.
And this is, once again, just like the highlight reel is happening everywhere. You can see Wonder on the top of the fight. But eyes were on Big Koro as he rejoins, because he's at this stage just the machine gun Varus that can stand and deliver and dish out so much DPS, like really well pointed out by the casters on the broadcast. But Wonder looked like he was in control at this point. Went into this team fight 0-1-0, comes out of a 5-1-0. Very nice play.
Best kind of team fight for a Rise where you are never anyone's focus. There's, oh, they're killing my support. Oh, they're killing my top lane or my bot lane, and you just get to run around and pick everyone up. Like, that was the ideal Rise team fight. But the problem was it didn't stop there.
And fun fact. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, I'm so happy we have a term for these games now. The happy games that
Very
keep
happy
breaking
game.
out on Summoner's Rift. Because it looks like the players are enjoying themselves.
They
and
are.
This is the question that I have for both IG and G2. Is when you're enjoying yourself this much, can you actually regain control of it? Because, we've talked about the fact where coaching staff and stuff comes in. Both of these teams have now bought so heavily into PvP. Remember, they took 2 Nexus turrets off IG. Now they've beaten G2 twice. Stylistically, this seems like a pretty good matchup for Fongvu.
You got to be able to rein it in. Fun fact, though, only other time someone has gotten a pentakill and lost on the international stage was Fnatic. Reckless versus RNG at MSI 2018.
Thank you, Quick Shot. Very good quick stat there.
You're welcome.
So if you're a European fan and your team gets a pentakill in international play, start panicking.
Yeah. Hit the panic button. We saw, obviously, a G2 victory there in the mid-game team fight, so we have to jump ahead to the turning point for PvP. 3-for-1 here, 28 minutes in. Same exact spot on the map.
And just not enough awareness of where Saros can be coming from. He just finished clearing a wave down the bot lane. There's some vision control around Baron that was going on. And then, Perkz just walks a little bit too far forward and gets caught out. They ignore Caps and go right through him to the AD carry. And then from there, with Perkz down and Caps kind of forced onto the back foot, they can keep charging through this fight and picking out kill after kill.
1,000 gold shutdown for that Silas there. But this PvP squad, I think we have to acknowledge how much they have impressed us throughout this tournament with Meliodas back in the lineup.
Yeah, it's nice that that was the case because it was mostly Pallet making the plays past the play-in stages, and then Zhu Hao, while he wasn't a detriment at all, it just was they were losing matchups quite frequently, and so a lot of it came down to synergies that lasted during the split that had been lost, and it felt like finally being able to regain that, utilizing all of the lessons they've learned from scrims and the first few days came through.
You threw Pallet's name out there. He picks up MasterCard Player of the Game for this performance. Again, kills going every which way, but kind of a centering force here for this squad.
And in such an aggressive game, to be able to play a ranged support that should just be, picking for something like a LeBlanc once 5 kills have been picked up, like it just was such an impressive performance because you have to be able to have some modicum of control over it. And so many of these team fights did come down to his ability to be able to read the play.
And I think it bodes pretty well for them to pick up a win here. I mean, you heard them talking about it. It's not exactly in their control to be able to find their way back into the actual race to get the 4th spot. But with how well they played today, like looking ahead to the Flash Wolves games, like this feels like something that they could actually do.
And not only that, we said, you know, this is a team that could potentially decide groups. Well, now they've given SKT complete control of their destiny. G2 find themselves that game behind the Korean lineup. Of course, they still have to get through IG, but if you are an LCK fan, that's a very crucial win for Fongbu over the European lineup.
Oh, without a doubt, already a big shakeup here in the second game of the day for what is a very exciting race, both second place and fourth place. PvB, they keep their dreams alive of making it to the knockout stage. Up next, Flash Wolves look to keep their dreams of a home game in Taipei alive as they face off against Invictus Gaming. We'll see if they can deliver after this.
Yanko's going to move in, though, extending the Hextech ultimatum, not going to interact with Black Shield whatsoever, so that's going to be an easy kill pickup. Pallet potentially next.
Big Koro
This
now
does
going to
not
die
stop.
again.
Big Koro absolutely deleted, trying to juke him out, walking away. Mickey X is there to body block, but Mickey X might be the one to go down. Has enough wave credit just to lead the way, but now wants to step forward. Caps on the backside, though. Just Big Koro! The triple kill coming through from Wonder. He may look to clean it up. He may just look for the Penta. Wonder going to get 4. Now going to look for the 5th. Can he get it? Wonder. Will he find the Penta kill here? The Quadra. The Penta for Wonder. Beautiful footwork, and now it's Yanko's in trouble. Big Koro uncontested and all moving forward. And G2 are falling apart. It's goodbye to G2's hopes in this game. The dream is alive and well.
To change the world of gaming, you have to go beyond what's next. Break boundaries, make history, and force the universe to take notice. The world's most powerful and most upgradable gaming laptop with Intel Core processors. The Area 51M defines the future of gaming.
You're back, and just in time for Invictus Gaming versus Flash Wolves. Obviously, a very exciting matchup for. Thank you for some. It was scripted. It was a scripted woo, folks. LCS. While Invictus Gaming looked absolutely unstoppable, it's important to remember that Flash Wolves had one of the best chances to upset IG last time around. We saw it, huge gold lead, a Kayn that was doing nothing in the jungle. Everything looked like it was going great for the Flash Wolves.
It was one of those happy fun time games from IG. Remember, they kind of set up their draft, and we were all sitting in the caster room saying, oh, this is the Ning Kayn time, and that was where we saw Ning break out the Kayn, where the Shy was 0-7-7 on the cannon top at one point. They were trying a lot of stuff. We didn't get a real impression of what IG versus Flash Wolves with a more conventional draft would look like. Now IG kind of in this scenario to try a lot of stuff again. They're going to be playing in best of fives before too long. They're basically locked up the top of the table. So what IG we see, it's almost like we could kind of throw the darts at the dartboard and try to work out what IG are feeling for this game.
Yeah, it's really hard to know, but based on the fact that IG, despite already locking in first, took a very serious game against TL and, played a very strong game against them, dominating TL yesterday. It led me to believe that they did care more about closing out these last few games cleanly, because that felt like a game where they might mess around if they didn't care about getting the 10-0.
And now I'm curious to see really how serious IG. You already mentioned the dartboard, and I wonder if it will be that crazy pick process. Will we see the full IG skin team? Because I think at the end of the day, while this game, it's just the 10-0 for Invictus. That's really all they're playing for is personal pride. Whereas for Flash Wolves, this game is hugely important. The race for fourth is very much alive after that Fongfu Buffalo win. We thought it was a 2-horse race. It's now very clearly a 3-horse race, or a Buffalo horse and a wolf race. Whatever you want to do. It's a menagerie. I'm not sure exactly how to describe it.
The animal harem excluded, but focusing in on what we do see, we just saw the race for second opened up by the big victory for Fongfu in the previous game. The race for fourth, which is that last playoff spot, is a really intriguing one. It's not just simple. We usually, we always make it to the bracket stage Flash Wolves business. Remember, they will be playing in front of their home fans in Taipei if they were able to make it through to the next stage. And that's something they talked about in the opening tease to group stage, that we were going to be there. After a day, certainly was looking very off the cards. Flash Wolves had a really slow start, but from day 2 onwards, they've been building. And while you come in thinking IG are big favorites, Flash Wolves are not out of the race.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, despite the fact that they did end up falling down to IG last time around, they were ahead 4-5K. They had a double Infernal advantage, so they certainly had themselves in a position that they could win.
Now here we are, ladies and gentlemen, heading into Champion Select for our third game of the day. IG on the blue side, Flash Wolves on the red, swapping places in from their previous game. Jace, no surprise to see banned. Rek'Sai limiting some of Boogie's champion pool. I wonder if this is the first game where we'll see his Xin Zhao banned away, because he has loved going for it every game.
I think Boogie, when he's been unlocked to be aggressive, has been actually really impressive. I think that's the way that translates easiest from solo queue. I think that's where they found their advantages. So I just think he should wait for the enemy jungle pick to be locked in and then find something that has a combat advantage over it, because if you have that advantage, you can be a bit more creative about your paths and not be a slave to what the enemy jungler wants.
Yeah, exactly. At any time I feel like you're letting IG set the pace of the game, it is going to be so hard to keep up. These guys have such strong laners, and Ning is such an aggressive, such a talented mechanical jungler who certainly can match and outpace really anyone here.
And the question is, will he go for something that's going to be aggressive in the early game? Will he fall back to something like the Kayn that we saw last time around? The Rise limited, 3 flex picks taken off the board. IG aren't going to have the best options. Sylas, though, of course, still up and available, a champion that got nerfed heading into the tournament, but honestly has looked so incredibly powerful over the course of the group stage.
Yeah, we'll see if Flash Wolves do want to respond with Aurelia. That is kind of the other notably absent flex pick so far. You could be looking to grab that up. They do also have the ability to take something like a Jarvan, which I think has been successful for a lot of teams who do want to be able to have that early game power you were talking about, Papa Smithy.
No Jarvan Galio duo, but the Jarvan to get a physical jungler is very important, given that almost every team is falling back on magic damage. Solo laners, now at least the Kai'Sa's actually what they prize, trying to find Betty, some of his team fight royalty. And other teams might have considered Zyra Khan in this spot, but just happy to go the Kai'Sa that certain teams have really prioritized.
And of course, if we can move into the mid game in an even game scenario, I'm excited to see how Betty and Jackie Love face up in skirmishes or team fights, two incredibly powerful AD carries, and often have been the center to the tension on both of these teams in the tournament. But it looks like we will have at least the Rakan locked in for now. I thought for sure we'd see the double lock, but some playmaking in the hands of Bao Wan.
That'd be very likely. I think we will get the Zyra Rakan. Certainly, this is a duo that is going to be exceptionally strong. And Kai'Sa, despite the fact that she is a strong
late game carry, without something like a Galio or a Tom Kench paired alongside her, you do feel that, hey, maybe this could be abused. We did see Morgana as an answer last time. Something you had talked about yesterday was the Nautilus as an answer, perhaps to have that kind of guaranteed CC or counter engage, but it's interesting to see the Morgana kind of absent here after we just saw it work so well.
Kind of have to pick your poison with Galio and specifically Tom Kench off the board. Teams have tried Braum, that didn't work in this tournament, even though the Feathers interaction is a preferential one. I was really calling for the Leona. That's, of course, the one that we used to see in old school matchups, but teams with high mobility champions on both sides have been skipping over it. The Nautilus has the Leona flavor of just trying to catch someone like the Rakan, who is eminently squishy through most of the game.
And certainly what they have in these first 3 picks is ability to start fights, right? The Nautilus ultimate, the Jarvan engaged, Kai'Sa to follow up once those plasma stacks are applied by that guaranteed CC from the Nautilus.
But for the Flash Wars playbook, what's the next step? It's to not fall too far out of contention in the solo lanes and make the game predictable to get to a team fight phase.
And no surprise to see the early game jungle pool limited in that case, as the Lee Sin has been taken off the board. The last flex pick that you talked about, Silas already picked up, of course, but the Aurelia taken away. So Flash Wolves trying to limit some of the crazy picks that can come out here for IG, whereas the LeBlanc on the opposite side has been the ban, now followed up by the Orianna. Big sign of respect over to Rather.
Yeah, Rather has been playing this pick, I think, to quite good effect, and we'll see if they want to take, Page out of the Boogie's book, perhaps, and go to something like the Xin Zhao if they are really trying to reach for another physical damage jungler.
On the side of Flash Wolves, they need to blind pick something. Don't know where the Silas is going, and Kennen is at least eminently safe. Rather's champion pool is a lot of kind of conditional champions. He doesn't really play the flex picks at the same strengths of other teams, so it makes a lot of sense for him to get the overall last pick. Remember, that was occupied by Ning on the red side against Invictus Gaming in the first round, Rob.
Another pick I'm looking at here, if they want to play a fast-paced game, is the Camille. They have already shown it before in this tournament. Certainly something that regionally has worked very well for Ning.
And while we didn't necessarily see the strongest late game from G2, of course, the early game with that Camille Xayah Rakan trio was incredibly powerful, but we're now going to see the Nico locked in. I feel like most likely going into the hands of the Shy on the top side of the map.
And if they do want to diversify that damage portfolio, Hecarim is up this game and will be a physical damage jungler. Not really a Ning staple by any means, though. So if you're going on name power, certainly the Camille's your first thought. Will they pivot away and say, to hell with that, and go a different approach? This would be very different.
Wow. It's very different. All right. Well, the one man who's consistently mixing it up in these Flash Wolves versus IG games is our boy Ning in the jungle, and it will be the Ivern now locked in. And Flash Wolves, I'm not sure if they're entirely prepared for this one, but they were hovering over the Cassio. In the end, they are going to lock it in.
Yeah, very surprising to see the Ivern actually coming out here. This is more damage on their side. Ivern, certainly a very different look from Ning, who is someone who is really highly prioritized, extremely aggressive picks in the LPL as well as here internationally, and wondering if he wants to turn it into a little bit of a happy game.
It's not a first-time Ivern, but Ning is 0-1 career on the Ivern with no KDA to speak of, so they're definitely trying something, guys, and this one, it's not physical damage either.
No, it's definitely not, but Ivern, I do feel it's one of those champions that you really have to have strong mastery of and a strong understanding of to actually be able to perform well. We saw, even famously Peanut trying to actually swap to Ivern when it had been very meta, and that not working out for him, despite the fact that he's an extremely talented jungler.
What does Ning do? Get in your face and contest, and you can't steal camps walking up and channeling as Peanut showed us on the MSI stage in Rio de Janeiro 2 years ago.
IG showing us something new in their games to close out the group stage. Of course, 2 more for them. The first one up against Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves close to finding a victory the previous time these two went toe-to-toe. And while for IG, they are just chasing that 10-0. On the opposite side for Flash Wolves, it means so much in the battle for 4th. 1 spot remains in those playoffs. That 4th place spot, 3 teams fighting for it. PvP slowly rising up. Liquid struggling in their first game of the day. Prime opportunity for Flash Wolves to find an edge here, to find an advantage, and potentially be able to take the game.
And unlike last time we saw the Shy playing this matchup against Impact, it is going to be Glacial Augment. This should be the Super Soaker Spooky Ghost that we saw Impact actually showing off, and certainly looking like it was fairly effective there.
They do have the ability, you always have to take in consideration, the extra buffs that can be donated to the team with Ivern. If they are able to get topside control, things like donating a red buff to your top laner becomes a reality, and that is certainly something that can give you a very strong 1v1 advantage.
The Dunk Master showing off his moves. Important to note that Ivern, likes to invade wherever possible, wants to go for a path where he can get a big buff, steal it away with Smite. We do see that Cassiopeia is definitely going to have priority on the side. So it's a Cassiopeia buff in the patches since the playoffs, just a bit of mana tuning between the abilities. We will watch on with interest to see how much of a power farm Ning is going for.
Yeah, and Cassio is such an interesting pick to me because you do have the ability to deny some of those engages with the miasma, but if you are not able to actually do so to stop Baolan before he can get in on top of you, you certainly can get run over, CC'd up, and knocked down incredibly quickly.
Will also limit the ability to take the opportunity to follow Ivern in if he is able to land that route. Now we do see the early invade coming through. Ning may not be ready for this one. Of course, has the smite available. Will just take it and walk away. Power the Ivern. Doesn't even have to give them an opportunity to contest.
Yeah, and Boogie now put a little bit behind the curve. He's going to have to walk back at a leashless.
Level 1 coming through. Betty taking a lot of damage here on the trade. Aftershock mitigating some of it, but Betty now trying to fire back in the trade. The Ignite comes out. Oh! That is a big Acathian Rain. Jackie Love wants to get the kill. The heal's coming out, though. One more stack on the Plasma. Jackie Love has to back off, and what happened?
Yeah, that fifth hit there. The Plasma stacks came back up. Chelsea able to apply another one with the hook. They had the press the attack, also procced, and Betty flashes forward the Acathian Raid. There was no minions for it to hit, so all of that damage was going straight onto Baolan. And here it is one more time.
Baolan and Jackie Love were feeling up for brawling, but as you walk in, notice Chelsea starts with the Aftershock proc, and we talked about that synergy between Nautilus and Kaiser, still present at level 1. 2 abilities that proc the Plasmas, and Rakan's base stats, they ain't so good, and he's dead.
Instantly taken down, and now an advantage to the bottom side. Betty, a guy that we always look at when we talk about the Flash Wolves, now put in a position to make an impact, but Chelsea gonna leave him alone as he backs off, and now instead setting his sights in the mid lane. Keep your eye on the passive and the hook as well. Rookie has to run for his life. Ning on the way in, but the jungler is here as well. If Ning tries to commit, he may go down too. Boogie gonna get the knockup, and another kill going down for Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolves off to an amazing early start, and just like last time, it's someone from IG dying at level 1 in a fight they opted into.
Shades of Sword Art, one of the best roaming supports of all time, as Alistair never forget. Jumps on the Norse, level 1 Nautilus continues to pay it forward. They knew there'd be no vision around this area as Jarvan was working on the scuttle earlier on the bottom side control. They get the TP back into mid lane. Things coming up. Flash was in a big way in the early game, 2 games in a row.
Fantastic early game thus far. I love the callback to Sword Art, and especially when so much is on the line, when the chance to play in Taipei in front of your home crowd is there for the Flash Wolves. Absolutely massive in the early game as we look at a very fantastic run from Chelsea.
Yeah, and unfortunate timing for Rookie going forward into not expecting Chelsea to be there whatsoever, and despite the fact that Ning is around, Boogie coming down meant certain doom for Rookie.
Needed a full team play to make it happen.
Here we go again.
We're gonna connect. Jackie Love flashes out to safety. The flag and drag is there. Jackie Love all but dead, running away with his life. Desperately trying to make it out of this one. The Acathian Rain one more time. Betty's gonna grab it.
Everywhere he goes, the Midas touch for Boogie this game, and Ning is on a champion that cannot skirmish. As we know, they look like they're very practiced against this pick, and really hats off to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Flash Wolves tracking him from that level 1 with the invade, pushing the advantage, knowing that Ning is not going to be online and ready to take these sort of fights at this stage in the game.
There's a hook going on bot side, but we also have to check the trade in the mid lane. Ning there to back up with a shield, but that's about all he's contributed thus far this game, and still rather remains unafraid. May want to back and try to pick up an early tier or lost chapter here in this matchup. But Rookie, seeing the low mana bar and the low health bar, takes the opportunity to push for more aggressive trades.
In case you're wondering at home, this is Emax for the trade damage on Rather as his Ning.
Good sidestep. Root not going to connect as well.
Sometimes I forget to get less excited when the jungler is Ivern.
He could have gone for a flash Q.
It's nothing like hyping him up when he walks out and goes, woohoo! Like, ah, yes, very exciting, truly.
I mean, the insane mechanical play for Ivern is eating yourself, flashing on them for the slow, and then queuing them.
Oh,
that's where you get advanced.
I'm watching for that one. Thank you.
You have to.
One interaction that I do want to track as we move forward is Nico copying a melee champion if taking the Ivern route will put her in melee range, which could potentially be a fantastic ult setup in team fights. Now, this is not a duo that I have seen yet, so I'm interested to see if that is something that IG try to pull off.
Lane spot's really horrible here for Rookie. That's why Ning walks up. Again, Emax, which was buffed Now you can spam those Twin Fangs with less mana penalty on the Cassio, and that is the skill order that Radha is taking. Does mean that he has less AoE to control the wave at times, but he just wants to stop Silas from free reign in here.
So to take a step back and talk a little bit about some of the things that Ivern will offer later on, you're looking at Jackie Love, who's having such a fantastic tournament, and Ivern certainly does provide a lot of peel, a lot of protection for this AD carry. Bao Lan certainly will have the shielding. You have the additional shielding from the Ivern, Daisy offering the knock-up as well as additional crowd control there, and Ivern can really become a very effective team fighter, also very adept at pressuring turrets because Daisy can be used to actually tank up a lot of those turret shots, so we'll see what Ning can make with this pick.
You're throwing out the analysis bombs on Ivern, and I appreciate it. I just think that he wanted the champion closest to Bob Ross for this happy fun time painting, and Ivern certainly fits the bill.
We'll see how many happy little clouds he gets the opportunity to paint. Unfortunately, it will be the Infernal
Happy little
spawn
brushes.
at this point. And Balon has to be careful here, or does he? Ning, waiting, standing in the brush menacingly as Dunkmaster Ivern. The root, of course, is going to matter a decent amount of damage if he wants to go for the shield as well. And now the follow-up is there. Balon going to get 4 the knock-up, but still, the Spider-Man and the input buffer more is going to pull Xiaoxi out to safety, but Jackie Love's still going to finish for the kill, the heal. Now coming in, Boogie on the backside, though. Jackie Love taking so much damage. Pulled back, but Ning already tanking the tower. Boogie there to punish. Balon next. Challenging Smite comes in, but the Shy is here as well. The root going to land. Boogie going to get taken down. So incredibly low. Can they find the kill? The knockup is there. Rookie steals away the ultimate. Another kill to follow, and IG striking back.
Yeah, IG able to pull a rabbit out of the hat here, losing so heavily on the bottom side, but despite that, they're able to skirmish their way out of these disadvantages and utilize that TP from the Shy to great effect.
And the team play of IG in full effect is such a pleasure to watch. Both lanes outroamed their opposition. TP came in first and Radha was outroamed from the mid lane. That means they have first access and go 2 for 1. A slender lead, but a welcome one.
And just an insult when you are the one getting your ultimate stolen away when you're level 4 for the Nautilus. But we take a look back at how this play unfolded.
Yeah, going to be able to lock up Xiaoxi, but they just don't really have a lot of damage in the tank to actually, fire back. And Betty stepping a bit too far forward into Jackie Love, trying to take down Bao Lan while Jackie Love is free firing on him. But then this hook from Xiaoxi was great, and Boogie arrives.
And it's just the extra information of first access teleport and Rookie already in position for the turret dive. Comes in really nicely played by IG, but they needed to make a play like this because all previous tempo was advantage Flash Wolves.
Certainly was, and that ultimate from the Shy looked like it was so close to missing.
Literal pixels
it's like
off. It had to be
pinky
pixels
toe
off.
of Jarvan was still in that, and it's going to do full damage, maybe.
Technically counts. And now IG's bottom lane. It's interesting to see how these plays have unfolded because despite them being put in a deficit in terms of kills, they're actually staying quite even in farm. And Betty now has to be careful because there's a bounty on his head. And you know that as we get later in the game, IG are going to look to cash in.
It's a very different type of Xayah Rakan lane because usually when you have Nautilus support, your AD carry at all moments is worried about being ulted. This is actually just a kill the Rakan combo where you can apply that Pasma, keep him in spot with the root into the multiple forms of CC and take him down and actually keep Bao Lan accountable. But for now, at least, watching Ning, level 7, walking up. First Infernal Drake control goes the way of Flash Wolves.
And you can see Rookie now with that double buff. One was donated over from the enemy blue buff, now getting his own red buff, something that you're not normally able to have the luxury of, and is granted to you with this Ivor, and so certainly Rookie going to be thankful for that additional health regen, shrug off some of the poke, and also have some better trades.
A difficult spot now for Cassio as well, with the stolen ultimate there too. Has to respect the potential to engage. Silas, of course, will face her as he moves in though, so feels like one of those matchups where whoever ults first might just lose out. A lot of tension in the mid lane, and IG now looking to find some backup. Rookie not afraid to step forward, but Boogie waiting off in the wings, ready to come in here and ready to collapse on this IG lineup if necessary.
It's kind of interesting to see how Ning is actually employing Daisy here. You can see he's using it much more as a scout. He's essentially walking Daisy through all these brush in the river that they didn't have wards in, and that is a very intelligent play, making sure that they're not going to be face-checking into this Jarvan and getting caught off guard.
Now the collapse around the Infernal Drake. It seems like both teams very aware that this is the objective. Ning, though, now without Daisy, will be in a bit of a difficult spot if a fight does break out in the next minute or so. Now, once again, the attention is on the bottom side for the Flash Wolves, trying to put as much into Betty and Xiaoxi as they can. Balon has to be careful, has to respect the hook, but is backing behind that creep wave and is going to walk away.
A lot of predictable entrances towards this Infernal Drake fight means that no one will end up fighting. Teleports down on both top laners, despite them having pretty overlapping effects in team fights. You were talking about how the AP Nico is basically Kennen in a lot of ways when it comes to team fight impact. So because of that, in the 1v1 though, the Shy should have a lot of shove options because you have a lot of ranged push on the Nico that you have to get into melee range and pass through the minion wave as Kennen to make work. So because of that, expect the game to be played under Hanabi's turret more often than not.
Yeah, certainly the case, and that is where that Nico auto attack passive becomes very powerful. You can see right there that's demonstrated. The third hit outranges Kennen's autos.
And now Ning is going to try to fully make his way out of there as Boogie commits the ultimate, but burns the flash in the process. Ivern, of course, not necessarily notorious for that 1v1, especially with the Moby Boots itemization.
For a lot of matchups, you're kind of trying to work out what's the minimum expectation. For me, if it is Cassio picked into Silas, it's some sort of lane control, not getting roamed on, just having a health bar advantage. A solo kill, very unrealistic, but being one turret plate down and going CS for CS, for now at least rather, hasn't really found much out of the Cassio.
And rather, of course, not a guy that we necessarily expect to dominate lane, known, of course, for his team fighting proficiency, but still in this matchup, do expect to see more from him, do expect to see those larger advantages. Of course, though, when you put the nameplates back on, tough for anyone to match up one-to-one against Rookie.
Exactly, and to his credit, you know, he is still going even. He is going to be that team fight threat. This is a Cassio who is going to scale very, very well into the later game stages, and IG pressing on this bottom side, trying to get the first turret, but it's actually the Flash Wolves who have taken the Rift Herald and they're looking top.
They're getting more things. The Infernal Drake hasn't been started just yet. They're going to jam the Rift Herald instantly, but mid lane,
Rather now going to be in trouble, has to flash out to safety. Glacial Augment will not connect on the back of that Super Soaker, and Rather will walk away for now, but a few more tower plates going to go in the favor of IG, and a lot of gold going into the pocket of Jackie Love as Rookie maybe forced to retreat back there. The CC connects. Rookie, is he going to try to come in for a battle land on the backside, and they are just going to try to delete Hanabi. Cannonall for Cannonall, taken away, but Rookie will use him as a highway to escape on the back of the Abduct.
turret dive there, super aggressive. This is a very IG move. Notice that so many teams around the world take the free Infernal Drake. They want stats now, not stats later with percentage scaling. So they're trying to get as many turret plates as possible, but they're going to lose their entire inner turret and top.
They certainly are, and I mean, Flash Wolves are just funneling all this gold into Betty. He's the one getting all those solo turret plates from the first turret. He's the one getting all the solo gold from the second, and look at that lead between the marksmen here, 1,400 ahead of Jackie Love, largely off of this little string of plays.
And now they have to keep their eyes on this Kaisa as we move forward into the game, because that is a huge damage threat. Of course, the Shy's lane lead is fantastic to have, but if the Kaisa is allowed to roam free or put in a position where she doesn't have to face the stronger members of IG, could be an absolute terror to deal with. And Flash Wolves doing very well so far in the early game.
And the downside is if Kaisa gets a full reset and can run to Infernal, that just means that IG were not able to get as much as Flash Wolves, and they don't even get the Infernal as a fallback objective. It was so free because the enemy team was playing largely topside, but the battle lines have changed. That's what happens in League of Legends. Every back and ward timing changes where teams are strong, and right now there's going to be an actual fight around that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if IG is willing to commit to it. They don't have a lot of their kind of playmaking utility, no flash or ult on Rookie or Baolan. Baolan's ultimate will be up soon, but those are really kind of the main primary forms of engage. Yes, it can be Shy coming in with an ultimate flash or something along those lines, but we'll see if they have the confidence to try to just establish vision around that area either way, because Betty is in such a strong spot. He has all his summoners, and Xiao Si does as well.
See if they want to fish for the engage here. The Void Seeker going over the wall, trying to scout somebody out. IG, though, looking surprisingly comfortable playing in this Fog of War. Will donate it over. A second red buff into the hands of Jackie Love.
The scout.
Went with the Daisy. Xiaoxi now forced to run. The slow is there. Daisy just being obnoxious thus far, but all Flash was waiting over the wall. The ward will spot them. Daisy deleted before the fight even starts, and IG may back off here, but with the pressure in mid lane, they're feeling a bit more confident to move up.
Yeah, the positioning around this Infernal is so important. Ward battles will continue. Flash Wolves would have to come through the front door to make this play happen. A couple of poke damages go down to Xiaoxi.
Yeah, Xiaoxi's sitting at level 7. It is a pretty scary prospect to try to go forward into Rookie, sitting at that level 11. Yes, the Aftershock will give you some resilience, but as that expires, you are going to get knocked down quickly. So you need to make sure that when you go in, your whole team is in a position to immediately follow up and capitalize on that window of power.
And while Jackie Love has the luxury of using the Featherstorm to dodge out on Xiaoxi's ult, the stolen Nautilus ult is not the same story on the opposite side. And Betty gets ulted. He's going to be taken out of the fight, at least temporarily, and potentially knocked down with the amount of backline threat Rookie can provide. The gauntlet has been laid, though. Hanabi looking for the flank off to the side. IG starting this one up and slowly but surely taking it down. Bushes are being laid down, trying to hide as much information as possible, but they're on the Scuttle Crab. Baolon, fake Baolon, rather, now pretending on the top side, hoping maybe the Flash Wolves will step forward. Now the retreat's coming out. The hook is going to go wide. The Prey Seeker, Flash Wolves just going to step forward and try to take this one. Ning not even get the chance to steal it. Beautiful use of the grounded to stop any follow-up. Rookie now stepping forward onto Rather. The knockup is there. Knockup traded back on the opposite side. The Kaiser, though, now in trouble, is forced to use the Featherstorm. Hanabi on the backside. This is going to be an awesome team fight for the side of Flash Wolves. Shy now trying to turn it back, but Rather still undamaged. Still Betty tearing through the entire lineup, and IG bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, IG trying to initiate, but they don't have a lot of frontliners. The only one resembling one is the Silas during Aftershock, and they can back away, and suddenly Kaisa and Casio are both putting out consistent damage that IG just couldn't handle.
Yeah, they certainly couldn't, and as soon as Jackie Love gets knocked down there, the fight felt like it was pretty much over. They weren't going to have enough follow-up despite the good ultimate from the Shy. Now, Jackie Love, I'm not sure if it was a conscious choice or not, but he was late on the Featherstorm for the Nautilus ultimate, so that actually came through. If you watch here, the Nautilus ultimate comes out from Rookie, Xiaoxi trades it back, Jackie Love just actually gets knocked up, then uses the Featherstorm afterwards, so you're taking a little bit more damage, and Hanabi just really well timed, coming through right as the Featherstorm ends.
I don't mind the play from Jackie Love without knowledge that Kennen is on the flank, but they had vision of him. They knew he was coming on the flank, so you couldn't afford to be too choosy with your cooldowns. He thought, I'm far enough away, I'll duck into the brush, they can't hit me initially, I'll be able to shrug it off. But they had vision on the flanking Kennen, and for that reason, I agree with you, Azael. Too late on the decision.
And now not only do Flash Wolves have a tower lead and a small gold lead, they also have the Infernal Drake, and it's perfect because Betty gets to fight on 1.5 items, immediately goes back, and now has 2 items. An incredible power spike for the Kaisa.
Yeah, the Rage Blade is just such a monstrously strong item for that Kaisa, proccing the plasma stacks much, much more quickly. And there are more champions who can be that front line, who can be those zones of control for Betty. When you have Nautilus and Jarvan, as well as this Kennen flying forward, that is creating this zone of protection that IG can't enter.
And I love the fact that you used the most important term, I think, for Flash Wolves, zones, because the way you fight as Flash Wolves, Rather and Betty are just BFFs. Casio can always peel for another secondary carry. Meanwhile, Kennen, Jarvan, Nautilus has caused disarray in the backline, and in every scenario like that, Betty starts off with safety and can reposition with his ultimate. So 5v5 is going to have to be very intricately played by IG to subvert what seems like some pretty clear team fight advantages to Flash Wolves.
I completely agree, and that's why for IG, you almost have to be able to change the paradigm. You can't be playing that front-to-back fight. It has to be Shy, slowing people down with the Glacial Augment coming in from the side. Rookie flanking with perhaps a strong stolen ultimate like the Casio ultimate and finding those stuns to start things off. If they can have that sort of an interest into the fight alongside Baolan, they may be able to break those battle lines and prevent Flash Wolves from setting up their zones of control.
And in that fight, we saw a preview of the power of the Nico as we move later in the game. Fantastic knockup from the Shy. Not enough, given how impressive Hanabi's flank was. But there is signs for IG that they can find, that they can execute. The power and the champions is there. They just need to find the opportunities. For now, though, Flash Wolves trying to exert control over the map, laying down a bit of vision. Control ward there as well. Not able to sweep out too much of the topside vision from IG, but have total control of the mid lane and are now looking to push in and break down this tier 1 tower.
A lot of the little wins are actually in the matchup between the Nico and the Kennen. We talked about the pushing advantage, and just the fact that Kennen spent most of the game on a flank. Pretty big CS discrepancy. It's only 30, but 110 CS at 19 minutes tells you that Hanabi's first focus hasn't been going for far.
And because of some of the turret gold that he's picked up as well, he's 1,500 gold ahead of his opponent, which is quite significant when you take into consideration the massive AP ratios on that Nico ult.
Definitely the case. Jackie Love picking up what farm he can. A bit of an unfortunate game. Started off looking quite dominant for him as he went for the aggressive level 1 trade, but turned against him, and now he's kind of been put behind in so many exchanges. Finding good opportunities, but they're always getting turned against him. Flash Wolves impressively matching IG, it feels like, at every turn thus far in the game.
Recall comes, and it's almost Baron o'clock, and games have come unglued for the Flash Wolves around Baron. Remember Caps, Proto Belt stealing away a Baron in a game where Flash Wolves have done so much. It feels like of all the teams at this tournament, the so near yet so far team has consistently been Flash Wolves after day one, where they were clearly off the pace.
I definitely agree. I think they are a team left with a lot of what ifs. What if Boogie secures that Baron against G2? What if they play more cleanly around that Baron with a monumental lead against IG the first time around? You know, Flash Wolves could be sitting in a much better position, and this is a game that they are in a comfortable spot. It's a small gold lead, but they do have the Infernal advantage and some powerful team fighting. So we'll see, can Flash Wolves pull together a win against this team that is so adept at finding the little openings, at finding the holes in your armor?
So then if you're an IG fan, how do you find an advantage from here? Pull the map apart, make it about the 3 lanes, allow Silas to be a thorn in the side. Cassio is going to move second. Teleport is picked up by the Cassio, but the big thing here is when it comes to those group fights, unless you're finding a flank, it's probably going the way of Flash Wolves.
Absolutely, and of course, the later we go into the game, Ning is going to offer so much more shielding and support to Jackie Love. So while Jackie Love is in a deficit, Xayah does get truly terrifying. The 3-item spike, very traditional for those crit 80 carries, and will still be a massive threat in the team fights.
And that's another thing that's always very nice about having this Ivern. You're able to, really speed up how quickly you're bringing in some of these support items that traditionally you have to wait much longer for.
Flash, the hook though, connecting on a Rookie. There's the damage on the backside. Rookie just immediately gonna get taken down. Doesn't even get to use the stolen Kennen ult, and Rookie overstepping on the bottom side.
And a great punish from Xiaoxi. No hesitation there. Flash hooks him in and will knock him down, but Ivern has so much more gold income than a traditional support, so you have things like the Ardent Sensor as well as this Athene's at only 21 minutes.
I'm just thinking how much the playoffs might be about this Nautilus-Kai'Sa duo. The burst duo, the burst damage from Kai'Sa feels like the nerves have been reverted in games like this with all that plasma application. Free kill, free Drake, more map control, 22 minutes in, Flash Wolves still looking great.
IG now pushing in. Betty gonna be comfortable under the tower for now. Xiaoxi stepping forward. Boogie as well, ready to threaten. I think IG have to be painfully aware of how threatening the Flash Wolves comp can be around that Baron pit if they do get control. The Cassio and the Kai'Sa can shred through that health bar so incredibly quickly. But IG remain unafraid despite the 2k gold difference, despite the Dragon. Still comfortable pushing up this mid lane, knowing that so many members have backed.
They want to keep this game square. They don't have deep vision at all. All their control wards are shallow. They want to put down the brush and siege down this turret.
Backing off the Shy though, throwing a Fate Clone forward. They're not going to fall for it, not going to commit anything there. And Rookie off to the side now. We'll look to clear out a little bit of vision with that control ward and move down to the bottom lane.
And it's a good timing there from IG to actually punish the recall of Betty, who is back in base. And Flash Wolves surely do not want to take any sort of an engagement without their most fed player there. So Flash Wolves simply able to group, take that down. This is certainly an area where Ivern really does excel, utilizing this Daisy to kind of create this space, threaten the knockup, which can then give you easy follow-up crowd control. And it is a very frustrating thing to sometimes look for those engages into the Ivern brush.
Ivern makes it a 4-1 comp, where you just roll into mid lane with 2 ranged auto attackers and have Silas split away. The brush adds the siege power that IG may not have had in other scenarios, so for now at least, gets them the one easy objective that makes Baron a more realistic thing to set up. It doesn't really change the game state between these two teams.
And aggressive vision pings coming out from Flash Wolves. They move into the top side. Middle lane, of course, going to reset here in a brief moment, and Flash Wolves' eyes set on securing some of this Baron vision as Rookie forced to move up in anticipation of a potential fight.
See the nerves on Balan and Jackie Love, longtime duo lane world champions, but double control ward instantly, respecting the ward over the wall. They know that if they make a further mistake from here, the game could just be done. How many games at 25 minutes have been done at 29 minutes in similar scenarios to this? So Flash Wolves continue to group, and IG, with the Silas and bot lane, playing the 3 lanes like we mentioned.
And often in those games, ending and turning on that moment's notice, it's IG who are the ones taking control. But it has felt as though it is Flash Wolves dictating a lot of the pace of the game. Flash Wolves, finding the engages off of the back of Xiaoxi.
But what did we say when Team Liquid was in not quite as supreme a spot as Flash Wolves, but a similar spot where finishing a Baron was what they required? You get one against IG. You get one chance to set up the map and close it out. And if you make a mistake there, the second chance never comes. So because of that, we still watch on with earnest. We've seen this story from IG before.
And sadly, we've seen a story from Flash Wolves where even when they find these leads, they're not able to close it out. They're not able to move with confidence. confidence rather, through the mid-game. They obviously have so much power on this lineup, but the advantage that they've been building has slowly been shrinking as well. At once a 2K gold lead, now only 1.5 as IG is grabbing farm across the map.
So with easy objectives down, it has to become a Baron game from Flashwolves. Their Baron with Cassiopeia Kai'Sa is actually insanely fast, and their turn is reliable with Kennen, Jarvan, and the Nautilus. So because of that, get Baron control and turn off the Baron. That's what you have to do. Here we go, though.
Now fishing for a play here, moves back and is immediately going to get deleted. Use the ult, I'm not sure on what, but now they're trying to find the turn. Boogie into the back line. Betty's still not into the fight yet. Now immediately going to leap forward. Dracula first on his target list, not able to grab it. Hanabi, though, now on a killing spree, in trouble. Hanabi still alive. The rest of Flashwolves stepping forward. Rather and Betty untouched. The carries you have to keep your eyes on, but Betty goes golden. He's caught in enemy territory. Rather needs to save the day. Betty needs to make his way out, but he gets shut down. Jackie Love able to find it. Rather still alive. Flashwolves stepping forward. No damage left on the side of IG. They will take the fight.
And it is a 4 for 2 for Flashwolves. They're in full control now. They're going to TP Hanabi back in. They have double smite with the spellbook, as well as a Cassio who can power through this Baron.
Cassiopeia absolutely going to shred this. They kept up one of their consistent damage members. Baron has started, and here's Ning trying to stop it.
Oh, potential hero moment for Ning. Potential embarrassment coming in for Boogie. He's been here before. The pressure to smite secure this. IG, this is the most contested they can muster. Now a TP coming in as
Hanabi might die.
Hanabi taking so much damage, forced to smite the Baron here. Boogie now in trouble as well. Can they secure it? They're shut down. The Baron going to fall to IG. Absolute disaster for the Flashwolves.
And history repeats itself as Flashwolves are unable to secure it around the Baron, ignoring this Ivern for so long. Ning chipping away at their health bars, knocking them down slowly.
And how many times have we seen a Baron in a 25-minute game end in 29 minutes, Papa Smithy?
It just happens to be the story again and again, and Flashwolves are so stubborn about burning down the Baron. Yes, this game is closed by them by taking a Baron, but it also gives so much life back to the ability of IG to play 3 lane.
Exactly, and why not make the turn? This is a flashless Ivern standing in your face, attacking you. You have the ability to turn and kill him off, to be more patient, and this to me feels a little bit desperate from Flashwolves. It feels like they thought this was their one chance and they had to go for it. And let's watch this one more time. I mean, they're slowly just getting knocked down. The back spikes are hitting onto Hanabi, taking additional damage because he is behind that Baron. And look at Rather and Hanabi getting chipped away at by this Daisy and by the Ivern. They just wait so long to ever really turn and try to make a move.
It's just they weren't making a decision as a team. 3 different people were kind of annoyed by the Daisy and trying to take the Baron, and unfortunately, that just allows Ning to micro around Daisy. Daisy MVP.
Yeah, it has to be the most impactful Daisy we've ever seen in an Ivern game. Completely unignored, allowed to auto-attack and knock up so many different champions across the course of the fight, and a head scratcher for Flashwolves. You know that's going to be one where they look back and you can see items now coming through. That's almost a 20-stack Medjai's. Runic Echo's an item we almost never see Ivern coming through as well.
Yep, picks up the Medjai, just wander over to the Baron, standard stuff, triple kill, Baron take, yep.
I mean, he had that Medjai's before the fight started, and then Daisy did the rest of the work. Feels like Ivern's asleep at the wheel, but fine anyway.
It was there for the moral support.
Exactly.
Micromanaging his pets. Must be a Warlock player going through here. And now Flashwolves absolutely on the back foot. While we saw the last team fight play out in their favor, out-executing IG in the fight, now it is not the case as IG spread across the map.
And how many times have we seen IG take one Baron and end the game? For them, it very rarely feels like it's the small Baron power play. It's the slow, methodical approach. They often have that killer instinct to find the one opening, dive, and close it out.
Remember the stakes here. Flashwolves still playing. Try to play in front of their home fans in Taipei next week. Victory would go a long way, pushing themselves up to pole position for that spot in 4th. Flashwolves for now, though, continue to play super defensively, split across 2 lanes for at least another 40 seconds.
Now we could see the tie come out. It could all come down to that final match, but Xiaoxi's still going to fish for the engage. Hanabi on the backside, unspotted. So Xiaoxi dies before the fight even kicks off. Now immediately we see the engage coming in. Hanabi needs to move forward into the team. The Shy now using his ultimate. This is the Kennen's chance to shine. Steps forward. So much damage done to Jackie Love. Hanabi, they're not able to find the kill. Jackie Love's still alive. Jackie Love moving through the team fight. He manages to make it through. He goes down in the end, but IG take it.
And the Baron buff still there. IG can look to close it out.
Huge.
in control. You can see how straightforward it is for Flash Wolves, but the control is gone. IG might just end the game.
IG on the cusp of the 10-0 despite the abysmal early game for them, despite Flash Wolves outplaying them at just about every turn. The Baron turn is all that matters in the end. IG step forward. They are able to find the victory, and they're going to move up to 9-0.
And what a turn in this game. It just seems like IG can keep getting away with it. They're in these difficult situations, but Flash Wolves making critical mistakes around the Baron again. This really feels like the third time that they have been on the precipice of these huge upsets, these big wins against IG and G2, and not been able to handle themselves in that area.
That just means that IG are knocking on being the first ever team to go 10-0 in group stages. And along the way, if you zoom in at portions of 3 or 4 of their games, it was very possible that they would drop along the way. But you give them a way in, and what did we say? You get 1 against IG. You don't get 2, and Flash Wolves, unfortunately, found that out twice.
And when you look at that team fight, when I saw an Ivern going to contest, I never thought that would be the outcome.
You were chuckling a little bit, right?
Yeah, what's Ivern going to do? Airy, nice.
I mean, Ivern actually does some significant damage. If you let him sit there and auto in that brush.
That is a significant caveat.
Yeah, well, they did.
Absolutely did.
We saw it.
We did. Yep. Witnessed it firsthand. Well, the State Farm Analyst Desk is ready to break down Game 3. Take it away, Dash.
Thank you, Dracos. I don't know how IG does it. I expect a lot of wild things out of this team from the LPL, but Ivern might be one of the things I expected the least here at MSI.
No, I mean, it's Ivern and Ning. They just go hand in hand. Perfect playstyle match.
You got the Lee Sin, the Camille, and the Ivan. That's what
it rounds it all out. Just a thumbs up from the LPL representative here. No, I mean, let's talk through this.
All right.
As best we can. We have expected some wild and happy things out of IG, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Ivern is now an S-tier pick. I have to imagine there is some legitimate reasoning behind this.
I mean, okay, so Ivern, you can be a good control jungler in the early game. You're vision focused, you kind of control people a little bit, and then you have a good marksman in the late game that you throw all your shields and buffs on and make him a good team fighter. That's about what I got for you. I guess, you know, you can 4-1 a little bit if you split the Silas. We were talking about whether or not you go on-hit Nico with the Ivern to also give another target to apply the buff to. We decided that probably wasn't a good idea when we were talking through it, because then you have a split Nico who the Ivern's usually not near. I don't know.
On the other side of things, for Flash Wolves, this looks like an ideal composition. Very strong in the team fight, plenty of engage, plenty of CC. You've got Kaisa in the hands of Betty, who ultimately got many early kills and was definitely positioned to carry this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have a look at the Flash Wolves comps, they get pretty good lanes with everywhere except for the top side of the map, I think, you know, and their composition is a very straightforward comp to execute. As far as, you know, 2 tanks, 3 damage dealers go, a fair mix of damage, and then AP and AD and some CC. Like, they kind of got everything they wanted, and we saw in those team fights, when they were able to find the flanks, that it looked very, very good versus this IG lineup.
Yeah, and so I felt like, especially since they were getting those early game leads, that Flash Wolves, no more excuses, right? We talked about the fact that they were getting better as a squad around team fighting and everything, and now they're just refusing to fight. They're just letting them beat them.
I mean, they took fights, they won fights, but then deja vu moment around the Baron.
Artificial intelligence.
I don't understand what's going on here, Mark.
So we talked about, you know, heading into MSI, the fight or flight mechanism, the lizard brain. They don't apparently have that. There's neither fight nor flight, as he just stands there and gets beat up by Daisy before they finally realize they have no HP. And
one more.
Yeah, Daisy is the MVP as far as I'm concerned. Just walk forward, start punching the Cassiopeia.
I actually have no words.
That's 2 times. Both losses to IG are hard-won team fights into overzealous Barons or miscalculated Barons or misplayed Barons, however you want to label it. But for this Flash Wolves squad, who, as you were saying, Raz, we've been talking up as warming into this tournament and being positioned to maybe make some moves here at the end of the day to challenge TL for the 4th spot. That's not how you want to see him play.
Okay, so that's not the Baron play that wins you the game versus TL, but everything else around this Flash Wolves lineup, because let's get realistic, beating IG and beating TL right now,
different things.
Two very different things. So to reevaluate, if they play that way versus TL, I'm very confident they walk out with a win, because in the team fight portions of the game, that was very decisive. I don't know whether TL would go for the courageous, 1v3 contests the same way IG do.
I don't know if they'd pick Ivern.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll pick Ivern.
That's what I'd say I'm in some sense happy about, that Flash Wolves and TL do feel like they're on a collision course in the tiebreaker, and I want to see Flash Wolves beat TL to get in, not, no offense, this Ivern game, which is a little suspect perhaps.
Ning did pick up player of the game here, Mascot player of the game on the Ivern. Maybe Daisy deserves 50% of that award. You could split it right down the middle.
Certainly.
But I do want to check in now with the standings. We're 3 games through the day, and of course, there is still a lot at stake for many teams left here at MSI.
Yep, PBB is unfortunately eliminated from 4th place contention with that win. It is now a 2-horse race between Team Liquid and Flash Wolves.
I love the fact that you said horse, because Team Liquid certainly.
Aha!
Team Liquid can secure themselves that 4th place if they are to beat G2 in the following matchup.
Yeah, and just to confirm exactly why, Fongvu can still get to equal wins, but they haven't got the head-to-head against the Team Liquid lineup.
Right.
So even if they win their game now, there's no way to force, a crazy 3-way tie, so head-to-head does start to creep into this. However, in saying that, Flash Wolves just lost that game, which they maybe should have won, and it eliminates Fongvu Buffalo. Now the Buffalo gets a chance to return the favor. A game that no longer matters for them in the standings can mean that they just take the Flash Wolves out, kind of, allow the North American team to go through uncontested.
Right, of course, if TL does not take down G2 here for Flash Wolves, that's a must-win victory against Fongvu to force the tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be insane to watch going forward. Just like taking a step back, I feel like nothing is really predictable any longer. I know it's not just Invictus Gaming, but more so like G2 falling to Fongvu Buffalo. I think just looking at Fongvu's play, I want to see them going into the next set because they seem like a train to deal with.
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves are a super good early game team, which is something we've seen Team Liquid be susceptible to. So I think there's still a very high chance that Flash Wolves do get through.
All right, well, in Hanoi, some of the best fans esports has to offer are showing up to support their squad. Today, MasterCard have awarded Fans of the Day to Keiku and Elias, 2 LEC fans from Finland studying abroad. We'll see if they can celebrate after our next game when EU's G2 Esports takes on Team Liquid. Coming up next, it's a game with major implications, NA versus EU, as Team Liquid fight to secure a spot in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys.
What do you ad-lib there?
I don't know.
Betty now trying to fire back in the trade. The Ignite comes out.
Oh!
That is a big Acathian rain. Ning on the way in, but the Jungler's here as well. If Ning tries to commit, he may go down too. Boogie gonna get the knockup, and another kill going down for Flash Wolf. Or Boogie there to punish. Balon next. Challenging Smite comes in, but the Shy is here as well. The root going to land. Boogie gonna get taken down. So incredibly low. Can they find the kill? The knockup is there. Rookie steals away the ultimate. Hanabi on the backside. This is gonna be an awesome team fight for the side of Flash Wolf. Shy now trying to turn it back, but rather still undamaged. Still Betty tearing through the entire lineup. Hanabi taking so much damage. Forced to smite the Baron here. Boogie now in trouble as well. Can they secure it? They're shut down. The Baron going to fall to IG. Absolute disaster for the Flash Wolves. This is the Kennon's chance to shine. Steps forward. So much damage done to Jackie Love. Hanabi, they're not able to find the kill. Jackie Love's still alive. Jackie Love moving through the team fight. He manages to make it through. He goes down in the end, but IG take it.
I think today, for us, it's just important to prove that EU is again better than N8 to keep the bragging rights. And on top of it, we finally want to come back against Buffalo because the last game was really one-sided, and we want to prove that we are a better team. I mean, I don't know if I want to knock TL out of the tournament because that's like pretty mean, but I want to for sure make sure that, you know, we win. So if they have to go out of the tournament, then they will just go out of the tournament.
Well, coming into the day, Jankos might not have expected the stakes to be as high as they now are for Game 4 here at MSI Group Stage. They have compounded exponentially for both Team Liquid and G2 Esports here.
I mean, yeah, the fact that G2 lost that game versus PVB means that, you know, they either need to win this game and hope SKT loses to get second place, and if they lose this, they have no chance of that happening.
Yeah, and that's where this regional pride game all of a sudden jumped off a notch for G2, and at the same time, TL ultimately have destiny in their own hand. Even if they lose this, they still have the tiebreaker. But you would like to get through to semifinals with some streakiness of success, because for any chance going up against this Invictus Gaming lineup now, which is the most likely scenario for the 4th place, you need some consistency.
And walking off the caster desk to join the analyst desk to try to work out kind of where both these teams are at after their matches. Obviously, TL were very soundly defeated. G2 showed that they made some flaws in execution. So even just picking a winner here, like you want to just scream out G2, but stranger things have happened. This last day can have some surprise results.
And the surprising thing to me is that they share some mistakes. The inability to play 1-3-1 with the correct comp was something that we, you know, crucified the TL lineup for, and then was shown again today by G2. And then potentially holes in the early game starting to appear for both of these teams, and the inability to claw your way back into it. So I think a lot of parity between these lineups right now.
Yeah, and I think it's almost like reverse of somewhat as well. Like Team Liquid against SKT felt, you know, like they had no life, and sometimes they tried to make a couple plays, they always came up short. G2 made too many plays. They just kept fighting when they didn't necessarily need to play that style against the Fengvu comp. And so both these teams kind of need to actually go back more towards the middle for both of them.
While TL, as you mentioned, Spawn, still would have a second chance to qualify to the knockout stage with at least a tiebreaker at the end of the day if they lose here. I think the most important thing for a lot of NA fans is shirking the manner of loss that they suffered from the beginning of the day. Again, the idea of almost inaction from start to finish.
And again, I want to see them play towards the bottom side of the map and to give greater focus there in the draft. It's not good enough to give over the best champions they can play. This time around, it's going to be Xayah Rakan. I expect them to get rid of one of the half of the duos and then allow the control of Doublelift and Core JJ to start creeping up Summoner's Rift and impacting the mid lane, because right now they're not going through the right avenues.
But I'm so intrigued to see if this game kind of follows the predictable cadence, because you expect it to be team fight versus 1-3-1. And we saw the team fight team never get anywhere near a team fight, and the 1-3-1 team actually, very surprisingly, fail at 1-3-1. That is kind of G2's bread and butter. So given the baggage, there's so much baggage for both the squads here, and whichever of them can actually come over that is probably going to be the team that wins.
Yeah, and I think Jankos versus Smithy is a big part of that, because Smithy has felt like a large chunk of that baggage, and I think, you know, the laners need to do more to help him out, but also not just picking Hecarim again against Jankos, who's probably going to be proactive and get into the lanes before Smithy hits his power spikes.
And so if Smithy can get things done early, I think on the side of G2, you're looking at, of course, the bottom lane, in particular, Mickey X holding an extraordinary number of deaths up to that 15-minute mark for his role in support.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the scary points. They've done fine in terms of CSD, but the mistakes that can come in for their bot lane for G2 needs to get cleaned up, because that's really what cost them the last game.
Well, the stakes are set for both of these squads. TL on the blue, G2 on the red. We're throwing it out to the casters to get us into this game.
Thank you very much. Quick shot here, joined by Kobe and Avedius as we dive straight into the draft. Rise, Silas, and Tarek taken away, Kobe.
Yep, no surprise here. On the blue side for Team Liquid, scariest things are those flexible picks between Caps and Wonder, taking out some of the best right now.
Well, Team Liquid, they are on blue side, which means they do get priority over a lot of those flex options. They have played the Jace in the past, except they're actually going to choose to ban it away, which kind of forces G2 into a choice. Do they want to take the Akali off the board, or do they want to allow Jensen to get his hands on it, given that they may have an answer prepared?
Yeah, Akali off, but Aurelia still open, a possible, melee assassin that either of them can pick up.
looks like the hover is coming in from the side of Team Liquid for the time being. In recent memory, it feels like so far this tournament, Team Liquid haven't really played it so far during the regular season.
Can confirm. 0 Irelia picks this tournament for Team Liquid, and it is not secured. Instead, it's going to be the Jarvan for Xmithy. The analyst desk was saying how they wanted a higher priority pick for Xmithy's champion.
Yeah, honestly, I want something for him with a lot of mobility early on, too, so that if he does find himself, in the river without lanes pushing, then there will be a way out.
And my expectations now are that the Irelia and the Tahm Kench, as predicted, will come out from the side of G2. When they're on the red side, they really value having this Tahm Kench pick. Not only is it a takeaway from the side of Core JJ, but also they just feel it's one of the most defensive options. But this just now, to me, suggests that Team Liquid will look for a Galio pickup, perhaps with the Kai'Sa as well.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does. All of the best things about Tahm Kench are really exacerbated on the red side. Defending here, perks for the bottom side. They talked about a lot of the Mickey X deaths early on in lane phase. If he stands back and plays defensively, should be just fine. Double F, though, no surprise, locking in the Kai'Sa once again.
2 games played, no wins yet for Team Liquid, and Team Liquid control all of the outcomes. If Team Liquid win this game, our 1, 2, 3, and 4 are set and locked regardless of the next 2 games' results. And importantly, Team Liquid will secure that 4th spot in the semifinals. Galio secured, as you anticipated, Vedius, and now it's up to G2 to respond.
I wanted to talk about the possibility of a Rek'Sai, but G2 already hovering it. I thought they might put more priority on it earlier in the draft, but they did decide to go for the Tahm Kench. I feel like it makes the most sense up against the Jarvan. Not only are they the 2 most contested junglers at the time, but I do feel that in the early game, Rek'Sai often has the advantage over the Jarvan, given that I believe you can interrupt the EQ combo if you time your knockup correctly.
Yeah, in the LCS, during our regular season, we had quite the unlucky run for Jarvan versus Rek'Sai matchups. It was about a 0-6 at one point, I believe, and that is going to look to continue here.
Now, as we move into the second phase, it looks like the G2 are putting more focus towards the top side of the map. They're going to take the Gangplank away. To me, this does suggest that G2 haven't quite locked in their top laner yet. It is Caps that usually goes towards the Irelia, even though individuals like Frost proclaim that Wunder does come across as the stronger Irelia, and I'm likely to agree. His mechanics and usually the way in which he sets up his stuns is what most impresses me about his Irelia play.
But we need to see where it lands, because there's still a lot on the table, and of course Team Liquid having not, officially shown their solo laners means there's, tools to play with. Nico has been hovered, and we've seen Nico showing up a little more frequently, as has Kennen. Kennen banned away now from Impact. He's played that twice this tournament, and Team Liquid 1 ban left to go.
Yeah, they're trying to whittle away down their options. I do expect G2 to lock in their marksman first here, so they can retain the flexibility of Irelia and not show either solo lane position until the very last pick. So Team Liquid are also trying to whittle down on the possible options for perks, taking out that Draven.
And I love the Nico ban came through, because Team Liquid are very aware that it could go into the bottom lane, so G2 are answering with a potentially very safe bottom half of the map. Ezreal, Tahm Kench, one of the safest bot lanes in the current map.
And when people have been looking at these 2 teams, they're like, okay, well, Team Liquid's way to win is through the bottom side. G2 drafted the safest bottom lane possible here with Ezreal and Tahm Kench, so they can allow Jankos to help out Wunder and Caps, get these solo lanes off to a good start, and find victory that way.
And of course, as Team Liquid enter this final phase of picks, LeBlanc now locked in, so this will give Caps the option to run something into it, and Impact will likely lock in this Vladimir, so some scaling options as well, and now it's up to G2 to reply.
Now, the last time that these 2 teams did meet, it was Wunder that took the Vladimir into Team Liquid, and they answered by taking the Aatrox, which is where we saw Impact get that kill, which ultimately did trade in a 1-for-1, but we saw Impact applying a lot of pressure in that matchup towards the top side.
And now that we do see the full lineups here, I really want to see more work from Xmithy and Jensen together. They have the Jarvan and LeBlanc combination playing into a Corki, which is a very standard counter to LeBlanc, often picked into it with something like a barrier, trying to scale into damage later. But we have not seen a lot of Xmithy and Jensen working aggressively in the early game together to try and allow, some more control and some more movement that way. Doublelift and Impact, as you guys have touched on, are both looking more for scaling.
My eyes right now are on the duos. As you already mentioned, Xmithy and Jensen have a really strong opportunity here to actually make a lot of things happen in the early game, whereas for G2, I feel like Wonder and Jankos need to be the duo that we keep our eyes on. The Aurelia, they have a lot of options to play around her in the early game, and once you pick up things like the package, the ability of Corki to roam up towards the top side along with Jankos to try and get Wonder ahead is very fruitful, especially when Vladimir is at his weakest.
Well, a lot of early game decision making then, and of course we can see the coaches shaking hands as they step off the stage. Just to reiterate and remind everybody, there are 8 possible scenarios to round out today, and if Team Liquid win this game, they will guarantee that not only they advance to the semifinals, but that G2 Esports lose the 2nd seed. In order for G2 Esports to secure the 2nd seed, they need to win this game and then hope that Invictus Gaming take down SK Telecom later this evening. So there's a lot on the line for these two teams, Kobe.
Definitely.
It always catches me just a little off guard there, gentlemen. Just a little off guard as we jump into NA versus EU. Team Liquid versus G2 Esports. G2 lost that game to Fong Vu Buffalo earlier today. They are 0-2, and of course Team Liquid have taken them down 5 times this tournament. It has created this crazy scenario where G2 can lose their 2nd seed, but it's not over yet. We still have a full game to get through, and we need to see which team will get an advantage early on.
Now, with the compositions that we're seeing, there's actually a lot of scaling on both sides. You look at Team Liquid and you see the Vladimir in the top side, you see the Kai'Sa in the bottom. Arguably, LeBlanc, she does actually scale very well when she hits 3 items, and her ability to poke and threaten a potential one-shot is very high as the game progresses. Meanwhile, for G2, they have the...
Yeah, great point, Medius. But Caps has a better one.
Caps asserting his dominance in the mid lane, I guess.
That is the best thing I have seen yet.
Man.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
Well, you were touching on scaling though, Vedius, and Corki in the mid lane is a good source of that for G2. The general idea usually with Corki into LeBlanc, heading for that Trinity Force early on and having the burst damage to try and answer when she goes in with the distortion.
And of course, Caps, he managed to get caught. A little, booty wiggle there. He actually got caught on mic check, talking and kind of calling Jensen out a little bit back to Lissandra. So when I see a little bit of taunting there in the mid lane, it just reminds me of a couple days ago.
Yeah, there's always that extra edge of trying to play the mental game versus, EU versus NA. There's a lot that goes with these matches, and just trying to have a little bit of fun with it.
We'll see whether or not it helps the matchup, of course, because as it stands, Caps is going to be pushing in the mid lane. Wonder's already getting some good trades onto Impact up top.
And I already early on want to draw some attention to the mini-map, because you'll notice that as a bit of trading happens in the mid lane, you'll notice that mid lane does in fact have priority, and the bot lane has priority as well, which has allowed the jungler to go from red immediately into the river to secure bot scuttle. This means that there's a lot of bot map control in favor of Team Liquid, and this will further allow CoreJJ and Doublelift to continue applying pressure at these early levels. And we already talked about how they have this favorable matchup against a very safe defensive bot lane from G2. They can continue to scale up and be this big carry threat later on.
And of course, G2 looking at these matchups, very well aware of this. They placed that control ward that you could see, or not a control ward, the regular ward in the brush by the Scuttle Crab, so they saw everything happen. And Jankos, with the extra level lead, does take the Scuttle Crab before Xmithy gets there.
And of course, during the draft, Vedius, you were mentioning how you wanted to see Jankos and Wonder try to double team up and try to get some sort of advantages for this Aurelia before the Vlad scale up. The wave pushed him pretty heavily. Jankos is now moving back towards his jungle as Jensen continues to push forward onto Caps. There's a little bit of a chase on, but with Distortion and Flash, Jensen will be able to escape a Summer Spell used.
And that's the big part about the matchup, right? LeBlanc always using the Distortion to play offensively. We just caught Jensen going in for the harassment, uses the full combo with Distortion. That's when you gank. try and time your ganks right after the LeBlanc goes for a trade, because you won't have the extra escape available. And keeping up that chase, they actually get Jensen to burn the flash at the end. He does not want to risk getting flash knockup hit from Jankos. He does get the stop under tower, but they're both fairly low health. So we'll see if that even helps.
Oh,
Dangerous.
that's a trade back and forth. First blood picked up by Xmithy in the 2v2. Now Smithy's running from his life. Jankos gets the furious fight, but no reply.
What did I ask of them, Medius? Xmithy and Jensen to work together. They do it here. At 4 minutes into the game, they're able to get the kill onto Caps. Jensen stopped the recall and then called Xmithy over to come by for the second trade.
And notice that Caps isn't running any defensive summoner spells. He chooses to go for the teleport. So this time around, when it looked like an over-aggressive play from Jensen, he converts it into a kill, knowing that his jungler is behind him.
Jankos hasn't left yet. I'm wondering if he's going to dive. Doesn't fancy it.
He might try and stop the back with a Prey Seeker. That's super high value if he knew where the recall was. I don't know if he actually had already shot it, but we'll talk about the positive side of teleport after this. So here we go. Jensen goes in for the trade. He's got the ignite. Xmithy gets there with the flag and drag flash to finish off the kill. So there's no opportunity for Caps to flash because Xmithy preempts it and is able to get the flash himself to secure that knockup. But again, since you pointed out, Caps running this teleport, he teleports right back the lane, keeps up the pressure, is able to continue farming, and Jensen goes for that recall.
And crucially, the LeBlanc doesn't secure the first blood, which means that in terms of the 1-versus-1 matchup, Corki isn't going to be too afraid. The only thing that Caps needs to be scared of is the experience disadvantage, which is slightly compensated for thanks to the teleport.
Repeat gank here from Jankos. They're betting that Jensen goes aggressively again, but you need to save that distortion if you don't have vision, and you need to play to your strong side here. Really good pan by the observers. You can see the double control wards from Team Liquid on bottom side. That's the strong side we're referring to in this scenario that the LeBlanc should be helping.
Caught a quick glimpse there of Jensen stepping forward. Didn't find any damage onto Caps, though. And as is customary, almost every time Mickey recalls the first time, swings around middle, drops by, clears out one of the control wards, instantly replaced by Core JJ. And no further setup. BF Sword picked up for double lift on his first back. Perks recalled and is running back to lane, so he's holding onto that teleport. He's got himself the Sheen and the Sapphire Crystal.
And those bottom lane teleports are actually very important in this game. This is an Infernal Drake first dragon spawn. So very, very critical as far as which team is able to get bottom lane pushing. You can see right now Team Liquid already trying to get deeper vision on this half the map.
Yeah, and Team Liquid are doing a fantastic job of it right now. They had the bot pushed in. Jensen got a beautiful trade up against Caps, and then he hit 6 immediately after. So given that Caps is only at 50% HP, the risk of an all-in is very high. So he's now forced to play even more defensively and cannot look to assist his jungler. So G2 slowly losing more and more control over the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Perks is far a little bit behind in CS. Sorry, Caps is farming a little bit ahead. +6 on the G2 mid laner, +10 on the TL bot lane. And of course, we saw the vision being pushed into that right-hand quadrant from G2 Esports. Multiple members of Team Liquid stepping forward is going to allow them to steal away this blue buff and continue to apply pressure on their strong half of the map and potentially start this Infernal if no one from G2 wants to.
Now, G2 are expecting this Infernal Drake to start, so keep an eye on the minimap once again. You'll notice that Wonder actually started roaming down. G2 are talking about a potential fight, but with no real information on what's going on and noticing that everyone is actually returning to their lanes, they said, okay, we're going to back off. Wonder, you can go back to top lane. We don't need to force a fight here.
And what just happened there, where we saw with the blue steel, as we pause here to see if Jankos will go aggressively, is kind of a consequence of G2 drafting the way they have in the mid lane and bot!
Well, Caps is dead. Exactly what you wanted to see, Kobe! Xmithy and Jensen working together to shut down Caps.
A repeat gank there once again. Caps goes down. Was the flash available? It is now.
But he, the thing that he wasn't expecting was that there would be a jungler right behind the chain securing a kill. The thing is, because he was locked under tower, once again, the flag and drag could set up for the CC, which was long enough to find that kill, and our Team Liquid can quickly convert this into the first Drake of the game.
And again, another big bonus of those control wards in the river, allowing them that gank path to set it up. Now they've got the objective on top of it, and this is a very big snowball from the bottom half.
Man, it is 1,500 gold lead, 2 kills, an Infernal Drake, and we're not even at 10 minutes on the clock. This is a fantastic start for Team Liquid, and the duo of Xmithy and Jensen are working together exquisitely. Jankos showed his face. He got the flash in the mid lane, but this is a replay of just how quickly Caps went down.
Yes, the chain is already locked him in place, so there's 0 chance of him getting out. And again, Xmithy comes over the wall from the control ward, so there is no vision. Just a nice play by the duo.
Want to keep referring fans' attention to the minimap because you have to keep your eyes on how much G2 is moving around the map. Caps has just picked up the package, and he was looking for a potential roam bot to maybe shut down the pushing Doublelift and Core JJ. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they had great vision already set up in the river, double control wards, meaning that a roam was very telegraphed, it was very well known, and no one ends up losing their life.
So Team Liquid off to a very good start, but G2 obviously we've touched on the fact that they do have very good scaling. Wonder has been pushing an impact a lot, but it hasn't accrued a significant lead. That minion wave will give them about a 6 or 7 CS advantage as Wonder farms under the turret. But teleports are coming back up for both Wonder and Caps. And if G2 want to make any proactive plays, they're starting to hit that point, levels and items where they want to.
Yeah, the items are critical for this team. This is a triple Trinity Force lineup that G2 have drafted. Aurelia, Corki, and Ezreal all have the possibility of going this item. Yes, Ezreal can go with the Iceborne Gauntlet for the armor, but you know he is also facing double AP solo laner, so might want the extra burst damage of Trinity Force, and those spikes coming through are where G2 wants to actually take their fight.
And I completely agree with you, Code, because when we talked a lot about this team during the regular season, it was actually the 15-minute mark onwards where G2 really turned on as a team. That's when they really start to look to be proactive, and that's where we're expecting these spikes to come through, as Wonder's now the target.
Oh, take a look at that. Flash for flash. Wonder just gets dunked, shut down, and it's Xmithy once again with the roam.
And we talk about how G2 could potentially get to that mid-game point. Unfortunately for them, everything is falling apart in the early game. Xmithy is turning on as a jungler, finding 3 successful ganks and amounting in a very substantial early game lead for Team Liquid.
This already seems like Xmithy's best game of the entire tournament here so far. Now he's turned his eyes towards the objective, picking up Rift Herald for the team as well.
And of course, need to remind everybody of the stakes. If Team Liquid win, they guarantee themselves that 4th seed going into playoffs, and they guarantee that G2 Esports takes 3rd place. Meaning Invictus Gaming will get to choose NA or EU for their semi-final match.
And the thing is, for Team Liquid, is this is kind of the best kind of game that they could want versus G2, because the way in which they succeed the most is when the game is more slower paced, more controlled, when they get to take time to make their decisions. And with G2's composition, it's not sporadic, it's not skirmish heavy, it's not about crazy aggression all over the shop. And given that they found this early lead, they're actually set up for success as the game progresses.
Yeah, they definitely are set up for it. I think they still need to keep their eyes open. Mickey X has just hit level 6 on the Tahm Kench, so more possibilities of those roams that you talk about are coming through. Jensen goes aggressive on Caps once again, and Core JJ is the one this time with his back.
Yeah, Jensen didn't find the chains this time around. Jankos is going to step forward. Chilling Smite is enough to force the flash, and Jensen escapes with his life. Jankos held on to that Void Rush. I hear the Rift Herald has been summoned down the bottom lane as Xmithy, after helping mid and top, shows his face bottom, and just before the 12.5-minute mark, that bottom tower is going Jensen gets the solo kill onto Caps! Jankos finds one in reply with a Prey Seeker, but that was a solo kill for Jensen.
Awesome outplay right there, but it's cut so short by Jankos finding the counter kill. Bottom side, a little bit more action as Xmithy kills the control ward and backs off.
Yeah, G2 Esports clearing out that minion wave to mitigate the chances of a tower dive. With Jankos now roaming towards this bottom lane, Xmithy decides to back away, and I don't care if the celebration was short-lived. Jensen picking up the solo kill is what you want to see as a North American fan. Core JJ starts to charge up the taunt, will actually not find a target. Justice punches away to safety, and this tower is getting so low. Oh, is this going to be a full fight? Just a trade for now.
Just some fancy Aurelia moves, dancing around the minions.
All 3 of us hold our breath as we wait to see, like, does Impact go further? But no, not right now. Team Liquid content with the lead they've built up.
Let's see if anything comes of this dragon that's about to spawn here, because we do have a couple of recalls being synced up. Replay instead. Jensen. Okay, so this is the one where he sees Jankos go to the bottom side. So Jensen's probably aware that Caps is going to try and force something under the turret here. Caps forces pretty hard though, and Jensen taking the distortion back to dodge the big one missile coming out of Caps allows him to get the kill under tower. However, Jankos still there, gets over the back of the Raptor pit, and is able to get the assisted kill right back.
That replay was, depending on your perspective, is very different. If you're North American, you're like, damn, Jensen completely outplayed Caps there. Whereas if you're European, it's like, how did Caps miss everything? He didn't land a single skill shot. Some fancy footwork coming out from the mid laner from Team Liquid as TL secure their first.
And the funny thing too is the gold difference isn't that big because one of the kills is assisted, so you get an extra 50% gold basically. In the meantime though, that dragon is being taken up and it's going over to Team Liquid. Tower was killed on the bottom side as well, and this is a very good pace for them at 14 minutes. Fairly significant lead.
I think Team Liquid are playing this game beautifully right now. The fact that they've got this kind of a lead with a composition that's right now is gearing very much towards team fighting. You have a Kai'Sa that's already completed the Stormrazor. The Vladimir has gone very even with Wonder in laning phase. After falling at an early deficit, he's come back very nicely, and they're kind of setting themselves up to be in a great position to fight around these neutral objectives.
Now, both sides have hit that first item power spike. Stormrazor for double lift, Ludens for Jensen, Protobelt for impact. On the other side, Wonder's got himself the Wit's End, Trinity Force for Caps, and that Iceborne Gauntlet for Perks. So G2 Esports have got a little bit more power to play with, especially with Caps running around with the package. But at a 2,500 gold deficit, G2 Esports cannot afford any more mistakes. Team Liquid have the ability to close a game out when they have a lead, and G2 right now are making mistakes, so they are being punished by very good plays by Team Liquid.
Honestly, we talk about G2 being punished, but to me it just feels like TL are actually making very good proactive moves. Like, a lot of the decisions that they're making are just very clean, and the execution is very good. So a lot of props needs to go to Team Liquid, where the pressure feels on and they're living up to it.
All right, Caps now gets jumped on once again. The dunk comes out, devoured by Mickey, buys enough time. Core JJ arrived as well, so a couple of ultimates used, and just the Devour to escape to safety. That's a good sign for G2.
That's another one of those aggressive looks you're talking about there, Vedius, where Team Liquid continually looking for plays. This time around, really good dodge from G2 to avoid the big Galio ultimate cooldown.
While I'm looking at the siege in the middle lane, Impact swapped bottom. He's pushed that wave all the way up to that inner turret. And Caps is there to catch it and respond. Perks now parked off in that middle lane, and he's going to be on wave clear duty for now.
Team Liquid have beautiful control across the entirety of the map right now. They have knowledge that there are 3 members of G2 in the middle lane, which means that they can send 2 members up through the top side jungle as Team Liquid is pushing in the top lane and start to get this deeper vision. Wonder is forced to back off because he has no information on his half of the jungle, and this means that another tower will go in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Wonder really wants a 1v1 with one of the AP solo laners. He's invested it into the Wit's End. He does not have a very good chance versus the duo lane of Core JJ and Double Lift, so they have to give up another turret here on the outside.
It just extends that gold lead even further. 2 dragons and 3.5k. Smithy will get chunked out by Caps. He's going to use the Valkyrie forward. Mickey decides not to chase. Throws out the tongue lash, and there's no follow-up from the rest of G2. Instead, defensive teleport from Perks, who's now joined the middle lane with that Mana Mune picked up. Trying to channel that up towards the Muramana, and the Mountain Drake is just a couple minutes away.
All right, so G2 now should be spreading out into their 1-3-1 with the Tahm Kench protecting Ezreal in mid lane. Their big problem is they don't have early game pressure. Usually at this point in the game, you want to be pushing those out and being able to get the advantage past the river here. Whoa, Perks goes in aggressively with Mickey gets there.
All right, Jensen throws out the chains. The Blast Combo buys some time. The rest of Team Liquid trying to chase up. That's a very good True Shot Barrage. Gonna get Jensen very, very low. Perks continues to chase forward, looking at the minimap. Wonder's coming from the mid lane, but there's simply not enough to chase further.
Wonder going to join the rest of the team, and this will actually give G2 some priority through the bot side river. Unfortunately for them, the Dragon is still 1 minute away, so they can't look to grab themselves another objective. But the one thing I will say about G2's comp is they do actually have a lot of poke. With the Corki and the Ezreal, when Team Liquid try to set up for an objective, G2 can sit in these pockets of darkness and just throw these bits of damage out over the wall and look to try and chunk Team Liquid down.
Oh man, Jankos is already gone. Smithy's found him, Double Lift dunked him. That's yet another kill 5 on the board, 4 of which Xmithy's been involved in.
That is going to be more control for Team Liquid to move into the jungle.
Oh, they're going to chase forward. Caps and Mickey fancy themselves some damage in reply. Wonder's up in the top lane. He's got teleport available to him. Team Liquid are pushing. 45 seconds until the next dragon. They've got pressure in the mid lane. They've got Caps potentially flanked, and this could be a tower dive. This could become a 4-on-1. Caps has got Flash and Valk available. He's already flashed, now he's Valk. Ignite is ticking down. Here comes Impact. Protobelt forward. That should be enough to take out Caps. The pop goes down. Impact gets him. Vanguard's edge buys some time as Wonder's forced to run for his life. Now Xmithy gets out, and Perks goes down as well. I didn't even see Jensen find the kill, but he gets another.
Where did this team come from? Team Liquid looking completely different from the rest of the tournament here. They have turned it up to 11.
All right, Abyssal Voyage comes in from Mickey. He delivers Wonder into the jungle. Jankos needs to run for his life. Flash is still available to him. Flashes away, gets tagged, bursts down, but not killed just yet. Doublelift doesn't have an ultimate to chase. Team Liquid own the Rift, and they are pushing G2 off.
Beautiful execution coming out from Team Liquid right now, and it is the members of Jensen and Impact that are making these fantastic plays. The players, Impact, while having a great tournament, has not converted those leads into carry performances, and Jensen and Xmithy have been the primary controversy for this team, but right now they're looking fantastic, and they're looking to upset G2.
I agree. I think that's the biggest point there. Xmithy and Jensen have continually made these really big offensive looks, and they are paying off. Here is another look at the tower dive. Xmithy actually this time getting the knockup onto Caps, and the Ignite goes down. Impact says, I will finish the job. Dives right in there with the flash. Then on the backside, Perks actually gets ignited and queued by Jensen. That's enough to burn him down.
It was just a really beautiful dive and a bit of disrespect coming out from Caps. When we saw the minimap in that replay, there was no vision or pressure anywhere on the map for G2, and the mid lane tower should have been the expected target. So the fact that Caps stuck around, Team Liquid were very happy to just punish that.
5,000 gold in the lead for Team Liquid, 2-0-4. Xmithy's Jarvan, it was the first pick on the blue side. He has been everywhere this game, and truly is leading his team to this advantageous position. Now, of course, I want to take nothing away from the rest of the squad. Jensen is having a phenomenal LeBlanc game, and especially up against Caps, who has been a player that has sort of had Jensen's number this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the scoreline, Caps 0-4-1 right now. He's definitely made some greedy plays, and Jensen has aptly punished him. Right now, the only thing G2 are waiting for is scaling, but even then, we already talked about it. Impact on the Vladimir, Doublelift on the Kai'Sa. This team knows how to utilize this composition, they know how to team fight, and they're a smart team that can set up for objectives cleanly, as they're doing right now.
Grouping up, challenging the Vision around Baron at 21.5 minutes, pushing Vision deep into G2's jungle. It is being contested though. As you can see, multiple members of G2 pushing forward and using all of their abilities to poke and push TL away.
But I love that our observers highlighted the Vision difference, because you can see how far back G2 are pushing.
Oh, no ways! Xmithy solo kills Caps! 0-5-1. But Xmithy made that work. Black Cleaver, as well as the Cinder Hulk, just to dunk him and use the whole combo.
Xmithy is popping off right now. Black Cleaver has just been picked up. He feels that he can confidently shut down Cap, and he does so exquisitely.
Team Liquid certainly looking to end the group stage strong here. They are making such a showing 22 minutes into the game, and they're taking down the secondary turret on top side.
Earlier today, the casters were talking about when you watch some teams playing, all of a sudden other regions become fans of teams they might not normally be fans of. Right now, SK Telecom are saying praise Team Liquid. They will be getting second seed. Flash Wolves will be praising G2, hoping they can come back. Because if Team Liquid win this game, Flash Wolves already eliminated, G2 will place third. And of course, Team Liquid will guarantee that fourth seed. So this is the full solo kill.
Yeah, just sitting in the brush, waiting for Caps, knows that there's no flash here, follows up the Valkyrie there with his own ultimate, and finishes the job.
Yeah, clean. Nothing more to say.
Beautifully done, and that's why Team Liquid are just in a phenomenal position. 6,000 gold up now. They continue to apply pressure on G2, and look, for G2, they've still got the ability to scale into this game, but it just doesn't feel like they're going to be given the opportunity. Team Liquid have been starting and ending plays getting advantages every single time.
The biggest thing for Team Liquid now will be how they play around the Baron, because they'll want to secure that objective. They have a pretty good composition to take it. It's just a matter of whether they will be able to secure it cleanly. They do have a tendency that when they have the lead, Baron is usually a very easy objective for them to take because of how well they set up vision in the enemy jungle. The question is, will they be able to do it against the G2 team that often doesn't stick to the playbook?
And the G2 team, as you pointed out earlier, do have quite a lot of long-range poke abilities at their disposal. Currently, they're fighting in mid, though.
They are indeed. Teleport's coming out. Smithy's got the Cataclysm available to him. Mickey buys some time with a stopwatch, and Perks is forced to run for his life. Hemoplate might just be enough. Not going to kill him just yet. Now on the back line, Wonder's already dead. There goes Mickey. Yankos is running for his life, and Smithy follows the flag and drag with a flash. Manages to find Yankos. He continues to run for his life, as at least there's one kill back for G2 Esports. But Yankos goes down. Now Caps trying to get another. Double lift cleans it up, and only Perks remains.
Perks is the only one left standing, so that means Baron is on the table. Team Liquid are looking to take a victory over G2 here at MSI. It's gonna be delayed though. No Baron started up.
It looks like they're not gonna take the gamble. They don't want to run the risk. They're waiting for the health bars to come back. They're waiting for the teleport from Double Lift. He's gonna go back to base, spend his gold, pick up a couple extra items, and they're gonna look to secure this big objective.
Rapid fire cannon completed along with the Storm Razor and the Raid Blade. It is too little, it is too late, and the observers giving false hope to all European viewers watching. G2 Esports went from controlling second seed to conceding it by giving away 2 losses to Fongbu, and right now being obliterated by Team Liquid.
So here we can see G2 trying to catch Core JJ out of position, but the Galio pretty tanky at this point in time. It buys enough time for Smithy to join the fray, and a beautiful flash dive from Impact onto the backline. Wonder, I don't even think he got, oh, he did ultimate, but he did absolutely nothing with it. He's just lying on the backline, slowly getting killed off. Yankos is trying to deal with Jensen, but the entire Team Liquid squad is just so coordinated in their target focus, and now they've found another target.
We're back, and Double Lift is on a rampage. 4-0-1. As we come out of the replay, Smithy once again, 12 out of his team's 13 kills he's involved in. Impact is now looking for a 1v1 that's become a 1v2. Impact goes into Sanguine Pool. Caps is running for his life. So is Yankos. Impact has turned this around. With Baron and now Smithy showing up, Caps and Yankos are in trouble. The bottom lane is being sieged and broken. Inhibitor turret is being attacked, while Impact and Smithy take mid-inner.
And with Wonder still dead, 15 seconds left on his death timer, Baron buff at the command of Team Liquid. They can continue pushing into the base.
Oh, this is for the semi-finals. Double Lift will open up G2's base at 25.5 minutes. Caps gets chunked down by the Captain Rain. Impact is pushing into the mid lane as the rest of Team Liquid are dancing between both lanes. Jensen will get a couple extra autos and leaving that Baron empowered cannon minion to do its work. Now all of a sudden the W from Impact will buy some time. He protobelts forward. Impact will not go down. Buys enough time. Yankos is already dead. Finally a stun, and Wonder gets one back. The Hourglass bought so much time for Impact, but there goes Jensen. Manages to get the AoE. I really thought more was going to happen.
Looks like you lost your ability to use words there. Quick shot. Good stun comes out from Wonder, but the damage has already been done from Team Liquid. They broke into the base on the bot side. They haven't slowed down yet.
Double Lift finds Perks, blows him up. Killer Instinct into a Cathian Rain. The Inhibitor is still standing in the bottom lane, and now the focus is the middle. Double Lift step forwards, auto. Those plasma stacks are melting through Mickey's HP bar. Grey Health has already been popped. Small amount of regen, but it simply isn't going to be enough. 27 minutes. 4-0-10 on Smithy. He's the hero that is starting everything, but Double Lift with 3 items is finishing everything.
Love that Team Liquid didn't back off from that play. They took a step back, they take a minute to reorganize, and then they continue with the aggression, knowing they still have the Baron buff, knowing they can still fight for this inhibitor, and they secure the objective.
All right, let's take another look at this.
We'll take a look at this.
We'll have a look at this right now. As Impact, he's forced to use the Zonyas early on, but it's simply a matter of baiting G2 in as they find that initial kill onto Rek'Sai. This is where we see Corki is forced to go back to base. Team Liquid take a second to readjust themselves, and then they continue with the siege.
Impact's play has got something caught in my throat here as Team Liquid dive in onto Perks. Double Lift taking that ultimate. Killer Instinct indeed right into the base. Team Liquid want their spot in the knockout stage, and they want to earn it themselves.
Oh man, earlier today, Team Liquid had a valiant game against SK Telecom, and now they are smashing G2 Esports. G2 5-4 coming into this. They lost to Fongbu earlier today, and now it feels all but inevitable with an 11,000 gold deficit that they will be knocked out of that second seed. And what a fashion to do so. G2 is defending now. Inhibitor on the bottom will be the focus of at least 4 members of Team Liquid. Jensen is coming in from the mid lane, and Caps is sitting on the package. So that Valkyrie could be beneficial, but the truth is there are so many squishy members in G2 that if a fight breaks out, I feel like Team Liquid can just kill them before anything else happens.
I mean, just look at Jankos, only just now hitting level 13, and he's going up against level 15 Doublelift, level 16 Jensen, level 16 Impact. Just the level differences alone is enough to melt through G2, let alone the item.
And there's 2 GAs on the side of Team Liquid. The Hourglass sitting inside Impact's hands. Caps is getting a couple autos off, and look, all credit to G2. They're holding on to this inhibitor. The Caps is going to use that package defensively. Try to put down the wave clear. There goes X-Smithy. Here comes Doublelift. His Killer Instinct did. That's the first kill onto Perks. Impact will be finishing us up. That's a triple for Double. He's looking for the Quadra. Maybe a Penta. Not going to be enough just yet. His Impact is taken out into the fountain. Caps and Yankos go. It's a 5-on-2. Team Liquid, surely they've done it. That's a dash forward. Here comes the rest of Team Liquid. Caps goes golden. Nexus turret falls. Caps flashes away to safety. Cordia J's going low. He's taken out by Yankos. Jensen gets one in reply. It's not done yet as Caps is trying to get the damage out. The Nexus turret is broken, but with a GA and a Fed Kaiser, Doublelift and Team Liquid advance to the semi-finals, eliminating G2.
What a turnaround for Team Liquid. On the final day of group stages, they show up the biggest. Big performances from all members, but X-Smithy, what an improvement. Absolutely dominating the early game. And then with the draft of Kaisa, Galio, Vladimir, amazing team fight to end out the game. If they win early game with this composition, they are going to steamroll ahead.
4-0-15. He was involved in 19 of the 20 kills that Team Liquid were involved in, even getting a solo kill down on 2 Caps. Exquisite performance from Team Liquid. They executed upon their draft beautifully, and most importantly, Kobe, the Smithy Jensen duo. They found that early lead, and they ran away with it.
And of course, the question I have to ask from earlier, yes, earlier today against SKT, Team Liquid just kind of rolled over. They actually didn't do a whole lot. This game, extremely proactive from minute 1, everywhere on the map, and they make opportunities. This is the Team Liquid that has to show up in BO5.
At the last possible second, Trevor, the fire has been lit.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do. For more on how Team Liquid picked up that win, let's leave it to State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. We'll hear from Doublelift in just a few moments. But first, we have to talk about that victory for Team Liquid. Redemption from last year's MSI when they had control of their own destiny, weren't able to push it forward. This time around, they take it before even having to play a tiebreaker.
Big sigh of relief. Whew! Feels good. And I'm so happy the way they did it, avoiding tiebreaker, avoiding having to play again, going in off a slump of going 0-2 on the day, bouncing back, beating one of the other regions that was top 3 regions, like picking up a win against someone above you in the standings, which they hadn't done yet. All of that makes it feel so much better for North American fans.
And I think a big bounce back performance. They hit it on the cast there. The fact that they fell down against SKT and just looked like they had no proactivity. The changes came in from the coaching staff. They set them up for a brilliant game, but the players ultimately delivered in a massive way.
And one of the questions we had was, which team would bring more baggage from their losses earlier today? And TL rolled over against SKT and then came in with a style and were confident. The moment I saw the Ezreal Tahm Kench and just the fact that they were feeling a little bit defeated, I felt like G2 play best when their chests are puffed out and they're so confident in just how good they are. And I just didn't get that vibe here.
Because let's not forget, this was a European region, a G2 squad that was ready to claim the second spot. You know, globally, they've taken down SKT twice, but now the fact that they've dropped games against Fongvu Buffalo 2 in a row and the now Liquid loss makes fans and, analysts going to start questioning the validity of that statement that has been made throughout this tournament.
G2 locked into third now, TL picking up fourth, but I want to reference the draft point because on the side of TL, they've done what we finally asked for. Prioritized a champion for Xmithie that gives him agency in the early game, and he utilizes it to perfection, getting Jensen specifically ahead.
Well, it's what we were saying at the top of the day, the fact that sometimes Caps does blow up in laning phase. And, this was not him just griefing or anything like that. TL played very well. Nice counter gank here to set this up.
At the end of the day, you're watching plays like the First Blood here, and you feel like Xmithie is ahead of the play and his mechanics are on point. You can say that about none of the first 9 games of the tournament for him. But here, with that agency, with, like you say, not just a level 6 jungler, he comes up in a big way.
Yeah, and Jensen as well, saying he'll carry Doublelift out of groups. Had a monstrous performance. Just jukes 3 out of 3 skill shots out of him and kills Caps underneath his own turret. And that was kind of the last gasp almost that we saw out of G2. From no point on after that did they feel like they were in control.
And just as a small point, I mentioned no player was looking confident. I thought Caps was. He was trying to make things happen. But it was kind of notable how when I watched G2 domestically, if Caps is getting caught, other people are making the plays because, of course, Xmithie's not in their lane. It didn't feel like that here. So Caps was almost an anomaly in how G2 played.
It's like what you said, like who learned correctly from their mistakes? Okay, no more Hecarim, and let's pick J4 for TL. And then for G2, our bot lane died a lot in the mid game. Let's pick the safest thing possible. And that was probably the wrong lesson because now Doublelift has a free laning phase and got a 7 DCS lead.
And that was the thing that impressed me, right? It was everywhere on the map. Impact on Vladimir had a good performance, and then their bottom lane popped off. The fact that Doublelift and Core JJ had their standout performance against G2, and just the ability to generate such a huge lane lead. They took the turret with a Rift Herald and were able to rotate around the map, always in the play in that mid-game position. Kai'Sa and Galio are very good at joining these fights, and they utilize them beautifully.
Those are familiar numbers for NA fans domestically when it comes to TL and the bot lane. So it's good to see them generate those same kind of numbers here on the international stage. And I feel like, Mark, midway through that game, we started to see Doublelift kind of fall into his groove. Gets a solo kill here, outplays a skill shot there in a team fight, and a little bit of that confidence starts to creep back in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, like you said, NA fans are used to seeing. And you could tell that that was not who was on stage 2 days ago. It was not that confident Doublelift. It's been the Doublelift we've seen at International before where he falls onto the back foot. And it took a little bit of time to ramp up in this game. And, maybe it's just item power spikes for Kai'Sa. But later on, he started making really aggressive plays.
I mean, when the jungler gets ahead, like this happened in this game, it just all slid into place, right? It felt like everything that you prepared based on domestic TL was capped off from Xmithie getting so far ahead.
We've been leveraging criticism at both Xmithie and the team for putting him in hard places so far in the tournament, but this 10th and final game of the group stage, MasterCard player of the game for Xmithie through and through.
And let me tell you, as a jungler, if you can sit there and just whack a mid laner to death one-on-one, you feel pretty good. But it was also the cerebral plays coming out, the reads, the predictions, and the ability to catch people out of position. Very well played.
In the same game, he put off an EQ flash for First Blood and a prediction on a Corki flash. Like, this is just Xmithie playing at the highest level. He went the electrocute, and then we saw the Cinderhawk. That seems a little bit scattered, but it allowed him to do a bit of everything. And the moment he got those early kills, he said, I want to be a tank, start turret diving, and the good times will roll.
You usually need to commit your goal to one thing. I want to one-shot people. I want to be a tank. He got so ahead, he could commit to both and solo out the mid laner and be the front liner.
With our knockout stages locked in 1 through 4, I want to kind of take stock of where the teams are because I think, interestingly enough, in contrast to the way we've been talking about, in particular, G2 and TL this entire week, they're only 1 game apart in the standings now, and so I think, for so long we've been down on TL and in a sense for good reason, but here they are now making their way out of groups on their own volition and sitting only 1 game behind G2.
I mean, it was one of those things where the front page of Reddit a day ago was like literally every other top team's opinions on why TL is bad. And then suddenly, it's like, okay, well, they beat a top team. They're clearly the 4th best team at this tournament now. And it's like, why was it so negative and so positive for some of these other regions when they aren't that far behind, it feels like.
And look, a large portion of it is because you haven't been able to get it done against the teams better than you. That's what North American fans are waiting for, that huge upswing. But I think what they're leaving behind is that consistency factor, the ability to perform, and the fact that these guys are veterans. And I keep saying it, I think they have ramped into the tournament and they haven't been given enough credit for that. So I don't think this is the best TL we've seen. I think that, they're going to continue to build towards the best of 5.
And the final small point is like the manner of the victories, with innovation and things like that.
Although that was a stomp.
Agreed. This was a great game. I just made that G2 kind of beggars belief and kind of redefines the game when they're fully on board. In their losses, TL have also kind of rolled over in some games. But you see games like this and you just kind of look back and say, what a great job done by TL.
Team Liquid lock a knockout spot. Shox is standing by to hear from the victorious ADC.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm here with Double Lift after Team Liquid does it. They advance to the knockout round, and Double Lift after so many years. What does it mean to you to make it to the knockout round of MSI and of an international tournament?
Well, ignoring the fact that we just kind of squeaked by, like by one game, I mean, it feels amazing. I don't know what to say. Like everything that I did and everyone that I interacted with my whole career, like all the things that happened, it led to this. So I just feel really grateful. I don't know, the first thing that I thought about was just like, wow, all that time I spent on CLG and I couldn't do it. Like all that time I spent on TSM and I couldn't do it. All that time I spent like raging at my teammates on Team Liquid and like we didn't do it. And now we finally did it and it feels worth it. So I feel peaceful right now. I feel really happy, but also really peaceful.
I mean, absolutely. Huge congratulations. You talk about all these things have led up to this, the being angry at your team when it didn't work out. And you told me even yesterday, it's about that decisiveness. I don't know where it is. It was all in this game. So what happened? What clicked? And how did it all come together right in time?
Well, I think, we had like a really weird journey throughout groups where we thought like, oh, wow, we need to up the aggression to the level of like IG and G2 and stuff, because that's how teams are winning. And we thought like we need to basically like play their champs, but not like their style, just kind of play sort of loosely in a resemblance of them. But then after we got smashed by SKT, we were like, that doesn't work. Like we still have to do like Team Liquid plays, I guess, like the stuff that we've been practicing, even if I would say like some of the plays that SKT is looking for and IG is looking for is stuff we would never realize. And so trying to like be a crappy imitation of that is kind of the wrong way. So we went for, like Team Liquid style, which is buff invade, heavy dragon control, and really just choking out their mid laner because Jensen's really good. So I think, I don't know, in the middle of that game, I was like, oh my God, Jensen's popping off. Like, I need to stay calm because if I throw this game, I'm going to be really depressed for the rest of my life. So I was like, yeah, it was just a really good game from us.
Yeah, it was an insanely good game. Tell me, does it feel just a little bit sweeter because it was NA versus EU?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it could have been any more perfect. Like, NA versus EU, it's been a while since I've won against EU. So that feels amazing.
It's absolutely fantastic. Is there anything you want to say to anyone of your choice? Of course, your fans that have been supporting you for so long, but also maybe your teammates and everyone in the Team Liquid camp.
Yeah, just like I want to thank everyone that I've ever talked to, and everyone that I ever like struggled with as a teammate and as a player, and everyone that like kind of stuck with me through my failures as a person, as a player, and all the fans who the same thing. Like how disappointing for 7 years I can't do something. It's really easy, but I finally did it, so thank you guys, and hopefully we'll crush it in the knockout stage. Yeah.
I mean, I do want to follow up because we need to get our feet a bit back to earth. Now, you got this, but you owe it to everyone to step it up even more in those knockout phases because, it was an up and down group phase. So, what's next on the dockets? You do have a couple of days. You said in the beginning, we're going to win. How much has that wavered? How are you going into those knockouts?
I think there seems to be a huge, to the outsider, there seems to be a huge gap between us and the rest of the teams because our score sucks. We're like 4-6. But in reality, it's not true. We just have like some mental stuff going on with our team. But really, I think our team is really good. And I know just like being realistic, we have to step up to win in the next rounds. But when we get going, like we really do get going, I think the problem is it's getting going. Our team has a really slow start. So I think we're just working on that, and we will level up for knockout stage. We have to.
Okay. Fantastic. Looking forward to it. Congratulations, Peter. Team Liquid makes it to the knockout phase of MSI after a fantastic game. But we have more left to come. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Flash Wolves versus Fangfu Buffalo. Don't go anywhere.
Oh,
Dangerous.
that's a trade back and forth. First blood picked up by Xmitty in the 2v2.
The way they have in the mid lane and bot.
Well, Caps is dead.
As Wonder's now the target.
Oh, take a look at that. Flash for flash. Wonder just gets dunked, shut down. It's going to Jensen. Gets the solo kill onto Caps. Yankos finds one in reply. Oh, man, Yankos is already gone. Xmitty's found him. Ignite is ticking down. Here comes Impact. Chronobelt forward. That should be enough to take out Caps. The pop goes down. Impact gets him. Vanguard's edge by some time as Wonder's forced to run for his life. Now Xmitty gets out and Perks goes down as well. Oh, no ways. Xmitty solo kills Caps. Oh, we're back and Doublelift is on a rampage. 4-0-1. It's not done yet as Caps is trying to get the damage out. The Nexus turret is broken, but with a GA and a Fed Kai'Sa, Doublelift and Team Liquid advance to the semi-finals. Welcome back to the final day of groups as we prepare for our next match. It's the Flash Wolves going up against Phong Vu Buffalo. We're straight into the draft time quick shot joined by Kobe and Vedius for this matchup that is all about bragging rights. VCS or LMS, who will take 5th place?
We heard some really big cheers from the crowd earlier today as the Phong Vu Buffalo picked up another win, and they're looking to continue those cheers.
And the last time that these two teams met, it was a very strong start for the Phong Vu Buffalo squad. Unfortunately, they could not convert it into a win. But already, early on in this draft, while the bans look like very conventional, very meta stuff, we're already seeing a bit of difference down towards the bot lane with a Thresh locked in for Xiaoxi.
Yeah, and actually, you know, Silas getting through, Rise getting through as well. There are quite a few options definitely left up for power picks on the backside.
We'll see what Xiaoxi's going to end up doing on this Thresh. I'm taking a quick look through his games played this year, and it's not too many. 7 games. It is his 3rd most played, 71% win ratio. And I want to know whether or not this ends up being one of those happy games that we've heard so much about from Invictus, because obviously both teams eliminated from playoff contention. But the rivalry between the VCS and the LMS, not one that we've spoken a lot about because it's one of the newer, more emerging storylines with Flash Wolves' struggles at this tournament.
I really enjoy watching.
Woo!
Never mind! Forget Thresh! Let's talk about Evelyn.
And Kalista as well. Flash Wolves going full aggression this time around.
Evelyn, the assassin from the jungle here. Full AP builds are what you are expecting. You are also expecting very farm heavy in the early game, right? You got to get to level 6 before you can go invisible and start finding people out, but then it's all about the charms. It's very difficult to play it into Morgana though. Morgana Black Shield is one of the biggest deterrents. As soon as the charm goes up, you just get the Black Shield on your carry.
Yeah, we'll see how Boogie can navigate around that. I think it's also very dangerous to blind pick an Evelyn, considering how weak she is in the early game. So I wouldn't be surprised for Flash Wolves to now ban out some of the strong early game junglers like Lee Sin, maybe consider taking the Jarvan off the board. Depends how strong you consider Jarvan to be in the early game. Maybe an Olaf as well.
Yeah, Evelyn's also very predictable. Always start on the red side. You want to clear out the AoE camps. Raptors and Krugs are very easy for her to do. And she wants to get as much experience churning as quickly as possible. So it's most likely going to be fairly easy to track in the early game, then very difficult when she becomes invisible.
Well, let's see what Boogie can end up doing on this pick. Hecarim has been banned away. Rather will lose access to his Orianna that has been one of the emerging picks here in the MSI group stage event. And the last ban from Phong Vu Buffalo targeted towards Hanabi. They're getting rid of that Gangplank as well. So potentially another jungle pick. And then we see a little bit more information here on whether Meliodas wants to lock in his jungler, or if we find out what the next solo lane is going to be, Vedius.
Well, to me, this suggests that Phong Vu Buffalo might be looking to lock in their jungler right now, make sure that they can save that Silas for the counter pick later on. Given that Jarvan has been let through the entire draft, no real surprise that Phong Vu will go that direction. Surprised that Rise has made it all the way through the draft, considering how strong it is.
Flash Wolves are going full playmaking. Yeah, they're going full YouTube highlight here. Thresh Kalista on the bottom side, one of the bottom lanes that has the most playmaking available.
Woo! Okay.
For the top side. Talon could even go top if he wanted.
Why do you sound depressed, Kobe?
I don't need to.
I'm so excited for this. The double assassin in Evelyn and the Talon. You also have... Wait, where are your knockups coming to? I guess the Kalista ultimate is going to be your main one.
And Thresh is going to help you out as well.
Yeah.
But Vedius, what do you make of this team composition?
It doesn't matter. It's really awesome.
This is the kill people team composition.
This is mine and Ender's solo queue team composition. This is what we love to play. Now gotta go hard and fast.
Well, it's all coming together, right? They draft the Evelyn early to allow for double AD solo laners. You have to have that AP threat from the jungle. And it actually really does set up Evelyn as the only AP threat, which feels so good as the Evelyn, because your whole objective is to 100% to zero people.
Well, the question is, will Boogie actually find the opportunities? We got a very traditional, very MSI draft on the side of Phong Vu Buffalo, and a very happy, very flashful celebration draft. And it's going to be up to them to make it work.
Yeah, serious face on the Phong Vu Buffalo side. Very happy face on the Flash Wolves.
And I'm looking at this draft, and expectations are you're going to see that Talon moving around the map a lot. Don't be surprised to see those mobility boots.
Really?
The Tiamat. He's going to wave clear, he's going to leave, and he's going to be looking to stabby everyone.
Stabby everyone, and hopefully have an Evelyn to back him up as well. Yasuo, Evelyn, Talon for the penultimate game in the MSI group stages. Yeah, as we've mentioned, these two teams are eliminated from the semifinals and the playoff BO5s. This is for bragging rights. The Vietnamese VCS Phong Vu Buffalo taking on the LMS and Flash Wolves.
Let me remind everyone that Hanabi is a Yasuo one-trick.
Right, one trick Hanabi Yasuo. Let's see what he can do. Conqueror Yasuo in the top lane. Double electrocutes for Boogie and Rather. Take a look down at the rest of the lane. And not seeing any huge surprises yet, but definitely want to see the early game decision making and what this Evelyn does and whether or not Phong Vu Buffalo can shut her down.
So I know Kobe is very familiar with Evelyn, so before we get to that, I want to quickly talk about the top lane matchup, because Yasuo used to be a big counter pick over in Europe as an answer to the Aurelia. The wind wall can be used to block both her E, the primary stun, and it can be used to block her ultimate. He also outscales her in a side lane later on, because he's going to primarily building a lot of crit, and that shielding actually helps him with a lot of his trades during the early laning phase as well. So I actually favor Hanabi in the 1v1. He just has to be very careful of Meliodas ganks if he decides to focus that lane.
And that's the tricky thing. Jarvan should have the priority over ganks early on in this game. So it's up to Meliodas on the side of the Phong Vu Buffalo to make sure that his solo lanes do have a good start.
So let's talk more a little bit about this Evelyn, Kobe, because I'm not an Evelyn expert, and all I hear is Ender complain about the champion. So I'd love to...
Sounds like Ender's not an expert on Evelyn either. Because Evelyn, I think, is not one of the problem champions in the game right now. Definitely does have weaknesses that you can exploit. It can be super annoying, though, so I can see why a lot of people do complain about it. But as you can see right now, he's starting with no leash on the Raptor camp. With the Talisman start, you get so much HP back from tagging multiple monster camps. That's how I was talking about her always starting on the red side and churning through the high experience camps on that side. Going to transition down through the red into the Krugs afterwards. That means your top side is left vulnerable. And with a Yasuo Aurelia, very kind of volatile matchup up there, it means that Meliodas does have a good opportunity to make something happen.
Would you like to see Boogie, gank a specific lane once he gets set up? And when do you expect that to happen?
Evelyn works best with other forms of CC to keep them in place during your charm kind of charge where it fills up. So Yasuo is actually quite a good one because he does have the knockup, and Aurelia is a melee champion. And
I mean, while that's true,
gonna look mid lane though.
Let's take a look. Rather's just gonna rake the mid lane. Meliodas shows his presence. Remember, split map, so Meliodas steals away the blue buff. Boogie's gonna get support from Xiaoxi as well as Betty, and should be able to secure the blue, and does so with the smite.
And I'd say bottom lane's definitely fairly difficult because of the Morgana Black Shield that we kind of went over earlier. But, if Xiaoxi can get both of them in a play, or you can keep them guessing on which target you're going for, and you can still make it happen.
So while I do agree, CC is one of the best things to help utilize Evelyn early on. I also just think tons of damage is another way to utilize. And the thing about Talon is once he hits level 6, once Evelyn hits level 6, they have a lot of bursts together. So I'm expecting these two to be like a roaming duo death squad, because remember, Evelyn becomes camouflaged, which means that she can only be seen in a certain radius. And for Talon, he can pop out of nowhere because he can dip, dive, and jump and parkour over all these walls.
Talon is actually one of the most annoying solo laners for the enemy to get ahead as a jungler, because he just comes over your walls. Here we go, the chain hits!
All right, Pallet's going to use that Black Shield, flashes away to safety. Boogie's managed to come in as well. Dashes forward, throws out a couple of hate spikes, and a couple of summoner spells blown. It is Pallet that uses flash and heal. Xiaoxi only spends the ignites.
Yeah, that Morgana definitely vulnerable now, and topside knows that both junglers show bottom, so they are free for the 1v1.
Hanabi right now still even CS. I'm waiting to see how that plays out. As
parkour.
Rather will use that Assassin's Path, hops over the wall. See whether or not he can spot anyone out. Good vision toggle there by the observers, just highlighting what the players can see, and obviously rather being spotted out means he's not going to find a target yet. He's also not level 6, so he can't, blow everyone out just yet.
Yeah, Talon needs to farm a little bit. You want to be able to get your Tiamat so you can shove the wave really quickly along with your W. Then, in addition to mobility boats and boots and lethality coming in, that's when you really start seeing the super high value roams around the map.
And I will be honest, I've not really seen the Sylas versus Talon matchup, so I don't normally know how that goes in the 1v1. What I can say for sure, though, is Talon, the moment he completes that Tiamat, what he often does is rake the wave and then pop the Tiamat, and then he doesn't really look for the 1v1 in mid. He usually looks for the side lane opportunities anyway.
Swing and a miss.
Yep, most matchups go the same way. I had to say, the only thing he has to keep in mind is the heal from the Kingmaker for Null. That can catch you by surprise. So the Ignite, very important on when you're going for your all-in.
And we'll see what he can do. I mean, Null already has a ton of damage in his kit built in. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with the Shadow Assault as well. A couple of knockups on his side of the map as well. So there's a few very powerful ultimates that he can steal, and definitely a different flavor of ultimates than we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament. 5 minutes in, it is an even gold game, pretty much even CS across the board. Small advantages top and bottom, but nothing really significant to speak of. And Boogie at level 4 will be in range to help out Rather. Waiting in the wings. Gonna throw out that allure, starts to charge it up. Hate spikes coming out, teleport now being channeled, I believe, from Zeros. Boogie's running for his life, flashes over the wall. Zeros, does he decide to chase? The answer is no. Holds on to that flash, but teleport's secured in favor of Flash Wolves.
So yeah, Flash Wolves can be pretty happy with how that trade worked out. Considering Evelyn early levels is able to force this level of pressure, is definitely an advantage that they want to find themselves in, as we see Big Cora being pushed back in the 2 versus 2. Hail of Blades Kalista coming out very strong in these early skirmishes.
Yeah, and Evelyn definitely has to be worried with the flash blown and no level 6 is a super vulnerable target. In mid lane, though,
oh, that's a lot of damage. Rather's going to escape for now. Manages to make it out with his own Shadow Assault. And we saw that trade, by the way. Betty, undefeated on Kalista this year, 6-0. Really showing his proficiency on the champion in that bottom lane.
I just can't get over how many swords there were. Just the Talon ultimate plus the Talon W and then North stealing it. Ah, so cool. Anyway, sorry. I love mid lane matchups like this because I rarely get to commentate them and I rarely get to see them. So seeing the back and forth and the cool interactions that you get is a really fun experience for me. So right now, Null, he has the slight advantage, forcing Rather to go back. He hasn't been able to pick up his Tiamat just yet, sitting on the 3 long swords. And one of the big things you have to be very careful of when training against a Talon is the 3-hit passive. Is he's able to land 3 of your abilities. He applies a bleed, which does a surprising amount of damage for those unaware. But the great thing about a Sylas is he has the shield and the heal to help mitigate a lot of that extra burn damage that can follow up a short trade.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Hanabi feeling very good about his alone time here up there with Zeros, pushing in the wave once again. And I would still say that is a really prime target for when Boogie hits level 6 to go gank. Zeros has got the early Ninja Tabby investing in the armor, and Evelyn, it's actually very easy to go up there and charm a melee champion that's in combat with another melee champion. Even though Aurelia can jump around to minions, oftentimes you don't have to proc your charm with the Q.
Yeah.
That's a fallacy that we see a lot of early Evelyn players do. You can just go up with the E and proc it most of the time. But casual first blood in the bottom side, quick shot.
Well, there we go. Looked like Xiaoxi managed to catch the death sentence, if I read that correctly. He had no flash, remember? Yep. From an earlier gank, and that big CS advantage that Hanabi had built up has been equalized by Zeros. Remember, Zeros teleported to the mid lane. Hopefully we'll catch a replay of that as Boogie is actually waiting just outside of vision. Meliodas is in range. Look at all the swords, Vedius! All of a sudden, though, it's Rather that's running for his life. Meliodas gets the first kill on the board for Fengvu Buffalo. Boogie can't do a whole lot as the allure and the hate spikes are putting some damage down. But Meliodas just stands toe-to-toe. There's another engage. Xiaoxi with the flash death sentence will connect onto Big Coro, and Betty gets a second.
So we'll get to the bot lane play in a second because I've got to praise Null for his use of the ultimate to steal away the Eve ultimate to then get out of what should have been an execution going in the favor of Flash Wolves. Beautiful stuff from the Sylas there to get out of what should have been a dangerous play.
And super clean kills on the bottom side from Betty and Xiaoxi. They are actually destroying this matchup.
Absolutely obliterating Pallet and Big Cora. CS advantage, 2 kills advantage as well. And we catch a quick glimpse of Hanabi. So this is going to be a replay of the bottom kills first.
Yeah, we need to do them justice. We haven't been catching a lot of these kills from the bottom side. The Kalista and the Thresh, again, it's a hook right out of the brush. So the Black Shield's not going to do anything to save your life.
And I think that the expectations were that this Flash Wolves duo had gone back to base, and that means that, again, the Varus was sticking around, thought he could catch the wave, but surprise, Flash Wolves bot lane still haven't gone back to base. They commit a flash, they find themselves another kill, and they're in a prime position to carry from the bot side.
Yeah, Kalista Thresh with Flash and the ultimate can traverse the entire screen to chase you down. Really nice job there by Xiaoxi especially.
All right, here comes Boogie once again. Shadow Assault is already used. Boogie's got the Caress if he needs to, holding on to it for a few seconds longer. Hate Spike being used, and Boogie doesn't commit the ultimate.
Yeah, this is kind of the point I was talking about, why you really like CC in the lane you're ganking. He keeps on charming and then instantly proccing it just for the slow. They don't really have enough time to stick around and wait for it to fully converge there. So continually not getting those kills on the mid lane. Bottom lane might be a different story though.
Okay, Flash is available for Pallet, but Big Koro does not have his up and available. Betty and Xiaoxi making their way forward. Betty, no ultimate up. Xiaoxi will not step further forward. I'm looking at the minimap. Can't quite see where Boogie's waiting. I think
Evelyn
outside of vision. We're still looking from Fongbu Buffalo's point of view. And there we go, observers highlighting where Boogie's waiting.
But this is also the invisible pressure that Evelyn provides. As a lane that does have any kind of pressure, you always have to be so careful when trying to push up these waves, because it is difficult to spot out where this Evelyn is and what direction she could come from.
Especially if you've already died 2 times in 2v2 in the lane. Definitely going to give you a little bit more pause for caution. On the top side as well, Talon flipping around the jungle. Going to try and exert some pressure himself. Does have the Tiamat now, so go shove the wave as quickly as possible, then look for side lane plays.
Right, Tiamat for Rather. Null's got himself the Proto Belt. Bilgewater Cutlass is picked up for both of the bot laners. Hanabi on the Zeal versus the Phage of Zera. So working our way towards those first big items for most players in the game. And of course, Meliodas 1-0 on that job, and he's got the Cinderhulk completed.
Now, a big thing for PvP to keep in mind, and when you're playing against things like Talon, trying to ward up the river, because even though Talon does go over these walls, oftentimes it'll pass through one of these areas. Here we go mid, though, again.
All right, trade of ultimates for
Get the
now.
charm this time!
Easily run down. So much damage from that Shadow Assault from Rather.
See, who needs CC when you just have burst damage, Kobe?
He got the CC that time.
It doesn't matter. That would have been a kill. Evelyn didn't even use her ultimate. That's why she could be looking for a play bot, but it's in fact Meliodas who is here first. He's hanging around, providing some assistance for Big Koro and Pallet.
Wow, Flash Wolves find themselves 1,000 gold up for now. Boogie's Evelyn is starting to get more involved. Xiaoxi and Betty, they've single-handedly won this lane, plus 20 CS. Not entirely fair, Boogie did gank earlier, but they've taken over from the advantageous Summoner spell position. Meliodas has got Cataclysm up. There goes Pallet, goes in with the Soul Shackles. Betty uses the clock for now. Xiaoxi buys some time before Rather arrives. Teleport completes from Hanabi, but Fongbu Buffalo get 2, and Vietnam erupts.
Yeah, the Buffalo have had enough of the shenanigans on the bottom side. They spin the teleport. Meliodas is on the control ward there for the counter gank as well, and they get 2 kills back.
Where is the Evelyn, though? She hasn't been spotted just yet. And here she comes, 3v4.
All right, taking a look at this. The last Caress is available. That's a very good Vanguard's Edge. Going to disarm so many members of the Flash Wolves. Sliding and dashing across Zeros. Blade surges all the way in. Manages to find the stun as well before he's taken down. It's 3 more kills for the Fongbu Buffalo.
Beautiful dive from the Buffaloes as they find themselves another 3 kills. A delayed ace comes out from the squad as Flash Wolves are left without an answer.
Yeah, Flash Wolves trying to dig themselves out of a deficit on the bottom side. They had just lost their strongest members, Kalista and Thresh, down, and they try and defend and go for an offensive play in the 3v5 situation at the turret.
Xiaoxi, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Stepping forward. Not going to get turned on just yet. I'm looking at the minimap. Some support coming up from Betty. But Xiaoxi, like, he's playing so emboldened that Fongbu Buffalo have backed away, maybe expecting more members to approach.
Bold play is what I want to see today, Quick Shot. These 2 teams going right for the jugular.
All right. Every time. The observers, they keep trolling me. I keep thinking something's going to happen. But maybe
Something
it will
is going to happen. Xiaoxi's looking for it.
All right, Zeros is going to try to wave clear here with that Q. Xiaoxi's still lingering. come on, use the lantern, pull somebody up and go for the engage. Not going to happen yet. We're going to catch a replay of that bottom lane.
So we can see here, Betty, he thinks that he's in a comfortable 2 versus 2 situation. Surprise, Meliodas comes in. They push past the minion wave. A perfect teleport situation for Zeros means that the Flash Wolves duo can be immediately eliminated. Now, the 3-man of Flash Wolves then join the fight, thinking they can hold the tower.
Yeah, they're going to come around here. Boogie on the outside. In the meantime, Rather jumps over the wall. Hanabi actually flashes to try and get an AoE knock up there on multiple members, doesn't get it, and then Zeros goes on the dive with the Aurelia. Picks off the kill here, just outside of the tower aggro there, gets one more shot, is taken down, and Fongbu Buffalo finished that one up.
Beautiful use of the marks that he had applied with his ultimate earlier to then dive underneath the tower and find that kill onto Rather. Just excellent execution of the Aurelia.
And super important that with the tower plate secured, Fongbu Buffalo have turned the gold deficit into a lead. They were down 1k, now they are up 1,000 gold. Yalua comes out from Boogie. Meliodas is going to be able to escape for now. Rift Herald has been interrupted and may be donated here to the Flash Wolves. It's a re-engage. Rift Herald is secured by Meliodas, but he cannot pick up the eye just yet.
Ooh, I love this game. Defend the Rift Herald eye.
Well, it doesn't look like Flash Wolves are going to commit just yet. The eye is still sitting. It will time out shortly. Chelsea finds himself one. He's already got a kill onto Meliodas. Flash Wolves are grouped up. They've got a second, as well as one back for Fongbu Buffalo. Boogie's running for his life as here comes Big Koro. The Allure by some piercing arrow secures a kill for Big Koro.
Big Koro with the big skill shot finds the kill on Evelyn after the ult is burned to get out of danger, and as his reward, picks up the Eye of the Rift Herald. All according to plan, Vedia.
Fongbu Buffalo win the game of back and forth as Flash Wolves are forced to back off, and Big Koro only continues to get stronger. What was an abysmal laning phase is now a 3-1 for Varus, primed and ready to carry for the Fongbu Buffalo.
Got himself that Blade of the Ruined King, and here's a replay of what was effectively protect or attack the Rift Herald Eye.
So here we see the binding actually landing onto Betty, but while the thing is you can see a really good flay interrupt onto Meliodas, so he ends up getting burst down first. But Big Koro sitting on the back line looks very safe, immediately gets the black shield. So then Flash Rolls are kind of grouped up into this small narrow choke point, allowing Big Koro to get all this damage down onto Boogie, where he's then able to find that beautiful snipe.
Just so nice there, right through the small corridor. Rift Herald's activated in the mid lane, and Fongbu Buffalo want to finish this turret off.
All right, Tower First Blood is available and should go down with the boop here from the Rift Herald, picked up in favor of Fongbu Buffalo. Meliodas clears out the chicken camp just south of the mid lane, and Zeros is now moving up top. A couple of members of PvP are putting pressure onto that second charge up by the Rift Herald, and as it stands, Fongbu back away. Extend the gold lead to 2,000. Big item spikes have come in for almost everybody. Static Shiv up top into Triforce, and it's really just Rather that's waiting to complete a few components. And now Zeros will get some support. There's no minions for this dive.
Yeah, and a controller does see the rest of the members of Fongbu Buffalo leave the jungle, so he should feel fairly secure in continuing to defend it. Zeros is going to have to worry about the 2v1 here, though. Boogie, Invisible Evelyn in his lane.
Let's take a look what Zeros can do. Flash not available to him. Vanguard's edge buys some time. He's got so much damage. They're not going to be enough to get through Boogie. 17.5 minutes, Flash Wolves get their 7th kill of the game. Still staying within touching distance, and of course, you know, both of these teams, they're putting on a show for us, which is great, but it is their last games of MSI 2019.
This is exactly what Flash Wolves want to be doing with their composition, roaming around the map, looking for these picks, trying to avoid these big 5v5s where the big area effect abilities that Fongbu Buffalo's comp does have, things like the Jarvan ultimate, Aurelia ultimate, the Varus ultimate, and the Morgana ultimate, like, assassins don't want to be enclosed in a small space. They want to have the freedom to utilize their mobility and pick targets off.
Claustrophobic assassins don't like to get boxed in.
No, they don't like the small spaces.
No, definitely not. And Rather's got himself the Duskblade of Drakthar, so definitely wants to try, you know, combo up with the likes of either Hanabi or Boogie, find the opportunities to assassinate people.
Do like those combos, though. Big AoE knockup possible here. You know, we talked about the Callista and Thresh being able to work so well with Hanabi. Bottom side, it's actually going to be the Evelyn that wants to work with Rather once again.
All right, now Null used the box a few seconds ago. Not going to get chased just yet. Vision is in favor of PvP as the Mountain Drake is now secured. That's the second mountain of the game at 19 minutes. Hugely important if this game continues to play out. And Phong Vu now putting some pressure into the jungle of Flash Wolves. Red buff will get secured by Boogie. I think he smited that one away as Meliodas throws the flag and drag down. Second tower secured in favor of PvP. Correction, in favor of Flash Wolves. They will get their second tower for PvP now.
Hanabi going to continue pushing up here on the top side. Static Shiv going to allow him to take down the minions very quickly and start to attack the turret. Looks like he's drawing several members up there. And a roam from Xiaoxi and Boogie at the same time. Maybe they make a play, try and pick somebody in the enemy jungle.
All right, now Betty's not with the team. He's stuck in the middle lane for now. Blast Cone has been used by Flash Wolves, and we're in quite a chaotic phase of the game as both teams kind of concede each half of the map. Knock down one tower apiece. Baron is coming up, and we'll start to see which team is going to contest either to push the lanes out or start setting up for those next objectives.
Well, I think it's Flash Wolves that kind of have to play on the opposite side of where Phong Vu Buffalo look to play, because the reality is they are stronger in the 5 versus 5, so when they're setting up for an objective, chances are they will have a numbers advantage. So it's better for Flash Wolves to actually kind of create a pit of darkness, then go to the opposite side of the map, and then if Phong Vu try to answer, then you can catch them either in the rotation or isolated in a single lane.
Yeah, I think the thing that Phong Vu Buffalo are most worried about is vision, because even Flash Wolves can definitely win AoE team fights themselves. Steric's Gage completed on the Yasuo now. They have the possibility, if they get flanks back onto Big Koro and they kill the key member there, even with a Morgana shield, if you take down the Varus, they can definitely, get in and get out very quickly.
The thing that Flash Wolves have to take into consideration is the stopwatch that's sitting on top of Big Core right now. There's also another one on top of Meliodas, and it's something that I know a lot of players in my solo queue games forget about, because I forget about it all the time, where you think you've gotten onto the carry, then they pop that stopwatch, and it just helps them buy a lot of time and swing a team fight.
Well, that's Captain Flower's favorite thing to remind everyone. Always press tab and check for stopwatches. There's also a Zonia's on the mid laner, by the way.
Well, let's see if it's going to help out. Zeros forced to flash away. This was the 2v1 earlier. Again, a lot of damage onto Boogie. But Boogie and Hanabi easily able to pick up the kill. It is at the expense of the top tower. There might be a reply, though, because look mid lane as Flash Wolves are pushing.
Yep, Flash Wolves have priority in mid and bottom lane right now. Now we've got another assassination.
All right, let's take a look. What can Null do? Shadow Assault has already been used. Null hasn't used the hijack just yet. He's going to be able to steal it away, but the mid tower has fallen. The rest of PvP, they're pushing the top lane. They've got 2 towers in the top in exchange for both outer turrets from PvP.
Now, I like the response from Phong Vu Buffalo. We talked very much about what we're seeing right now, where Phong Vu kind of group up as a small unit, and then they look to push for objectives, whereas Flash Wolves are kind of split up across the map. But now that Phong Vu actually have control of the top side, they're immediately committing towards the Baron.
And remember, double Mountain Drake as well as Blade of the Ruined King and this Trinity Force on Xerxes Irelia. Baron is going low. It's below a 3rd hit points. Null is going to get jumped on by Hanabi. Xerxes turns around. Meliodas is peeled and fought. Cataclysm goes down. Betty throws out the ultimate, trying to look for a re-engage. The target is going to be in the mid lane. Null is staying alive. He uses that hourglass that Kobe talked about. Now Meliodas is the target. Hanabi decides to re-engage. Null is zoned away. So is Zeros. Pallet is down. Flash Wolves have got themselves a double kill. They've stopped the Baron and they're in control.
Flash Wolves picked the flashy composition and they pulled it off. Hanabi just goes straight in to draw aggro. Really good ultimate combination out of the Callista ultimate. They found another kill. Boogie gets the shutdown and Big Coral is down.
Flash Wolves with 11 kills reclaim control of the game, and they turn to look to burn the Baron.
And Assassins like open spaces. They had room to be mobile, and the decision-making in that moment was just beautiful from the Flash Wolves. You talked about it, Kobe. The flank coming in from Hanabi to split up Nor from the rest of his team allowed Xiaoxi to then go on the offensive rather than be on the retreat and convert it into a big win. Nor just barely unable to interrupt the backs. All 5 members of Flash Wolves walk away with the Baron.
All right, let's go over this once again. As you're talking about, Hanabi here on the top side, he knows he just wants to make them stop Baron to buy time for the rest of his team. So he goes on Null. That allows Xiaoxi to go in on the Thresh. He gets pulled out after baiting the Black Shield, after baiting the Jarvan to go in on him, and then re-emerges to the top side to help Hanabi with the stun. Then everybody goes in onto Betty with the flash, and that allows the Assassins to strike.
And just look at how split apart Fongfu Buffalo was. Big Core initially had a huge front line that he could stand behind, but the moment that the flank came through from Hanabi, everyone started splitting apart. Zeros went up towards the top lane. The Morgana from Pallet flashed in on top of Betty, and Big Core is just standing there kind of like, uh-oh, uh-oh, everyone with swords is looking at my face. All I can do is run away.
Well, he wasn't able to run very far. Got shut down on the inner turret, and we saw the Infernal Drake picked up by Flash Wolf. So 3,000 gold lead. They've got more damage, and Captain Flowers, you'd be proud. I pressed tab, and I've seen there are no more stopwatches on the Fongfu Buffalo side. Meliodas, Big Core, and Pallet all broken on their watches. Only the Hourglass for Null, whereas Hanabi's picked one up. Flash Wolves, they're on the siege, using that Baron empowered minions to push down this inner turret. And Boogie, he's stepping way forward, looking for targets, Kobe.
Yeah, Evelyn loves fishing, especially at this stage in the game. Yeah. Starting to stack up the needlessly large rods. You're just looking for somebody to chunk.
And this is the point in the game where Evelyn is probably her most obnoxious. She doesn't really need to land the charm anymore. As long as she gets on top of your face and gets you to that execution point, you will be obliterated.
Well, that seems to be the case. Zeros, by the way, no teleport available, and he's pushing the top lane. If you look at the minimap, 5 members of Flash Wolves pushing into 2 lanes. Baron empowered minions going to be ushered in here. 5 Flash Wolves, 5 members will take down the tower. Zeros will finish his recall shortly. Still a minute and a bit of this Baron as Xiaoxi gets jumped on. Hasn't thrown down the box just yet. Instead, will get pulled back by the Fates Call. Gets spat back out. Null is already down. The box goes down for any sort of retreat. Hanabi takes down Pallet, and he's not done yet. Gets out of range of the Vanguard's edge, absolutely whiffs. Finds no targets at all. Flash Wolves will turn their attentions to the inhibitor, and they might not be done yet. With 30-second death timers, they might be pushing for the win.
Flash Wolves are feeling confident. They've still got the Baron buff out, but only a few ultimates remain. They've decided that they don't want to take the gamble. They're just going to back off, and Boogie with the invisible off spam taunts Zeros without him even knowing.
I actually wish we had more pro games like this, where they're just super tryharding with more assassin, more solo queue oriented champions here. They're just going for the big plays. They're finding the big plays, and they're finding success. Baron empowered push here for the Flash Wolves. Varus ultimate is going to hit the Yasuo and start to chain, but the Death Sentence landed at the same time. They all converge onto Null. Everybody pulls back here, and they're able to get that first kill.
Unfortunately for Fongfu Buffalo, they started the fight without Zeros there. That extra bit of damage from Aurelia that could potentially threaten the backline was unavailable, and that meant that by getting that early kill advantage, Flash Wolves felt more than happy to continue pushing into the enemy base and securing an inhibitor.
And of course, for Flash Wolves, it's a statement final game. For a team that has made playoffs at MSI every year they have attended, this is the first time they failed to do that. And their closing game coming up against the BCS, running an all-assassin comp. It is a lot of fun to watch, but it is a bit of a sad exit, you know, for a team that was famous for being Korean killers back in the day. And we need to see what they can do, how they're going to close this one out. Fongfu Buffalo, on the other hand, they've definitely picked up a few surprise wins, taking down G2 Esports both times. Now on the back foot against the Flash Wolves.
Well, one of the drawbacks is that they have a very short range composition, so it's hard to siege up at the remaining turrets. Xiaoxi's deep in there. Is Kalista nearby? Yes.
Yeah, we'll be able to escape Kalista. Just use that Fate's Call to get him out. And you mentioned the short range. When you kill everybody, the range doesn't matter.
Exactly. That's the game plan right now.
Watch Boogie.
Lure them out.
I can't watch Boogie. Boogie's invisible. Where did Boogie go? Thank you, observers. Boogie escapes. It's actually kind of troll because while it does build tension, I genuinely don't know where the Evelyn goes. So I start panicking whenever the observers switch over to PvP.
Just behind you, Trevor!
Quick shot, just down there going, ha, ha, ha!
I have so much fear.
I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night tonight.
No, Boogie, no!
I'm just gonna play KDA right behind.
Boogie's almost got a death sentence, by the way. Because Meliodas was looking
Imagine that's the last thing you hear. Just the KDA theme song as she slowly walks up behind you.
You can tell it's been a long day.
I think we've broken Betty. I think
after the corgi butt and now this, I'm gone. I'm done.
I will admit, today's shoutcast with the caps dance with Corgi, and then the swords, look at all the swords. It definitely was a highlight moment, Mr. Day.
Honestly, that actually resonates with me as a former Talon player because, well, the best part is that whenever you go back, you just buy more longswords. How many longswords does he have in these items right now? It's over 10.
At least over, yeah.
Over 10 longswords went into the making of this build.
Well, let's see if it's going to help Boogie out. He's going to jump onto Zeros. Zeros forced to flash another Vanguard's edge, unable to find a target because of the mobility on the Flash Wolves side. No flash, no ulti. Baron is up in 5 seconds. Infernal is up, and Flash Wolves, well, they can pick whatever objective they want.
All right, we've had time to do the math. 12 longswords, Thaddeus.
Let's count. Are there as many swords in the Talon Ultimate? Next time it's thrown up. Right, I trust you to count, Kobe. That is your mission, should you choose to accept it. Flash Wolves are going to allow Boogie to solo the Infernal, as he has done so. That's the second of the game. Baron is available. There is some vision from PvB, and Shoutzy once again playing bait. Got the Fate's Call available to him. Kalista throws it down. Rather will sidestep the chain of corruption of Flash Wolves. They've created the chaos. Now they're looking for the re-engage. There's all the swords. Gonna throw himself in. Rather gets taken out by Big Koro, but there's so much damage coming out from Boogie. But it's Fongbu Buffalo that seem to be in the advantageous position. Super minions on the Nexus turrets. Boogie is trying to turn this around. That's one. That's two. Betty is hopping and skipping and jumping with the help of Hanabi, and Pallet is left alone. Gets taken out by Flash Wolves, and the Super Minions will be ushered onto the Nexus as the Flash Wolves use their assassins flawlessly. Not done just
They can win a team fight.
Yeah, yes they can, Kobe. They're looking for the Nexus right now. Today we have proven that assassins are always the superior comp.
That's definitely the case. Flash Wolves will finish MSI with a win over Fongbu Buffalo.
Hey! Flashy ultimate right there. Back into everyone. Definitely having some fun.
And you see the looks on the faces of Flash Wolves. They have failed to advance to Taipei. They've failed to advance to the playoffs for the first time in the Flash Wolves MSI history. Similarly, on the side of Fongbu Buffalo, they finish their MSI 2 wins, 8 losses in front of Hanoi, in front of their hometown crowd. But they made a lot of teams work for their wins.
Flash Wolves was super close to taking down Invictus Gaming today. Let's not forget that.
You know, the same can be said for Fongbu Buffalo. 50 kills against IG. Got both Nexus turrets. It was crazy. It would have been a hell of a result. It didn't happen.
It certainly was. And this game was actually so fun that we have collected a highlight reel of replays to rewatch for your enjoyment. For some reason, we're not going to the analyst desk after this one.
Really? Could you theorize why? This I really love. Thank you very much to our production team for cutting back, of course. PvB, just as they were packing up to finish their game, I could see the referees on stage, you know, advising them to go say thank you to the crowd. And PvB, they're definitely proving that they are not to be trifled with on the international stage.
For me, what really stood out was how often so many of these teams created so many exciting moments throughout the tournament. And even though this game had no impact on the standings, it was just another one of those exciting games that both these teams were able to provide for us.
And don't forget, the Fongbu Buffalo took 2 games off of G2, one of what looked like the strongest teams in the tournament. Here we go, though. Here's our replay highlight reel of the Assassin comp. This one was actually, I think, a good choice from PvP to start up the Baron and force them to come here and group up. But it was just so well played by Flash Wolves, splitting them apart, baiting them in. You can see everyone flashing forward, and then all 3 Assassins converge onto Big Koro. They force his stopwatch, they force his flash, they kill his teammates off. And they were able to chase
And it's all those longswords. If it wasn't for those longswords, it never would have worked.
So this is the final fight that we get to watch. The good win wall came out very early, meant that the support doesn't get dropped immediately. Notice that the Evelyn isn't quite in the fight just yet. So this means that Flash Wolves are slowly getting chipped down. The Talon gets taken out of the fight because Fongbu Buffalo are able to group up. Good flashes from the Buffalo mean that they avoid the execution damage from Boogie. But here you see just the amount of frontline damage coming out from Boogie when he's able to get that Q and E combo off.
Betty remains undefeated on Kalista in 2019. And what I really liked about watching Shoutzy's Thresh, not only was he on point with his death sentences, when he was playing bait, it was super clear that it was conscious, it was deliberate, and Kalista was always like, I got you, buddy. And Fongbu, they took the bait every single time. So Flash Wolves, they pick up the win. Did you like your assassin comp there, Kobe?
I did, and they got the crits.
Yes, they did.
As you know, the bonus for assassin comp is always crits.
Well, listen, that ends it, of course, for Flash Wolves as well as Fongbu Buffalo. I mean, it's interesting to think about the VCS as a league in a region. Fongbu, now 2 events in a row, taking out EVOS Gigabyte Marines, proving that Vietnam's not to be trifled with. They've shown they can compete against the other emerging regions, but they're not quite on par with the likes of the major regions just yet.
Not just compete. I feel like Vietnam is for sure the best of the emerging regions.
For sure.
They've consistently proven to be top.
Also, I have to, clarify my point. They are better than 4 of the major regions, or worse than 4 of the major regions, and better than 1. 0-2 for EU against this team.
Yes, it's true.
It's mind-boggling. And Venis, at the top of the day, you were even talking about how Flash Wolves and G2 conceded games to PvB at Worlds last year.
Yep.
Today wasn't the case, obviously, for at least one of those squads. But I mean, it's a good sign for Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the growth of the region moving forward. They've already produced so many exciting teams in the past. You can imagine that they're only going to go up from here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the representation at the World Championship once again. And we'll see how much growth they're able to make in that time frame.
Okay, so both of these teams are eliminated. We're going to turn our attention to SKT versus Invictus Gaming in a moment. Huge matchup in store to close out the group stage. SKT and the undefeated IG. We'll see you after the break. Meliodas is in range. Look at all the swords, Vedius! All of a sudden, though, it's Radha that's running for his life. Meliodas gets the first kill on the board for Fongbu Buffalo. Blade surges all the way in. Manages to find the stun as well before he's taken down. As he finds himself one, he's already got a kill onto Meliodas. Specials are grouped up. They've got a second, as well as one back for Fongbu Buffalo. Enemy decides to re-engage. Null is zoned away, so is Zeros. Pallet is down. Flash Wolves have got themselves a double kill. Hasn't thrown down the box just yet. Instead, will get pulled back by the Fate's Call, gets spat back out. Super minions on the Nexus turrets. Boogie is trying to turn this around. That's 1, that's 2. Betty is hopping and skipping and jumping with the help of Hanabi, and Pallet is left alone.
Welcome back to Hanoi, Vietnam, where we're closing out groups with a battle between the top two teams, Korea's SKT and the undefeated IG. In what could be a preview of the finals, the LCK champions look to continue their surge and avenge the devastating loss to IG from the first time that they met.
And I think the avenging part is oh so important because obviously in terms of standing implications, everything's locked in at this point. But SKT, the amount of pride, the fact that they're coming off a world record loss and a humbling means that they're going to be hungry to show something against IG this time.
And I think it's going to be more standard because we saw the last time these two teams played that they went for the Stone Taric. It felt like a reach. They said that they weren't used to playing against it. This was something that had come across from the Western teams. And I think that they resoundingly found the answer of whether it fits the style that they were looking for, especially into Invictus Gaming. So I think that we're going to see a little bit more of what we saw more recently. I still think that SKT have some flair. You know, we've seen things like the Aurelia. We see the early game focus Lee Sin. I don't think they need to reach for these picks like they did the first time.
No, but I think it's important that they play still to their style a little bit. Like, make sure you're a probably better team fight comp. Because the thing is, they need to pick up a win against one of these other teams that was seeded into the tournament directly. They haven't got a win versus G2. They're 0-1 versus IG right now. And so that's actually kind of scary where it's like, yes, you are great at picking up wins at teams you are better than, definitively, but like you haven't beat some of these other teams that you are actively contesting.
I mean, if you consider that SKT is second and assume IG picks TL, it is kind of scary to think that you have the 0-2 record against G2, but a win over the #1 team would do a lot in service of, you know, kind of dissuading any doubts.
Yeah, and whilst a lot of teams are pointing to 2016 and the run that they went on there, even though they came through fourth, they were still able to go 1-1 versus RNG. They were still able to challenge the best team in the group stage at that stage of the tournament. So I think that this will be a great heat check for SKT going into that best of 5.
And I think the heat check is important because they've had that consistent run now of 3 games against teams that they 2-0'd, and they beat them resoundingly. There was also a lot of internal consistency. If you just look at how they played, their side of the matchup, rather than mistakes of the enemy, they played really well. But it matters to a point, and then now the payoff is what SKT fans have been waiting for.
Yeah, and I think if there's one role that SKT would love to come into this game with and then absolutely blitz, it's going to be the jungle position. I think that if in this matchup, Clid can run over Ning and really set the tone of the early game, that will give them a lot of hope because we've mentioned that these are the 2 best junglers in the tournament, and going up against someone like Smithy or Yankos, who seems to be a class below in that best of 5, you know, this is how you start building that.
And we did a lot of table setting about, you know, Rookie versus Faker last time. It ended up just being about the early game. It went away from individual matchups. And we could have Khan versus the Shy be the defining matchup. But Ning versus Clid will be the path towards any victory. And one little stat, because we've talked about kind of Rookie's history against Faker, Ning and Clid, of course, tumbled a lot, IG versus JDG. And even though, if you talk to the LPL analysts, they might say that overall they would rate Clid as a more impressive jungler over the course of the regular year, Clid has never beaten IG, ever, in his history when he was over in China. So when they actually fought on the Rift, there's unfinished business there as well.
An individual obstacle then for him to overcome. But of course, we've talked throughout this group stage about the fact that Clid is the star player for SKT in this tournament up to this point. And so will he be able to match or even outperform Ning in that early game?
And I think that's the really important part, because when you look at the last time they played, there were almost no proactive lanes for him to play off of. And so he tried his best to protect them, but against how aggressive Ning was and how aggressive all their lanes were, there was nothing he could do. And I think he still had a fine game in that actual last matchup. There was just nothing that he could actually do about how it went.
No one has a fine game when you lose in 16 minutes. I'm jumping in right now. No one played well. The house was on fire. Everything was on fire. Even in the top lane, you know, where the Shy was 0-1-0 or something and won the game, like, nothing was good.
There's no jungler you could have put in there, though. That's how bad the things were going in the lanes themselves.
That's a different statement, I think. For sure, that's fine.
I think we also have to talk about this from the IG perspective. Yes, they already took down SKT in a historic victory, but we have heard from the players themselves how much it would mean to them to take this tournament in the face of SKT and Faker. So mounting another victory here, and a clean one at that to close the group stage, would be big.
Because let's be clear, It's the LPL that's had a good year so far. Now Invictus Gaming get to show that they're the dominant team from that region. They've shared it with RNG, and now I think that this is the time where IG can really cement themselves as a new dynasty in League of Legends.
Because they actually create another record. They will be the first team to go 10-0, that clean run through group stages, something that no LCK team has ever done, or RNG, for example, back in 2016. So given that, to set another piece of history, to be the first to do it, that's something the LCK could never supplant, is another thing they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, SKT is fighting to maintain that they are potentially one of the best region in the world, but also fighting off the third seed right now with G2 and potentially overtaking them as well. Like, if Korea drops all the way to the third position, it would be an insane drop from just a year ago.
And I think with that, you've perfectly set me up to ask for your predictions, because really it comes down to whether or not you think IG will complete that perfect 10-0 in the predictions. We're not going to do it one at a time. We're throwing them all up at the same time, and I see that Papa Smithy is putting his faith behind the LCK champions.
I think I have to. I think if you look at the gameplay that SKT has put out in their last 3 games, their internal consistency, the fact that they're making drafting adaptations, if I look at that and then look at IG, who've kind of stumbled into 9-0, which sounds like a rubbish thing to say, but obviously there's been a lot of chances to beat them. I think the SKT that took to the Rift, that they can recreate that. It's a big if. It may not happen, but I think SKT can get over the line.
I think that we've seen that when IG wants to take League of Legends serious right now, they're unbeatable.
True.
And I think the question is, like, how much do they value the 10-0? As soon as we see drafts, I'm expecting this team to come out, like, really swinging. This means a lot to them. As Raz said, whilst they can talk about happy games, when push comes to shove, they want to be the best team in the world. And I think this goes further to building their legacy than anything they can possibly do right now.
Right, they play to the level of their opponents, and SKT's level is the most historic organization in League of Legends history, with Faker being the greatest player ever. So that's the level they're aiming to beat in this game. And that's why I think IG will actually step up to the plate.
Because whilst we've talked about happy games, this team has also been dominant when they need to be dominant. And yes, they've had their fair share of games when they've let teams in, but the last time they played SKT, they did not let them anywhere near anything on Summoner's Rift.
We just want as many games of these two teams as possible. The first one kind of got stopped before it ever got started. Let's just let this one roll. Give me 30 minutes of these two teams duking it out.
Okay, if SKT is going to hand that one singular loss to IG in the group stage, Papa Smithy, what's the 10-second speech you give them heading into Champion Select or the game itself to make it happen?
Just keep it simple. They took too many risks last time. Keep it simple, target a lane, and use that to snowball them out.
You heard it here, SKT. That's what you got to do. For IG, let's see if they can remain undefeated as we leave it to the casters for the last game of the MSI group stage.
Invictus Gaming are chasing the perfect 10-0, but it's important to note they already have the best group stage record in the history of this format. RNG and SKT went 8-2 to close out their 10 games. At 9-0, they are already superior, and now they're chasing the perfect groups.
And SK Telecom used their first ban on the Draven that handed them the most historic loss of an international tournament. 16 minutes, Invictus Gaming took that victory. They will not have the Draven this time around to do it.
Look at these bans coming out, the Nico to follow up as well. Does this suggest that SKT are looking at perhaps the Sona Taric once again? Like, when you think about possible options,
my God.
I mean, they are on the blue side. They do have the priority. A lot of flex picks are up and available, but IG are doing a good job of just taking those off the board. So you have to wonder, do SKT say the draft wasn't the problem? It was just a matter of execution.
That would be the saltiest run back that I have ever seen if SKT went with the Sona Taric. I don't expect it to happen. I think they're just banning out the Draven because it is a strong bottom lane bully for early on.
And there's the Taric ban.
Just in case.
IG was saying, wait a minute, they might be doing this. This will allow SKT to go on to the rise. Arguably Faker's most historic champion, something that he does have the world skin on. Not that he'll look to use it, but the expectations are that this will be in the hands of Faker.
Hell, he's got a YouTube highlight video. He's got a movie almost made with him as Rise. Shy is going to be able to lock in Silas in answer.
And the Rek'Sai is up and available along with the Jarvan. You would expect Ning to steer more towards the Rek'Sai, as that tends to fit more into his wheelhouse.
Yeah, definitely. He always looks to go very deep, trading carry for his own life later in the game with the Rek'Sai, and controlling the early game goes hand in hand.
Let's see what he decides to lock in. Over on the other side, SK Telecom locking in the Jarvan for Clid, his second most played champion this year. 13 games with a win ratio of 92%. We'll find out what they lock in to back it up. It looks like the Brawl.
Thank you very much for leading with that quick shot, because I wanted to follow it up with Clid, in my opinion, is one of, if not the best Jarvan player in the world. His impact in team fights is genuinely phenomenal. And if you guys get an opportunity to go back and watch the finals against Griffin, his play was fantastic in enabling SKT to do what they often do so well, which is play immaculate team
And thank you for making that point, Phineas, because I was going to follow that up with it is a perfect combination with Ryze as a solo laner. Whether it's Faker or not, all you have to do is point and click Rune Prison. That guarantees your EQ knockup and guarantees you a successful gank.
But while we're talking about combinations, while SKT get themselves the Jarvan and the Ryze, Invictus Gaming get themselves one of their best bot lanes. Jackie loves Kai'Sa and Baolan's Galio.
Definitely does have huge repercussions for later on in the game. Very potent team fighting from that duo.
All right, Ning's Rek'Sai has been banned away. Teddy is losing access to Kalista and Tavares, so we need to see what he decides to lock in. Israel still up and available, his most played champion by far this year. And SK Telecom will have one additional champ to remove from the pool. So let's see if it's going to be another jungler, and it is. It's Ning's Lee Sin.
Looks like Invictus Gaming are forcing SKT onto the Ezreal pick right now for Teddy. They can just lock in their jungle.
He could go Vi if they're still looking for AD.
Or the Camille, maybe?
Yeah.
And end up with the Calio.
It seems a little bit risky to me to not have a fallback pirate and go with the Camille, but Camille Galio is always a great dive.
Do we like Xin Zhao? It's Harvard is locked in, Kobe.
I like Vi more for sure, but I'm super biased. Xin Zhao definitely does provide the early dueling. For a guy like Ning, though, Xin Zhao is kind of scary for me because Xin Zhao does not have any way to jump over walls or escape from, poor situations.
Whoa. What makes you think that Ning's ever going to want to escape from poor situations, Kobe?
Well,
this man is an all-in, do-or-die kind of player.
Now his decision tree will be very easy because you charge in and then you try and kill your target.
That's the game plan. Meanwhile, for SKT, they've rounded out their draft. Teddy actually picking himself up the Lucian, so they do want to have a bit of aggression down towards the bot side of the map. Lucian Braum, one of the most iconic duos, can match up fairly well against the Kai'Sa Galio. I actually expect them to have a little bit of lane priority once they get a couple of levels under their belt. And Rookie actually rounding out the draft with his most iconic Zoe that he's had so much success with over in the LPL.
4 games, 100% win ratio on that champion, but it is a different look here with that Zoe and that Xin Zhao for Invictus.
The thing that I love about Rookie Zoe is how insanely aggressive he is. Back in the day when mid laners used to play up against Faker, they used to say you could never do anything because it felt like that you were constantly pressured. When Rookie gets his hand on Zoe, I'm expecting him to do that to Faker himself.
Problem for Zoe is she does not have any escapes built into the kit and is a perfect target for a Rune Prison Jarvan combination. So if he's going to play very aggressively, they're going to need warding, and Ning is going to have to spend time around that mid lane to allow him the room, allow him the face-off with Faker that he has wanted for so long. Rookie said the tournament doesn't mean the same if he doesn't go through Faker.
And he's got the matchup to do it. I'm hearing an echo chamber with the Xin Zhao and the Zoe. Go forward, go all in, and you are not getting out. Invictus Gaming cannot afford to make any mistakes. They are looking for the perfect group stage. And welcome back to the final group stage game of the main group stage event. It is SK Telecom looking to pick up their first win against one of the pre-seeded teams. Mark said it on the analyst desk so eloquently that SK Telecom have beat the teams ranked below them, but went 0-2 against G2 Esports, and they are 0-1 against IG. Can they give Invictus Gaming their first loss of MSI?
Well, this will also be a big test for SKT as well, because In the second half of the group stages, honestly, we've seen G2 falter. They've been inconsistent, they have struggled. And now SKT, with that second place spot, even though they lost to G2 Esports, if they put up a convincing performance against IG, they can confirm in the minds of viewers that they are in fact the second best team coming out of the groups, and that they are one of the scary teams moving into playoffs.
Jackie Love reminding everyone that they are defending world champions here, aiming to set another international tournament record. They've already sent one with the 16-minute victory, but a 10-0 group stage is on the horizon if they can take this victory. And Rookie and Faker already trading, not disappointing.
No, not at all. Faker's using those overloads one after the other into Rookie, continues to chuck them out, or the Spell Flux rather. Rookie backs away though.
When I see that, it means that both mid laners to me are confident that their junglers are going to be pathing around mid lane early. They're like, yes, I know we're going to trade for this because Clid is coming. Ah, yes, me too, because Ning is on the way.
But I really want to watch how Rookie plays this matchup, because one of the most obnoxious things about Zoe is the different trajectories that you can set up with your Q, and this is what Rookie is so good at. He doesn't try and rely on the range of the Q, he just tries to use the multiple angles that you can throw them out to get this small chip damage because of how low cost the mana is on the Q at early level.
Well, you want to respect the range a little bit more because that one shorted and it didn't hit.
Yeah, you can't short your Qs, it prevents a lot of damage. There's the Lucian Braum getting some good stun damage onto JackeyLove and Baolan as they are being shoved into the bottom lane. Rookie is pushing mid. He's got the flash and the cleanse available to him, and jungler's not there just yet.
So we will be keeping our eyes on where the junglers look to prioritize early on, but want to backtrack to the bot lane. We talked about it in the draft where Kai'Sa and Galio, they will have that early push because of all their additional wave clear, but once Teddy and Mata get a couple of levels under their belt, that's when they can look to start playing aggressively. And notice, Teddy running the cleanse has that ability to remove both the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the taunt that will come out from Baolan to allow them to play on the front line and get in the face of this IG duo.
Yeah, the cleanse is actually super useful in this matchup. If you save it, Tiligalio goes for the all-in with the Ignite coming down and the AoE taunt. Meanwhile, top side, we've got Jarvan in lane.
All right, Shy's going to try to escape right now. Very nice knockup from Clid. Reply damage is keeping the Shy up, but easy first blood picked up by Clid.
Clid has been insane this tournament. Raz, at the beginning of the day, put him... Oh, here we go. Ning wants to answer.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble Paddle Storm. The defensive flash from Faker. He's escaped over the wall. Ning goes so low. Teleport now being channeled as the Shy's coming in. Ning flashes away to safety. Remember, there's no fallback pattern. He does pick up the kill. That's 2 for SKT. Now Rookie, he's looking to chase down Faker, who's low on mana. Uses the stolen flash to escape.
This game is so hype. I can hear the crowd screaming louder than you. Quick shot.
Beautiful stuff in the early game from both teams, but it is SKT that lead in the kills for now. Look at the pathing that Clid takes up towards the top side. The Shy thinks that he is safe because of that ward that he's positioned in the river, but they had information on where it was, so he goes behind the Baron Pit. They set up the stun beautifully with Khan, and that means it's easy to get the knockup, and the Shy knows he's dead.
Clid is just so intelligent, and the communication that you pointed out there with Khan, telling him where the ward is so he can get around it, is key. Then Faker here has a big outplay onto Ning, where he roots him, then flashes over so he takes 2 tower shots, and Clid will be able to pick up the kill. But that teleport that is channeling right now is the Shy looking for his revenge onto the jungler that just ganked him, and now he's wearing his own double buffs.
And now, as we jump out of the replay, it's plus 400 gold to SK Telecom. The Shy with double buffs, and the kill to his name is up in the top lane, but the 2 kills that SKT picked up are in Clid's back pocket. It is a plus 12 CS for Rookie in the mid lane, so he's staying at least even on gold with that assist from Faker. And as I look at the mini-map, Clid is posturing around the bottom lane, but there's a ward in that bottom brush, so IG will have information if he steps forwards.
See Rookie continuing to play aggressive, more trading down towards the bot side of the map though.
All right, a lot of plasma damage coming out. Mata forced to run away for his life. Summoner spell still available. Baolan's Ignite is on cooldown, but flashes are still up, and Clid, if he steps out the tri-bush, he will get spotted.
Such good awareness here from Clid, recognizing that there might be vision in the river. Doesn't want to give away his positioning just yet. They're waiting for Mata to heal back up, but notice Rookie on his way down towards the bot side of the map. Ning hanging around as well. Just going to get a bit of vision down, so all of us can calm down just a little bit as the game returns to a neutral state.
Again, a lot of the time in the early game here, you know, pre-10 minutes, you'll see junglers hovering around lanes. And those are very likely counter ganks. Because there's not deep vision and they don't know where the enemy jungler is, if you have a very low health laning teammate, then hanging around expecting the offensive move can sometimes pay off very big. But we see multiple times here, Clid walking away after there is no offensive action.
And of course, because there's no action, it means Rookie can keep pushing in this middle lane. He's got himself that Super Soaker picked up from the minions. He's built up a 17 CS lead because of the pressure applied to Faker. Multiple ganks, multiple attempts. On the flip side, the Shy is down 20 CS because he gave up first blood and was forced to teleport away to help his team out. It's still a very close game, but you can see there's advantages being accrued at different parts of the map.
So for me, one of the big question marks I had for SKT coming into the tournament was how would they handle the heavy skirmish style of Invictus Gaming and G2 Esports, as JackeyLove forced to flash out of what could have been a dangerous situation there. But what we saw is that SKT struggled. They couldn't find wins against G2. They've fallen behind IG. But what I've loved about SKT so far in this game is they've actually been very proactive in the early game. They have looked for a lot of these skirmishes, and surprisingly, they're actually matching IG and a lot of the early game plays that they're trying to make. And this goes to show the amount of growth that this team often makes in these international tournaments.
And this is why so many people were so happy with the way that Clid has changed this organization. Really aggressive, offensive looks for him. And deserved praise so far.
Well, 2-1-0. Ocean Drake picked up just after 7 minutes. That's going to be hugely valuable into the likes of a Zoe and a Silas. And extra regen on the side of SK Telecom. And of course, they're returning back to lane.
And guess what? We are getting a warrior Jarvan. I have had enough of the Cinderhulk Jarvans being the main tank, just jumping in with the Cataclysm. Gonna be a warrior here with the Electrocute. That should be a tip-off. Clid definitely going to at least have some early damage spike.
And I really like that highlight showing how SK Telecom have sped up the pace of their game and over the last few games shown that they are more willing to play more aggressive, play more in your face, and look at the minimap. Clid is here and Rookie was making his way down, but he's backed away for now.
This is a perfect setup for Clid. Has hit level 6 right now. JackeyLove sitting on no flash. He can use the ultimate to get out of that situation. But Baolan, he is level 5, doesn't have the ultimate to help protect him either.
And of course, while this engage happens, Baolan's going to be in trouble, get caught up by the taunt and stunned down. Clid's got Cataclysm, toys with the idea, decides not to chase. If you read the haiku, IG and T1, 8-minute Bloodthirster, game over, yeah. Anybody that was watching Countdown will have known that we played some haikus. Go check them out at LOL Esports and send us your MSI haiku. And just a reminder that this was because Invictus Gaming beat SK Telecom in 16 minutes, setting the fastest international game record at a Riot event.
And we've already passed 8 minutes in this game, and I see no Bloodthirsters, so looks like we are in the clear. Not going to have a repeat here. Topside, though, has been heavily Con favored after the early gank from Clid. Ning?
Now, we saw the trade.
Got no ultimate.
Khan used his Slicing Maelstrom. Ning's going to dash forward, going to look for that 3-talent strike, and
by flash.
The knock up just yet. Wind becomes lightning, flashes forward, gets stunned under the tower. Khan managed to get 3 from the passive, and no kill secured.
Wow, I thought that was so clean from Ning, getting a preemptive flash to land the ulti and then get that auto attack, but that stun came out just at the last second to prevent that final auto so Khan could walk away with his life. Beautiful stuff being demonstrated from both members there, but ultimately it's SKT that walk out with their lives.
Yeah, I thought that was insane from Khan, actually. He really was balancing on that knife's edge. Most people just early flash there to avoid the initial knockup from the 3-talent strike. But he tries to bait him in under the turret with the 3rd charge for the stun, and he ends up trading flashes, actually getting Nings as well.
All right, so there was a couple of tower plates picked up in the top lane, 3 of them secured in favor of Invictus, which means the gold is bang on even. You can see the head-to-head matchups, even in every single lane right now, as we've crested the 10-minute mark, and Teddy and Mata, they're going forward. The taunt comes down from Baolan as he uses the stopwatch. Realm Warp will deliver Faker towards JackeyLove and Baolan. Here's a teleport from the Shy. He's actually going to use the stolen Slicing Maelstrom. That's bought enough time to kill Teddy. Now JackeyLove and Baolan, They're trying to turn this back around. All of a sudden, the Shy has gone low. Sleepy Trouble Bubble finds just the minions. Not going to find a target. Paddlestar was not going to be able to kill anybody yet. And in the turnaround, IG get one.
10 players in the bottom lane after that one, and SKT did not have vision in that brush, so Baolan escaped with his life. Now it is actually IG taking turret plates for themselves.
IG continuing to keep up the pressure and just quick response from the top lane to immediately turn this round in IG's favor. The fact that he still had the cannon ultimate, the fact that he was in a prime position as well. Let's start off by noting how SKT, they actually have the trade advantage. JackeyLove slightly oversteps, and this is when the all-in happens.
Key that JackeyLove did kill that control ward, because now when they have focus down Baolan, Faker comes down with the teleport, but they don't have vision, so he's throwing Qs into the darkness. Meanwhile, the Shy comes in with the cannon ultimate, gets the kill for Invictus Gaming, and with Rookie and Ning coming down, they chase SKT back.
As soon as we jump out of the replay, already both junglers posturing around mid lane, looking for opportunities. Flash available for both Rookie and Faker. Ning's actually going to step forward here. Audacious charges in, gets the 3-talent strike. Crescent Guard out, already taken down. Baolan has now joined the fray. Clid is going to escape for now. The burn is ticking, and there goes Rookie. And just use that portal and auto. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
And the only thing that shifted it in favor of Invictus Gaming was the fact that Baolan had roamed down towards the mid lane. Faker felt like he could push that far up because he knew that he had the jungle support. And in a 2 versus 2, in a confined space with that extra CC, they were confident that they would win it out. So props for Baolan to looking for that roam and helping IG get a 1-for-1.
Definitely an awesome game here. Both teams looking to create these proactive plays. Long cooldown on the Galio ultimate early on, but successfully used there to find the counter kill. Meanwhile, he's gone right back to the bottom lane. Mata and Teddy trying to push out.
All right, both of these teams, of course, number 1 and number 2 from the group stage, and will be advancing to semi-finals. And SK Telecom marked improvement from the last time they played Invictus Gaming. He was back on day 3, if I recall correctly, or day 2, and I mean, the game was over by this point, right?
Very close.
Already into the
3
phase.
minutes left.
There we go, but it's just, it's great to see the development, it's great to see the growth, and it's kind of terrifying as well. SK Telecom gonna look to reclaim Korea's glory, and they need to do it by taking down IG.
But one thing that many analysts and fans have asked about IG is, are they playing at full power yet? Have they been truly tested? Right now, I feel like we're seeing it.
All right, Slicing Maelstrom, Slicing Maelstrom. The Shy will solo kill Khan. He is now on a killing spree on the Sylas at 3-1.
And the 0-7 cannon from yesterday turns into a 3-1-0 Sylas. The Shy has come to play today, and he is showcasing why he is considered one of the best in the world.
Yep, takes most of the turret plates here. Only one left standing. And we'll get a replay of how he started this one off. Preemptively had already stolen the cannon ultimate. This is definitely normal for the lane. Just goes for the all-in. Doesn't actually even land the stun there. Just walks up with the AoE range of the cannon ultimate and runs him down.
Literally just bullies him out. More than enough damage to find that kill. Khan not showing enough respect to the Shy, and he ends up paying for it with his life.
All right, we have a trade of objectives though. Mountain Drake to IG, Rift Herald to SK Telecom. With all the plates that IG have picked up, they've got a 1,500 gold lead. And you can see some of the first big items they've collected over the last few minutes. Blade of the Ruined King for Teddy, Stormrazor, JackeyLove, Luden's Echo for Rookie. So we're starting to scale up. And Baolan and Ning, they're going to double team, work into the enemy bottom quadrant and place some wards. And I'm just looking, I'm waiting to see where Invictus Gaming can start their initiations. And anytime a Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands, you have to think there's a possibility.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of options here. Meanwhile,
all right, it's Clid that actually initiates first. Here comes Khan, Slicing Maelstrom used. Ning tries to re-engage over the wall. Cleanse was stolen away there by Rookie, as now he's trying to back out. Balance, ultimates are not available just yet. 6 plates to 2. As we've crested 15 minutes, and Ning goes down.
Yeah, that was one of the things we were worried about in Champion Select with the Jin Sao. Not that flexible. If he's in the river like that, only thing he can do to get out is flash over the wall, still gets chased down, and another kill picked up here for SK Telecom. They can use that to move through the map.
And what impresses me so much about SKT is the fact that they've actually maintained vision all the way along the river, even though they haven't had priority on the top side of the map. This is what enabled them to actually make this play a reality, because there was no vision on Khan actually walking down. So even though Ning thought he was safe, in actuality, he wasn't. Oh, perfect. We have the replay. So you can actually see, if once again you look at your minimap, you'll notice that the Kennen has already made his way down towards the fight. This means that they end up in a 3 versus 2 situation, and while Ning thinks, hey, my mid laner is strong, I am strong, if they try to 2v2 us, we should win, it ends up being a numbers disadvantage.
And if you just look at the screen, there's control ones right in front of him, and not going to be able to see. Oh, that actually goes straight through the goalpost, but he still stops the back. They do see Ning on this ward as well, though, so I think all information on both sides.
And while we come out of the replay there, gentlemen, the tower in the top lane fell. The Shy has completely taken over that lane for now, 3-1. Proto Belt completed, Rift Herald has been thrown down, and now all of a sudden, Rookie takes so much damage. Faker just stands toe-to-toe with that red buff and holds Rookie in place. Now Ning, Baolan, the Shy, they've all congregated to try to thwart and deny any further push. I feel a little nervous for Rookie when he steps forward, but he's got the cleanse, he's got the flash, and he's playing on the razor's edge.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's got to get a little nervous. They step forward into Faker on Rise. Bottom side, though, Jackie Love is the target. Gets hit with the Braum Q.
All right, here comes Faker as well. Realm Warp is available to him. The call is not right now. Ning was just north of the play, making his way down as 1 tower to 0, still 1,000 gold up in favor of Invictus, and it feels like it has been SK Telecom throwing and landing more punches across the map, but you cannot deny the impact that the Shy has had, not only in his teleport plays, but also in his own lane.
Yeah, even if it might feel that way, Invictus Gaming still coming out ahead in the gold. So many of those turret plates and the actual turret itself being killed on the top side is such a big advantage for them. A lot of money being funneled into Sylas. This champion skills so incredibly well. Everyone loves to talk about the level 16 ultimate cooldown being insanely low. There are actually so many game-breaking ultimates for him to choose to steal. Braum, Kennen, Jarvan, even Lucian all have viability.
What would you like to see Invictus Gaming do with their composition? Obviously the Shy can unlock one of those side lanes, but with the Zoe, the Xin, it's a slightly different combination.
So when you're playing with the Zoe, one of the best things that she provides is utility and poke, largely because of her Sleepy Trouble bubble, but also because she can use her ultimate to just dip and dive over walls, have a quick peek, see what's going on, and then jump back into Fog of War to kind of make mysteries for the enemy team. But they do actually have a lot of strong team fighting components, and while they can keep the Shy off on a side lane to generate pressure, I actually think they have no issue just grouping up and looking for skirmishes or just looking for fights around objectives, because around the 2 items, this composition from IG is actually very strong. So I don't think they mind scaling, as so many of their members are only going to get stronger as the game carries on.
Well, you can see SK Telecom grouping around Drake because it's up in 35 seconds. Mata will find a Winter's Bite. Justice Punch buys some space for Baolan as the tower is going low. Clid clearing out the vision, and look at the minimap. Ning and Rookie making their way down the river. It's very clear to me that SK Telecom want to contest the Dragon. That's a flash over the wall from Rookie. Does not want to get caught in that room prison.
And that's a real flash. That is not a Zoe picked up with Spell Thieves on W flash. He was pincered there between Clid and Faker. Has to burn a very key summoner right before the Dragon spawn.
I want to give some props to Faker as well. Remember that he was at a pretty significant early deficit at the beginning of this game with all the ganks and pressure that was thrown his way. But right now, he's done a fantastic job of closing that gap. He actually has a level advantage over Rookie as the Dragon is kicked off.
All right, Dragon is secured. Realm Warp is going to deliver Faker and Clid into the face of Baolan and Jackie Love. The Justice Punch was interrupted, and here comes Khan. Slicing Maelstrom locks up Ning and the Shy. They get knocked into the air. That's a shutdown before the Shy can do anything. Ning follows suit. SK Telecom get 3.
It's a clean sweep for SKT, and they're going to be able to take the blue buff and bottom tower pressure after that.
This all started with Rookie losing his flash in the river and Ning going back to base. For some reason, the bot lane of IG felt that they could move in and try and get some vision, maybe contest, maybe poke. That bought in the rest of IG to overcommit, and that allowed SKT to find a beautiful fight where they're now looking for the mid-tier 1.
All right, Rookie has no flash, remember. Here comes Baolan. We'll buy some time with the entrance. The taunt will hold a few SKT members in place, but Faker turns it back around. Room Prison and overloads and takes a tower down in the process. 2 kills and a tower to Faker.
Klid has 100% kill participation on the Jarvan and 6 of the last hits to his name. This guy has just been outstanding this tournament. He picks up the dragon here, then SKT turn and fight. Teddy and Mata chase off Baolan and Jackie Love. They get the kill onto Galio first, and then once Khan comes in with the ultimate, stuns them up and baits them in.
And this is one of the biggest criticisms that has been thrown towards Invictus Gaming. When one member starts to fight, the rest of them always follow. So the moment that their duo was in trouble, they tried to save him. And the same thing here. Rather than just leave Rookie to die, Baolan ulties in to try and keep his mid laner alive, and they end up giving 2 kills over. SKT are far more coordinated, and they're punishing the over-aggression that is coming out from Invictus Gaming.
As soon as we come out of this replay, I have to give some shout-outs to Raz. He put his top 5 players of the group stage a couple days ago, and he put his group stage MVP with Klid being the #1 player, and he just continues to show up each and every consecutive game. SK Telecom are now 2,500 gold in the lead. They got themselves 2 dragons. They're equal on towers. And even though Invictus Gaming were looking very competitive earlier, SKT have now accelerated ahead, but they cannot afford to make any mistakes. The comp from IG can very quickly punish.
The player I want to draw our viewers' eyes to is Jackie Love. This guy is still 0-0-1. He's completed his 2 items, and he is the consistent benchmark that can help turn things around when things start to falter for Invictus Gaming. They have been in bigger deficits than this before, and this man has been able to bring them back to victory.
Definitely will be so big if Kaisa can get a big ultimate in there to allow the rest of the team a little bit of room here to finish up some kills on the tower. That one's going to go down in mid lane and open up some possibilities here. Invictus Gaming see Klid running out of the jungle. They know it's a dangerous area.
They're trying to chase him down. Klid does have that Guardian Angel to back up his warrior and Sean. Faker pushes down the tower in the bot lane and keeps shoving up. He's 3-0-5. Banshee's Veil as well as Archangel's completed. 2 big items for most players now. The Shy as well as Jackie Love and Teddy. So the arms race is continuing to scale up. And as it stands, we're now moving into this very scary portion of the game. There's not a huge amount of vision on the map, and teams have to contest around either the next Drake, which is 1.5 minutes, or obviously Baron. Or alternatively, just keep pushing those side lanes, depending on how and where teams invest their resources.
And we already talked about it in draft, and I'm glad we're getting to see it in-game. Klid is such a good job. Like, he is just so good. His awareness, his ability to set up plays. There's Jackie Love getting collapsed.
All right, he's got Quartz out. There's Rise as well. Faker's going to run him down. Faker and Mata easily sets it up. Now Baolan, he's going to get a Justice Punch to the face on Klid, but it's just too far into the lane. SK Telecom do not hesitate, and they find 2 kills.
Yeah, Jackie Love tries to ult out of that one, but Faker puts him in prison. Now the Realm Warp into the Baron, and this is going to be SKT forcing it.
Rookie and Ning are nearby. There's a flash and a smite available to Ning. He's even on levels with Cliff. Here comes the Shy with a cataclysm right into the pit. Khan is on the backside though, and a slicing maelstrom stuns everybody up. Baron's down to 2,000. Rookie's left alone, and then Baron will be secured by SK Telecom.
Now Rookie's on the chase here. Can Khan nail him? Not going to be able to catch Zoe. I just need to commend SK Telecom for their steady hands. They stopped DPS on Baron completely. Rookie also had a smite on Zoe. He has a chilling smite there with the Spell Thieves. So there's a possibility of either of them getting inside the pit. The Shy goes in to try and create chaos, jumps in with the Cataclysm. Some AoE damage is affecting Baron, but you can see everyone on SKT avoiding it, focusing on the IG members to kill them off and kill off the possible smite threats first before they get it into execution range.
SKT have leveled up for this game. There were question marks around, would they be the second best team coming out of groups? How strong would they look? Would they be able to challenge the likes of Invictus Gaming and G2? Well, with this game, they are demonstrating what they are like when they are playing at full power, Klid's fantastic performance, Faker's fantastic performance, and Mata, the guy that's been setting up so many of these plays, it feels like the whole team is coming together.
And I have to throw my eyes over to Ning, the Xin Zhao, not having the level of impact that I've seen on many other champions that he's played on this tournament so far. The tower will fall in the bottom lane with Baron-empowered minions. The dragon will be secured, and SKT are sieging 2 lanes.
Is that a Spellbinder I see on Faker's Rise, by the way? He is looking to create so many plays here. The extra speed can really put you into position to lock down those key prisons on the enemy carries like Jackie Love.
He is so strong on the rise right now, 3 levels over his lane counterpart after being put down so much in the lane. 6-0 and 6 is the current scoreline, but now both teams grouping up around the mid lane. Bot lane is being pressured in favor of SKT, and Faker still has his teleport, so they're going to send him up towards the top side of the map, start getting that one pushed in, and start closing in on the base of Invictus Gaming.
It is an 8,000 gold lead. It is a gigantic item advantage for SK Telecom right now, and Baron still up for another minute. The Baron power play already clocking in at over 3,000 gold. SK Telecom are answering a lot of critics and stepping up. They continue to improve, they continue to develop, and this is going to be a terrifying opponent for either Team Liquid or G2, because they will be facing him.
And I want to turn my eyes back towards Faker, highest level in the game. Peaks at 16 right now on Rise, 2 ahead of Rookie. He is absolutely massive, and he is the one that Rookie and Invictus Gaming wanted to go through. He's not going to make it easy.
No, absolutely not. And especially when Rookie's playing his somewhat preferred or favored Zoe, something he's shown some very good performances on. Not quite the matchup that showcases that toe-to-toe in styles, but 1-1-1, Rookie down 45 CS, and currently Invictus Gaming are trying to defend multiple lanes. Baron only for another 20 seconds, so we'll get a little easier after that, but Verius, it is all SKT with only 1 outer turret left.
Yeah, beautiful vision setup from the side of SKT. The map is completely dark right now for Invictus Gaming. They can see absolutely nothing other than a couple of the entrances and where their minions are slowly being ripped apart. The number of options that they have left to come back into this game are dwindling, and Rookie's almost there.
Oh my word! Teddy almost takes out Rookie before the fight begins. The culling chunks Ning down to 50%, and with the 2 of them backing, SK Telecom can sniff blood in the water. The Shy uses that stolen Braum ultimate from earlier to try and slow down SKT, but it simply isn't enough. The tower stands for now as the Baron has worn off.
Yeah, they got 70% of that tower's health by forcing Rookie back into the fountain and taking away most of the wave clear that Invictus Gaming had. That's a huge blow to their defenses.
Fantastic control from SK Telecom, just shy of 10,000 gold up. There's going to be an Infernal Drake coming up in about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes. Baron in 140. And SKT, they don't need to risk it. They can play the vision game, they can play controlled, and force IG with this team comp that doesn't have the fallback plan that you talked about, Kobe, to come into them.
I'm looking at Invictus Gaming now, the team that was 1 game away from getting that perfect 10-0 group score. Never been done before at MSI. SKT and I believe RNG were the only other teams to get 8-2. So while they have broken a record, SKT are looking to get a small bit of revenge as we round out the group stage.
Faker's now 3 levels ahead of Rookie, by the way.
Yes.
And he almost has 600 AP without a completed death cap. Yes. Anyone in the side lane is going to be demolished by this Rise. Not only that, with the extra shield of the Banshee's Veil and the Seraph's Embrace here, he also has incredibly tanky stats.
Faker showcasing his proficiency on the champion. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming continuing to play on the defense.
I don't mean to laugh, but proficiency on Rise. It is probably his champion now. There's no doubt about it, and Faker's just going to try.
I mean, he's been out of the scene for a while right now. Other people have come into challenge for that spot.
I think that's fair. The international scene has not felt the wrath of Faker. Rookie himself, along with Invictus Gaming, said they want to win titles against SKT and against Faker specifically. The Shy will hijack himself a culling, and I'm waiting to see if IG can find initiation.
Now the Baron will be the last-ditch effort for Invictus Gaming. That is the objective that they're waiting for, and that'll be the objective where they can perhaps claw the game back. Maybe they get a steal. Maybe they get a good fight. They need one of those things to happen if they want to turn this game around.
All right, they're going to need a really good flash ultimate from Ning, followed up by a Galio ultimate to split the team, and then have Jackie Love use the Killer Instinct to jump on one of the spread members.
Look at Khan. Slicing Maelstrom and Flash available. He's not level 16 yet, but he's spotted out by a ward. SK Telecom are on the verge of handing Invictus Gaming their first defeat at MSI. It didn't seem possible 2 days ago. It didn't seem feasible yesterday. And the manner in which SKT have kept Invictus down is beautiful to watch. Still 100% kill participation for Clid. He's picked up the 4th dragon of the game, and he is leading his team towards victory.
I'm glad that you mentioned Clid because he's the player that I want to keep reminding fans at home about. His early game was fantastic this game. He read the enemy jungle extremely well. He responded and set up a lot of the early game plays, and he is the reason why this team was able to match the often early aggression that IG likes to exert. And while right now in the game, he hasn't done a lot and it's become the Faker show, he is the reason why Faker is even in this position in the first place.
Are definitely true. Always support your junglers. Give them the credit that they are due. Well spoken, Vedius. Well spoken. Meanwhile, Vision fight over Baron Ning.
Oh my word, that's so much damage. Ning actually starts the initiation, but it's Mata that's forced to run away. He's thrown down the stopwatch to stay alive. Khan will find one onto Ning. Now on the defensive retreat. Oh, that burst damage. Bowline is blown up, and now Rookie gets knocked up into the air by the Fisher. Invictus Gaming are aced by SK Telecom.
That is a clean ace, and that is a clean path to victory. SK Telecom used a teleport on bottom side, and they're going straight for the Nexus.
Invictus Gaming started the all-or-nothing team fight, down over 10,000 gold. And while they got some damage, it was not enough. SK Telecom will hand Invictus Gaming their first loss of MSI.
Revenge is a dish best served at the end of group stages.
Accurate. That is the best way to dish out revenge. SKT will end their group stage 7-3, and they must feel so good right now. The amount of growth that they have made throughout the groups after getting 2-0'd by G2 to then go on a 4-game winning streak, only looking cleaner and cleaner as the games continue. It feels like that they have found their form and they are looking scary moving into the best of 5.
The second seed from the group stages, SK Telecom conceded 2 games to G2 and 1 game to Invictus Gaming. They will advance to the semifinals. And the way that it will work, Invictus Gaming will have 30 minutes to decide whether they want to face Team Liquid or G2 Esports. Once they have made that decision, we will announce it over on twitter.com/LOL Esports. The remainder plays SKT. I mean, I don't even know what direction they want to go. Do they take out G2 because G2 are faltering? Do they go NA and take out TL?
I gotta be honest here. They're picking TL. There's no reason not to pick the 4th seed heading towards the knockout stage.
The question is, can SKT, is this a BO1 moment? Is this SKT ramping up? Do SKT now, do you
In
pick
my
them as
experience
favorites?
with SK Telecom, they get better as the tournament goes on and better as we get to the best of stage. So this is a very scary way for them to end the group stages and a very scary message to the rest of the teams in the tournament.
I completely agree with you, Kobe, and you just look at most recent performance, and I was all hype on G2. I was like, yes, maybe they can make it to the final. They're looking good. My opinion has completely flip-flopped. I have lost so much faith in G2. I'm all aboard the SKT hype train. This team is just
like that.
Just like that. I'm a flip-flopper. I'm gone. Papa Smithy, I believe in you.
We actually did say coming into this event that Venice does like to pick teams and swords to hinge his life on. And now all of a sudden the G2-1 has stabbed you and ended
yes, it has.
your life. 9-1 Invictus Gaming set an MSI group stage record, but they lost to SKT. And to break down the groups and look ahead to the knockout stages, send it to MSI Cooldown.
Welcome to MSI Cooldown. After our last day of groups, I'm Dracos, joined by Spawn and Mark Z, and I want to start this segment by condemning Vedius. You can't just sell out a team when they lose every time.
You think Vedius is condemning people? What are those shoes?
I'm allowed to wear what I want. I've seen your shoes.
I don't think we're allowed to wear what we want because I would look very different.
Okay,
There'd be
look,
pajamas.
What you want is sweatpants and pajamas every day. So
Yes.
it's a little different, all right? It's a little different.
So it's not exactly what we want.
I'm checking it out on program right. I'm blind.
You're right.
They're very white.
Righteous. Well, anyway, as we just saw, SKT came out on top in our last game of groups. The first loss for IG at MSI 2019. Now, the LCK champions had already secured second place, so while Team Liquid advanced to the semifinals with their win against G2, pushing the LEC champions down to third place. And now, gentlemen, IG versus SKT, pretty incredible game. Do you think this is the preview of our finals?
Most likely. But I will say, I think G2 versus SKT is still a potentially good matchup for G2 because they do a lot of interesting things. They are very aggressive, and we've seen SKT sometimes lose to that. It does feel like they are ramping up, like we've been saying, so maybe they'll overcome G2.
And not just that, right? No one's pretending that if PvB played G2 right now in a best of 5, that
it's close match?
PvB would win.
Close
Even
match?
though in both of the group stage games, Fongfu Buffalo were able to beat G2. So much in the same vein, I don't think that you could really use all that much of the game. So I still think, IG would handily beat them if that was the finals. In saying that, I am looking forward to the semis and how IG select.
I'm curious to see what they do as well, but you brought up PvB, and I do want to give one last hurrah. Of course, this is the end of MSI 2019 for the Flash Wolves and PvB, the representatives of the LMS and the VCS, respectively.
Sadly, my two teams are gone. The LMS representative, of the hometown heroes in Fongfu Buffalo, but I think that they can be really proud of how this tournament went for a couple of reasons, especially on the side of Fongfu. As we keep mentioning, I think they've definitively shown that they are the best emerging region coming out. They tested teams. They were able to pick up 2 victories over the LEC representative in G2 Esports, and at different times, just the way they played the game was electric, and it looked like it was challenging other major regions on Summoners Rift.
I mean, even going back to as far as the play-in stage, it's been a long road for them. They were contested in Group A. They had to play a tiebreaker to get out. They went 5 games in the knockout stage of play-ins, and then they come into here and they 2-0 G2, and they almost G2A,
whatever. I mean, we're getting there.
I'm saying that they had a really long tournament and they did very well over the course of it.
I agree. And then on the flip side, you got to have a look at the Flash Wolves because we said this is a different LMS representative coming out. A lot of people thought maybe AHQ, maybe Mad Team, who led the league, would be the representative. And I think Flash Wolves have done a very good job at this MSI. I don't think this was a team that was ever expected to, make the same waves as they have in the past, but they've certainly performed admirably. And I think new players like Xiaoxi actually proved that on the international stage they're competitive.
I mean, looked very good. I'm actually excited to see how these teams develop moving forward, assuming that they do qualify for Worlds. I want to see if we see Flash Wolves level up and be the contender in the past that the previous iterations of Flash Wolves was. But as we move through the day, of course, earlier today, at the start of the day, we asked you to submit your haikus summarizing the MSI group stage. Here are some of our favorites. I'll start with this one from Pinnacle KM. Are you ready? Oh man. IG, play for fun. The group stage is almost done. Faker, here he comes. Oof, brilliant.
You had a pretty great game.
That's like a prediction.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We got these cards before the game's ended.
It also rhymes, which is fantastic. And
haikus don't need to rhyme.
They don't need to rhyme. I'm just saying that's
overachieving.
They do, however,
super
have to have
overachieving.
7 syllables in the last line.
Don't tell Cloud9 that. They got theirs real wrong. They got 7 syllables in the first, 12 in the last.
Look, it's a bit of a struggle. Now, there are more haikus coming. At Zyfrente had faith in hometown favorites. And despite their exit, this haiku is next level.
Mr. Buffalo, don't underestimate him. Stampede is coming and going, apparently. As they're eliminated.
They're already where they're from Vietnam. Tournament's in Vietnam. Where are they going?
Well, now they're just staying.
Yeah,
they're chilling. They didn't
Stampede
want
is
to go to
staying,
Taipei.
is what I'm
Now
saying.
they're just hanging out.
Stampede is staying here.
And there's some logistical errors on the travel there.
Exactly. I'm confused.
It's been a long day. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little loose right now, friends. And the final one is from our broadcast writer, Elias, who totally predicted Team Liquid's win over G2 and has now shoehorned himself into the segment.
He wrote himself in to make me read it?
Go, Mark, go.
I gotta wait for the graphic. All right, here we go. At TL's lowest, when NA fandom goes dry, they find Oasis.
Oh, that is terrible. Never do that.
We are one like black and white image with a cheesy quote away from like being a generic Instagram post.
By the way, like,
Snaps for well done, everybody.
Snaps up for Elias. And of course, thank you everyone who participated. Thank you so much for sending us your haikus on Twitter. And he brought up a good point, because TL have restored the faith. TL have found their oasis, and they found that oasis by beating the crap out of G2. My God, what a one-sided game.
And much like Brett from Flight of the Conchords, TL had it going on in this game. They were everywhere on Summoner's Rift. Their jungler, Smithy especially, stepping up on the job and 1v1 caps. That was a great performance.
It was the perfect redemption game for North American fans if you're just waking up. Smithy had a great game. The drafts were good. Jensen clowned on Caps, so he got to reverse the, like, maybe stick to Lissandra memes. Like, everything that fans wanted. Double F smashed in lane. He was up, like, 25 CS, ended up 70 CS, like, 20 minutes into the game. So, like, this was, if a NA fan was writing their fan fiction, this is what the game was.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I assume at this point we've just collectively decided that Jensen definitely said back to Lissandra, to Caps.
Yeah.
Even if he never said it, we can all just agree as a group, as a society, as a fandom, that it happened.
But unfortunately, when there's every like hero has to have a villain, if you're an NA fan, that's going to be G2. They go 0-3 in the last 3 games that they played in groups after such a promising start, after so much hype generated this team, did peter off a little bit. In saying that, I think best of 5 suits this team even more than best of 1. So I'm still pretty hot on them. I think that they're going to make waves as this tournament progresses.
I think that's definitely true. I think based off where they were 2 or 3 days ago, like finishing 5-5 does feel like a disappointment. It is coming back down to earth a little bit. But to your point, like in a best of 5 where people have to adapt and they get the chances to see what other teams are doing, I think all those players are so smart that like they will come in with more stuff prepared and make better adaptations than most teams.
And they're just mirroring the LEC season, you know, out to a great start. Then they drop that game versus Origin. But then ask Martin how well, you know, best of 5s versus this team.
Yeah, we can talk about it. They were losing games to Fnatic, they were losing games to Misfits, and then what do you see?
Then TL becomes Origin and get 3-0'd in the knockout stage.
Well, luckily they can't immediately play. We'll see each other in finals.
Right.
Is that what you're planning for? Yeah, when we meet in finals, we all say fingers crossed, hopefully, snap, snap. Well, after TL's win today, Shox did catch up with their top laner. Let's see what Impact had to say.
Thank you very much. I am here with Impact after Team Liquid qualifies for the next round of MSI. Impact, congratulations. After 2 years with the team and a lot of hard work, what does it mean to make it to the knockout phase of MSI?
Can I speak Korean actually? 일단 저희가 드디어 일단 MSI 작년 때 좀 많이 안 좋은 모습 보여주다가 그래도 지금도 별로 좀 많이 안 좋은 모습 가끔 나오긴 했는데 그래도 마지막엔 그래도 괜찮은 모습 보여준 것 같아서 다행인 것 같아요.
So it's really happy, especially because last year in MSI we were really doing really bad and bad performance. So, well, in the end, I mean, we were also underperforming in the beginning of the tournament, but in the end we were doing really great. So I'm really happy.
What, in your opinion, changed about the team and within the team that you played so well today versus G2?
그럼 어느 점이 좀 더 나아져서 오늘 G2 상대로 이렇게 좋은 경기력을 보여줄 수 있었나요?
일단 라인전을 안 터졌고요. 저희가 이겼고요. 일단 기본적으로 그게 진짜 중요했던 것 같고 그냥 초반에 저희가 이겨서 그냥 무난하게 굴렀던 것 같아요. 아무리 생각해도 초반이 너무 중요한 것 같고 저희 팀 약점이 집중 못하는 모습 많이 보여줄 때 많단 말이에요. 그거를 없앨 수 있는 게 초반에 집중을 많이 해가지고 이기는 거라 생각해가지고 집중을 많이 했는데 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
So first of all, we didn't get smashed in the laning phase. We actually won the lane. So I think that's the most important thing actually, because early game really matters. And also the biggest weakness of my team is that we actually lose focus in games. So I think paying attention in early games really helps us a lot. So I think that was the major key.
Okay, well, good identification of what needs to go better. But Impact, I do want to talk about you because the whole tournament, win or lose, you have played so incredibly well at playing almost everyone, doing very well, even in losing games. How do you look back on your performance so far?
그러면 이제 MSI 내내 승패와 상관없이 정말 좋은 경기력을 보여주셨는데 그럼 이번에 MSI 개인적인 그런 경기력에 대한 평가는 어떤가요?
만족은 못하고 있었는데 왜냐면 제가 와 내가 다 이겼다 이런 느낌 아니어서 일단 배울 점도 많고 다른 탑한테도 제가 와 내가 1등이다 이런 느낌 안 들어가지고 만족은 못하고 있어요. 그래도 나쁘지 않게 했는데 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 느낌?
Well, I want to say I'm not fully satisfied because I'm not really like I won everybody. I'm still learning from a lot from other top laners, so I don't feel like I'm the #1 top laner here. But at the same time, I did not do that bad. I think I did fairly well, but I'm not like I did so well. I'm the best.
Okay, so gonna get even better. Then tell me about the knockout phase now. Now the best of fives come. What do you think the chances are of Team Liquid in their best form versus the likes of SKT and IG or possibly G2?
그럼 이제 다음 라운드는 이제 다전제잖아요. 다전제에서 또 어떻게 더 나은 모습을 보여주실지 팀 리퀴드의 가능성은 어느 정도인지 궁금합니다.
일단 IG가 저희 찍으면 좀 많이 힘들다고 생각을 하는데 그래도 열심히 할 거고 그냥 저희는 그래도 개인적으로 G2가 가능성이 있다고 생각하죠. 왜냐면 G2가 잘한 팀이고 정말 메카닉이나 그런 거 실력도 좋은데 문제는 거기도 한 번 죽으면 계속 죽는 팀 많아요. 팀원들이. 그래서 그걸 멘탈 수집을 못하는 것 같고 그래서 G2가 가능성이 가장 높고 이길 가능성이 그나마 그다음에 SK 그다음에 IG 순인 것 같아요.
So if IG picks us, it's gonna be really hard. But I think we have a very good chances up against G2 because actually, I mean, they're all good players. Their mechanics are really good. But at the same time, when they start dying, they just die consecutively in games. So I think we have a very high chance up against them, and then SKT, and then followed by IG.
Okay, yeah, G2 would be, of course, down the line. But thank you very much. In fact, congratulations. Thank you, Jisun, as well. And now over to MSI Cool Down.
First semifinal is now coming up this Friday. Thank you, Sharks, for that one. IG will be taking on Team Liquid. I'm sorry, Impact, it happened. Followed by SKT's matchup against G2 the day after. Now, the winners will advance to the final and battle it out on Sunday for the MSI 2019 title. Now, Spawn, when you look at this, when you see Invictus Gaming almost snap-picking TL, keep in mind they had 30 minutes to do it, and they did it in like 5, so clearly they knew what they want. What is your immediate reaction?
Mild shock.
There's any shock?
that was like no shock.
Yeah, that was like.
I'm sorry, man. I thought that were going to do you a real.
I wanted at least surprise Pikachu, and I feel like you were like meh.
There's like the thing that like you're trying to tell yourself was like they're gonna increase the chance that they see SKT to the highest because they can't pick them. So you pick G2 because there's no way Team Liquid beats SKT. So then you're guaranteed.
I feel like it's very clear that the coaches were the ones making the decision on this and not Rookie. Rookie's like, give me go.
They did not ask the players at all. That's why it took 5 minutes. They didn't head back to the locker room. They just instantly were like,
backstage. They're like, give us this guy. It's already locked.
Yeah.
All right. Well, G2 with an extra day to reset. The big question is, can they take down SKT? Remember, the stakes are up. The pressure is up. It's been, I would say, very shaky for G2 the last few days. I feel like Perks and Mithy have been getting kind of blasted in the last few games, and the whole team really felt lost in that TL game.
Yeah, I think there are some problems with the team, but it's like you kind of take the good with the bad, I think, with G2, where like you can't expect them to play Pyke and make crazy stuff happen if you're not willing to accept when they sometimes try to dive a turret with Corki and get juked 3 times and miss all their skill shots and die. Like those are the same, that's the same coin, it's just different sides showing up. So like, I think they do play super aggressive, and I want that against SKT. I think that, you know, if they have a bad game, I don't want to see Perks and Mickey go to Ezreal Tom Kench again. I don't think that's really their style. Like they should be on playmakers. Mickey's so good at starting fights.
Yeah, and you're just really hoping that Clitter's cooled off in a couple of days break because you don't want to get him in the form that he just showed against the Invictus Gaming lineup. I think that is going to be the telltale matchup. If they get Clid playing good, I think that this is an exciting matchup. I think if they get Clid playing great, it becomes a very SKT favored series.
Which I'm kind of surprised about, given how SKT entered the tournament. I was very skeptical, but Papa Smithy ended up being right. They have been ramping up. They have been looking better.
The thing is that Clid is like their entire early game. You saw that game play. He just visited all the lanes and was starting to take over. This is a guy that in the LPL was doing the same things. And whilst Papa did mention that he had never beaten Invictus Gaming, he had already had great matches against both IG and RNG. So there was no question of the caliber of this player in the hectic scenario that the game was being played.
That's true, and the other thing I think that has helped unlock Clid even more is it's no longer Sonateric, it's no longer Azir in the mid lane, the Aurelia, the LeBlancs, all these more aggressive champions. Even the Ryze in some ways has better
Faker's
setup.
Ryze.
Yeah, like Faker's Ryze is so good. So like I like that they have given more tools to the people around Clid, so Clid can just go and show up in these lanes and win them for his team.
Well, I'm excited to see how it shapes up. Well, of course, you can watch IG versus TL from 3 a.m. Pacific time on Friday. That is 12 p.m. Central European Summer Time, with cooldown starting 30 minutes before. Now, for myself, the casters, the entire broadcast team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you on Friday for the first semifinal. Good night.
Like my dinosaur socks?
Yeah, I got luchador cats. SKT facing down Team Liquid. One spot remaining. Team Liquid fighting for their lives, fighting for the final spot in that bracket stage, in those playoffs. For North America to fall flat here would be a massive disappointment to the LCS player base. Forcing out the Devour, Tomcat now has to flash out to safety, spits him right back out, double flash for his life. Core JJ may just be the sacrificial catfish here. Taunt connects, and he will now go down. The fix scan buys a bit of time, but it is not enough. SKT still gonna look to close out with confidence. Teddy gonna grab a kill. Galio into the backline, powered up by the Lee Sin. Double lift immediately deleted. It is an absolute slaughter. Just delete the wave, but now wants to step forward. Caps on the backside, though. Just deletes Big Koro.
No flashes anyone, no flash anyone. I flash out, I flash out. No flash anyone, no flash anyone. Okay, I go Varus. Yeah. Coming. No flash, no flash. You can penta. One more.
Nice. Shut down onto Wonder, steals the ulti away, dashes to the side. Beautiful footwork, and now it's Yanko's in trouble. Allen with the predict. Ignited, and goodbye to Caps, goodbye to G2's hopes in this game. The dream is alive and well. The race for fourth is very much alive after that Fong Blue Buffalo, and for Flash, this game is hugely important. Betty now trying to fire back in the trade. The Ignite comes out. Oh! That is a big Acathian rain on the way in, but the Jungler's here as well. If Nick tries to commit, he may go down too. Boogie gonna get the knockup, and another kill going down for Flash Wolf.
Hanabi might die.
Hanabi taking so much damage, forced to smite the Baron here. Boogie now in trouble as well. Can they secure the shutdown? The Baron going to fall to IG. Absolute disaster for the Flash Wolves.
Here comes Big Koro. The Allure by Safari. But a piercing arrow secures a kill for Big Koro. Killista throws it down. Rada will sidestep the chain of corruption of Flash Wolves. They've created the chaos. Now they're looking for the re-engage. Boogie is trying to turn this around. That's one, that's two. But to stay alive, Khan will find one onto Ning. Now on the defensive retreat. Oh, that burst damage. Bowline is blown up, and that rookie gets knocked up into the air by the Fisher. Invictus Gaming are aced by SK Telecom.
IG Wrath was swift. Silas is not good blind. Fourth, paid by Steve.
That bottom tower is going Jensen gets the solo kill onto Caps.
Oh my god, Jensen's popping off. Like, I need to stay calm.
He's already flashed, now he's Belt. Ignite is ticking down. Here comes Impact. Brought Belt forward. That should be enough to take out Caps.
I'm out. 80 might be dead. No. I'm out. 80 dead.
Double lift, and Team Liquid advance to the semi-finals.
What a turnaround for Team Liquid.
I don't think it could have been any more perfect. Thank you guys, and hopefully we'll crush it in the knockout stage.
Come and run again. You want a dose of this right now? It's KDA.